So let us move further and quickly take a look at today's agenda first. Firstly, I would be discussing the basics of cloud, as in why it is needed and what it is exactly. I would also discuss the different models that cloud has to offer to you, like its service models and also its deployment models. I would also discuss the different cloud providers that are there in the market. And finally, I would finish things off with the demo part. I hope this agenda is clear to all of you. Firstly, let's understand why cloud. To understand this, we need to understand the situation that existed before cloud came into existence. So what happened back then? Well, firstly, in order to host a website, you had to buy a stack of servers. And we all know that servers are very costly. So that meant we ended up paying a lot of money. Next was the issue of traffic. Now, as we all know, if we are hosting a website, we are dealing with traffic that is not constant throughout the day. And that meant more pain. We would understand that as we move further. And the other thing was monitoring and maintaining your servers. Yes, this is a very big problem. Now, all these issues, they led to certain disadvantages. What are those? As I mentioned, servers are very costly. Yes, the setup was again costly, and thus you ended up paying a lot of money. And there were other factors contributing to this point. Let's discuss those as well. One, troubleshooting was a big issue. Since you're dealing with a business, your prime focus is on taking good decisions so that your business does well. But if you end up troubleshooting problems or you focus more on infrastructure related issues, then you cannot focus more on your business. And that was a problem. So either you had to do multitasking or you had to hire more people to focus on those issues. Thus, again, you ended up paying more money. As I've discussed, the traffic on a website is never constant. And since it varies, you are not certain about its patterns. Say, for example, I need to host a website. And for that, what I decide is I'm reserving 2 petabytes of total memory for my usage based on the traffic. But as the traffic varies, there would be times when the traffic is high and my whole 2 petabytes of data is consumed or space is consumed rather. But what if the traffic is very low for certain hours of the day? I'm actually not utilizing these servers. So I end up paying more money for the servers than I should be. So yes, upscaling was an issue. So all these things were an issue because we were paying more money. We did not have sufficient time to take our decisions properly. There was ambiguity. There was more trouble monitoring and maintaining all these resources. And apart from that, one important point which we need to consider is the amount of data that is being generated now and that was being generated then. Then it was okay. But nowadays, if you take a look at it, the amount of data that is generated is huge. And this is another reason why cloud became so important. Yeah, as I've mentioned the data. Now, we all know that everything is going online these days. And what that means is we shop online, we buy food online, we do almost everything that is required, as in whatever information we need, we get everything online. Your bookings, your reservations, everything can be taken care of. That means we have a lot of data that is being generated these days, and this is digital data. Back in those times, we were communicating through verbal discussions and all those things, so through paperwork, and that was a different data to maintain. Since everything is moving on cloud or moving online, the amount of data that we have is huge these days. And then when you have this huge amount of data, you need a space where you can actually go ahead and maintain this data. So yes, again, there was a need of this space. And all these issues, that is your cost, your monitoring, your maintenance, providing sufficient space, everything was taken care by cloud. So let us try to understand what this cloud is exactly. Well, think of it as a huge space that is available online for your usage. Now, this is a very generic definition to give you. To be more specific, I would be saying that think of it as a collection of data centers. Now, data centers again are a place where you store your data or you host applications basically. So when you talk about these data centers, they were already existing. So what did cloud do differently? Well, what cloud did was it made sure that you are able to orchestrate your various functionings, your applications, managing your resources properly by combining all these data centers together through a network and then providing you the control to use these resources and to manage them properly. To make it even more simpler, I would say there was a group of people or organizations basically that went ahead and bought these servers, these compute capacities, storage places, compute services, and all those things. And they have their own channel or network. All you have to do was go ahead and rent those resources only to the amount you needed and also for the time that you needed. So yes, this is what cloud did. It let you rent the services that you need and use only those services that you need. So you ended up paying for the services that you rented and you ended up saving a lot of money. The other thing is these service providers, they take care of all the issues like your security, your underlying infrastructures, and all those things. So you can freely focus on your business and stop worrying about all these issues. So this is what cloud is. In simple words, it's a huge space which has all these services available, and you can just go ahead and pick and rent those services that you want to use. So what is cloud computing? Well, I've already discussed that. Just to summarize it, I would say it is nothing but an ability, or it is a place where you can actually store your data, you can process it, and you can access it from anywhere in the world. Now, this is an important point. Say, for example, you decide to choose a region for your infrastructure somewhere in US. You can sit in maybe China or maybe in India, and you can still have access to all your resources that is there in US. All you need is a good internet connection. So that is what cloud does. It makes the world accessible. It lets you have your applications wherever you want to and manage them the way you want to. So this was about cloud computing, guys. Next, we would be discussing different service models. Now, you need to understand one thing. You are being offered cloud services, the platform to use your services or your applications basically. But then different people have different requirements. There are certain people who just want to consume a particular resource, or there are certain people who actually want to go ahead and create their own applications, create their own infrastructure, and all those things. So, based on these needs, we have particular service models, that is, your cloud providers provide you with a particular model which suits your needs. So let us try to understand these models one by one. Well, we have these three models, that is your IaaS, your PaaS, and your SaaS. I would be discussing them in the reverse order. That is, I would be talking about SaaS first, and then I would go upwards. So let us start with SaaS or SaaS. SaaS is nothing but a software as a service. Now, what happens here is basically you're just consuming a service which is already being maintained and handled by someone else. To give you a valid example, we have a Gmail. All you do is you send mail to people and you receive mails. And whatever functionality you do is you just use the service that is there. You do not have to maintain it. You do not have to worry about upscaling, downscaling, security issues, and all those things. Everything is taken care by Google. Say, for example, your Gmail is what I'm talking about. Google manages everything here. So all you have to worry about is consuming that service. Now, this model is known as software as a service, that is SaaS. Next, we have PaaS, that is platform as a service. Now, here you are provided with a platform where you can actually go ahead and build your own applications. To give you an example, we have our Google App Engine. Now, when you talk about Google App Engine, what you can do is you can go ahead and you can create your own applications and you can put it on Google App Engine so that others can use it as well. So in short, you're using the platform to create your own applications. And lastly, we have IaaS, that is infrastructure as a service. Now, what do I mean by this? Well, the whole infrastructure is provided to you so that you can go ahead and create your own applications. That is, an underlying structure is given to you. Based on that, you can go ahead and choose your operating systems, the kind of technology you want to use on that platform, the applications you want to build, and all those things. So that is what an IaaS is, infrastructure as a service, basically. So these were the different models that I wanted to talk about. So let us move further and discuss the next topic, that is the different deployment models that are there. Now, when you talk about deployment models, you can also call them as different types of clouds that are there in the market. We have these three types, that is your public cloud, your private cloud, and your hybrid cloud. Let us try to understand these one by one. Now, as the name suggests, the public cloud, it's available to everyone. You have a service provider who makes these services or these resources available to people worldwide through the internet. It is an easy and very inexpensive way of dealing with the situation, because all you have to do is you have to go ahead and rent this cloud and you're good to use, and it is available publicly. Next, we have the private cloud. Now, this is a little different. Here, you are provided with this service and you can actually go ahead and create your own applications. And since it's a private cloud, you're protected by a firewall and you do not have to worry about various other issues that are there at hand. And next we have our hybrid cloud. Now it is a combination of your private cloud and your public cloud. Say for example, you can go ahead and build your applications privately. You can use them, you can consume them, you can use them efficiently. When you sense that peak in your traffic, you can actually move it to public. That is, you can move it to the public cloud and even others can have access to it and they can use it. So these are the three basic deployment models that are there for your exposure or your usage rather, and you can go ahead and use those as well. I hope this was clear to all of you. So let us move further and try to understand the next topic, that is different cloud providers that are there in the market. Now, as I've mentioned, what happened was since cloud came into existence, quite a few people went ahead and they bought their own infrastructure and now they rent these services to other people. And when you talk about this infrastructure, there are quite a few people out there who are actually providing these cloud services to different people across the globe. Now, when you talk about these cloud providers, the first thing that should come to your mind is Amazon Web Services, because it is highly popular and it leaves other cloud providers way behind. The reason I'm saying this is the numbers that talk about Amazon Web Services. To give you an example, if you talk about its compute capacity, it is 6 times larger than all the other service providers that are there in the market. Say, for example, if you talk about the other service providers in the market, if their compute capacity combined was X, Amazon Web Services alone gives you a capacity of 6x, which is huge. Apart from that, it's flexible pricing and various other reasons, that is the services it provides and all those things. It is rightly a global leader. And the fact that it had a head start, that is, it started way before many other services that are there in the market, it actually gained popularity. And now we see quite a few organizations going ahead and using Amazon Web Services. Apart from that, we have Microsoft Azure, which is a Microsoft product. And we all know that when Microsoft decides to do something, they expect that they kill all the competition that is there in the market. It is still not in terms with Amazon Web Services or few other service providers that are there in the market, but not very neck to neck. But it is probably the second best when you talk about Amazon Web Services or the cloud service providers in the market. So, yep, it has a lot of catching up to do when you compare it with Amazon Web Services, but it is still a very good cloud service provider that is there in the market. Then we have something called as Google Cloud Platform. Again, a very good cloud provider in the market. Now, why am I saying this? We all know the infrastructure that Google has to offer to you. It is one of the best search engine that is there in the market, and the amount of data they deal with every day is huge. So they are the pioneers when you talk about big data and all those things, and they know how to actually handle this amount of data and how to have an infrastructure that is very good. That is why they have a very good facility, and that leads to it being one of the cheapest service providers in the market. Yes, there are certain features that GCP offers which are better even than Amazon Web Services when you talk about its pricing. And the reason for it is it has various other services that are there. What it does is it helps you optimize various costs. How? It uses analytics and various other ways by which it can optimize the amount of power you use. And that leads to less usage of power. And since you're paying less for power, that is, providers are paying less for power, you end up paying less for your services as well. So that is why it is so cost efficient. Then there are other service providers, that is, we have DigitalOcean, we have Terramark, we have IBM, which is again very popular. But that is a discussion for some other time. As far as these service providers go, these are the major ones. That is, we have Amazon Web Services, we have Microsoft Azure, we have GCP, which are talked about a lot. This was about the basic cloud providers and the basic intro which I wanted you all to have. I hope you all are clear with whatever concepts we've discussed till time. So let us move further and switch into the demo part. Let us try to explore few of these services or cloud providers, as in at least the introductory part. Okay, guys, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch into the console basically, where we can take a look at these services one by one. So yes, guys, what I've done is I've gone ahead and I've logged into my AWS account. Now, AWS provides you with a free tier, and then they have their paid services as well. Let's discuss these one by one. First, I would talk about AWS, then I would talk about GCP, and to some extent, I would also discuss Azure as well. But let's focus on AWS for first. One point which I did not mention while going through the concepts was AWS provides you with a free tier. Now, when I say a free tier, this is where you do not have to pay any upfront money. You can actually go ahead and have access to AWS services and see how they work. And once you are confident and comfortable with them, you can actually go ahead and decide whether you want to buy those services or not. So yes, these services are made available to you for free for one complete year. Yes, there are certain restrictions on it, but as long as you stay in those restrictions, you won't be charged anything. If you cross those restrictions, yes, AWS will charge you. Now, how does AWS do that? Well, when you create an account, you have to give in your credit card details or debit card details. When you do that, AWS will cut a lump sum amount from your account, verify your account, and reinstate that amount back into your account so that none of your money is used, but just a verification is done that this is your valid credit card or your debit card. And once your 12-month free trial expires, then they would notify you that your free trial is over. Would you want to go ahead and continue using our services? If you say yes, then they would charge you. Meanwhile, they won't charge you. So you can stay relaxed and you can actually go ahead and give your credit card or debit card details. But just make sure that you set an alarm, and once your free trial gets over, you kind of either revoke your access or go ahead and continue with the paid services that AWS has to offer to you. So what does this free tier has to offer to you basically? Let's take a look at those. Well, firstly, we have compute services when you talk about AWS, and to name a few, we have EC2, we have Lambda, which are popular services. Now, EC2 is something like a raw server where you can actually go ahead and host your websites and applications. It is very popular, and if you want to use it, AWS gives you 750 hours per month for free. Then you have a service called as Amazon QuickSet, which is basically an analytics service. And I won't get into the details of what it does basically, but you have a space of 1 GB available to you. That is nothing but spice capacity basically. Again, I won't get into the details because I want to stick to the surface as far as this session goes. Then you have other services like your database service, which is an RDS. You have your storage service, which is S3, Amazon Lambda. Now, Lambda is another compute service, which is similar to your EC2, but EC2 is more of a place where you can host your websites, whereas Lambda does not let you host your websites. But yes, you can definitely go ahead and do a lot of background application work when you talk about AWS Lambda. Apart from that, AWS also provides with various videos that talk about how do you want to go ahead and get started with using these services, how to create an account, how to create instances, and all those things. So this was about the free tier. Let us kind of move further and see how the console looks like. You can actually go ahead and create your own instances. You can do a lot of things. So this is what the different services that AWS has to offer to you. You have your compute services, developer tools, machine learning, analytics, your storage, database services. You can actually go ahead and use these on your own. You can go ahead and create certain instances here. Now, once you click here on EC2, you get to see the number of instances that are active, the security groups that are there, the key pairs that you have. Let us see or take a look at an instance basically. I would tell you how to create one. I won't create one myself because I have certain ones running already. So I would just walk you through how the process works. When you click on that launch instance, it will give you options as in what kind of an instance do you want to create. So you can actually go ahead and pick the one that suits your need based on the OS you're using and stuff like that. Since I'm using a Windows OS, I'll be picking one for Windows, and I would be using the one that is freely available to me or eligible for my free tier. So when I say select, I see that a free tier eligible T2 micro instance is available to me. I can either click on this and directly go to the final step of creation, or I can take a step-by-step approach. That is, if I want to modify it, I can go ahead and give in these details as in the number of instances, my purchasing options, network, subnet, auto assign, public IP, and all those things. So let's click on next. And we can also put in these details, but I'm going to stick to the default decisions or the selections. You can also go ahead and configure your security groups. I would talk about that as well, do not worry. And finally, it would say, do you want to review and launch it? Once you click on this, you'd have a new instance. There would be a couple of status checks and you'd have your instance available for use. To give you an example, take a look at this. As you can see, I have 2 instances running and the security checks are done, and I can actually go ahead and do a lot of things with it. I can actually go ahead, I can connect to a server, I can have my security groups, security policies. And when you have an instance, you can do so many things, hosting a website and the other things that are there. Now, I just mentioned key pair values and I mentioned security groups. Now, when you talk about a key pair, it is nothing but an authentication process that lets you use your instance. It is a verification process basically. It varies when you talk about using it on your Linux and using it on your Windows. Windows, you would need it for an external login. As far as when you talk about Linux, you'll have to go ahead into your terminal and generate those SSH or your secure server keys basically, or secure shell keys rather, and then log into your website and then go ahead and use it on your server basically. So this is what happens. So that is something that you called as a key pair value. When you talk about AWS, a key pair value once created, it is unanimous, or it is not unanimous, rather it is primary to a particular instance, and you should not lose it, because if you do, that instance becomes useless for you. So you have to make sure that once you create a key value pair, that key value pair, it stays with you. And when you do try to connect to a server, that key pair value or its value is available with you, so that basically you can switch to your server and connect to it. And then you have something called as your security groups as well. Now, if you come down here, you can go ahead and set in your security group policies, whatever those are. you can create a new security group and you can just go ahead and add rules as in what kind of security policies you want. Say, for example, you have your HTTP, HTTPS. Now, if you're using Windows, you'd be needing RDP and those kinds of rules. You can go ahead and select a source you want to, and accordingly, you can set in your security rules. Once you click on create, you'd be having your security group up and running for you, and you can like stay assured that your so-called services are more than secure here. So yeah, this was about Amazon Web Services and how its interface looks like. Then you have something called as your GCP. Now, GCP too has a free tier. The only difference is GCP gives you a balance amount, as in say some amount of US dollars, and the services are paid services, but you can use this balance to go ahead and use those services. So it pans out to similar approach which AWS takes in. But if you talk about their pricing, AWS charges you on hourly basis, whereas your Google Cloud Platform charges you on second basis. So it is more affordable. Say, for example, you stop using a particular instance at 2 minutes, you'd be charged only for those 2 minutes. But if you stop using an instance for 2 minutes in AWS, you'd be charged for a complete hour. So that is the difference between the two. As far as logging in is concerned, again, you'll be going ahead and giving in your credit card details here as well. The difference is here you have to make sure that you do not enable your billing, because once you do that, trust me, you're going to end up paying a lot of money, because I accidentally left few instances open the last time I logged in and I was charged heftily without me being noticed. So when you see a button there saying that enable billing, make sure that you use it carefully, because you do not want to be charged for something that you are not using. So when you talk about GCP, this is how the interface looks like. You have all the services here as well. There you had your compute services, you have your compute engine basically, and you can too come here and create your instances. You can click here and you can go ahead and go through the process of creating your instances, but I won't be creating an instance as far as your GCP is concerned, because I've given you a reason already. I'm happy working with AWS for now. This is your dashboard where you get in all the information as in whatever is happening as far as your account is concerned. So this is one of the accounts managed by a person I know who works with me, and there's certain projects which he has gone ahead and created. So it's the information for those details, or the details for that projects basically. And then you have something called as your Microsoft Azure. Now I won't log in and get into the details, but yeah, it too provides you with similar services. So yes, this was about the different cloud providers that are there in the market, and I just wanted you all to have some understanding as in how do these things work and what do these services have to offer to you. I hope this is clear to all of you.
Why Microsoft Azure? Why are you guys so interested in Microsoft Azure? Now, one thing is that Microsoft Azure is actually becoming pretty big. I mean, the cloud leader on papers, it is AWS right now, but if you see the growth that has been happening in the past few years, Microsoft Azure is actually coming out pretty big, right? So, and that is the reason if you look at this graph, there are the job opportunities for Azure has been on a rise, and that is like, this is the primary reason that you guys want to learn about Microsoft Azure, because obviously you want to make a career shift into the cloud industry, right? And for that, availability of jobs should also be a factor. And if you see the graph, this graph has actually been taken from indeed.com, right? And as you can see, the graph is rising. So if you see in 2014, it was around 0.01%. In the late 2016, it reached around 0.09. It came down to a fall, but then again, it is at a rise. So this is a pattern that you see. But if you take my advice, because I have seen the industry, as far as I know, these jobs are going to increase multifolds in the future as well, right? It's not only restricted to Azure. If you talk about AWS, if you talk about any cloud technology, it has become imperative for you to learn about cloud, because it is the thing. Everything in the next 10 or 15 years is going to be on the cloud, right? Any company which is still on its on-premise servers will move to the cloud one day or another, because that is inevitable. That is something that has to happen. And that is the reason it becomes very important for you guys to skill up to the cloud level, right? Now, talking about Azure, like I said, so jobs are increasing every day. Jobs are there for you. So what needs to be done from you guys is prepare for the exam that is there for Azure, give that exam, get the certification, get hands-on experience, and get the job. This is the course, this is the path that you should have for taking a cloud computing role. All right. Having said that, so guys, this is the reason why we're learning about Microsoft Azure today. Moving on, let's understand what Microsoft Azure is exactly. So Microsoft Azure is a growing applications through Microsoft's global network of data centers, right? So by using the Microsoft infrastructure, you build, deploy, and manage applications on the Azure environment. And like Azure, like I said, it's a cloud provider. It provides you the cloud services. You are using those cloud services, but those cloud services are actually on the Microsoft's infrastructure, and that is what you are paying them for. All right. So this is what Microsoft Azure is all about, guys. Now let's see a use case. Now guys, my philosophy is that rather than doing all the theory first and then going on to the practical, I would like to follow the reverse approach, right? I would like to begin from practicals because that is what your exam will be based on. Your exam will be based on real life examples, it will be based on real life scenarios, it will be based on what kind of hands-on knowledge you have in your Azure domain. All right, and that is the reason every session of ours will have a use case through which we'll try to analyze how we can implement it in the cloud, right? So this is your first use case. This is kind of simple, guys, so please pay attention. So we are trying to make a website which is something like this, right? So what happens here is you have a set of images, and these images are actually being played in the background, and in this website you have a functionality to upload more files to the cloud, and once you do that, those files will automatically be added in the slideshow and will start running. All right, so this is our use case, and we have to implement it on the cloud. So there are two stages in the way we are going to take this use case. The first stage is we're going to apply pure logic, right? We are going to understand how we can actually deploy it on any cloud service, right? Not only Azure, but any cloud platform which is out there. How can we implement this use case? So let's see that first, and after that, once you have understood that, we'll try implementing it in Azure. So first, let's see how we will implement this in a general scenario by pure logic. So your user base will be accessing the internet, right? Now, when your user will try to access the website, he will enter the website name, right? So all of that traffic will come at this point, which is called a load balancer. Now, what is a load balancer? A load balancer is basically a service which distributes your traffic equally among the servers running at that time. So say there are like 5 servers running on your website then, and if traffic is coming on to your servers, that traffic will be distributed among those 5 servers by the load balancer. So the job of the load balancer is to distribute the traffic equally among the servers, right? So this is what the load balancer is all about. So your user base from the internet is trying to access your website. So the traffic comes to the load balancer, and the load balancer separates, or it segregates the traffic into equal proportions and give it to the servers, right? So once the traffic comes on to the servers process the request, and if you talk about our website, so our photos are actually stored on a file system, right? So whatever files you are uploading or whatever files are there which are already been uploaded are there on a file system, all right? So it will access that file system for fetching those files. But our servers, they don't know what files do we want, right? So what is the, like say for example, I upload a file, and before uploading the file there were 3 pictures running in the background. So my server should know what are those 3 files that I have to access, right? There should be a list of those files that the server has to play in the background. Now that list of files is actually stored in a database, right? So what my servers will do is it will first get that list from the database, right? And once it gets that list, it will fetch that list of files from the file system. Say there are around 5 files in the database. So my server will interpret the addresses of those 5 files from the database, and then it will call the file system and get those addresses or get those files from there and try to show that in the slideshow in the website. Now when we upload the file, what happens is First, your database is updated, right? So whatever file is being uploaded to your servers, that file is renamed according to whatever parameter you have set, because it has to be unique, right? Each file has to be identified with a unique name, right? So it renames that file to that unique name and then stores it on the database. Once entry has been made on the database, then it gets uploaded onto the file system. Right, so guys, this is the architecture of your application. This is the logic that we'll be following today. So let's try to implement this architecture in Azure now. So we understood how we can actually architect this use case in a general way, right? Let's see how we can implement it in the Azure environment. So in the Azure environment, the servers that you're trying to implement is actually provided to you by a service called the app service. What is app service? We'll be discussing in the further slides. Then let's talk about the load balancer and auto scaling. So the load balancer is actually implemented by the Azure load balancer and auto scaling, right? Having said that, then we talked about the database. So database is the MySQL database that we'll be using in Azure. And then you have the file system, which is called Blob Storage in Azure. What are these services? You might be confused. Okay, what is Azure Load Balancer? What is App Service? What is MySQL Database? What is Blob Storage? Don't worry, I will explain everything to you in the coming few slides. So let's go ahead then. So these are the services that you'll be using in Azure. Now let's go ahead and understand these services one by one. So let's talk about the app service first. So the app service is basically a part of the compute domain, all right? And in the compute domain, you have a lot of services. But why are we using the app service? Let's understand that. So there are basically three kinds of services in the compute domain if we talk about in a very broad sense. The first service is called the virtual machine. Now what is a virtual machine? A virtual machine is just like your traditional computer that you have in your in-house data house. It is a computer that is accessible to you and you can do anything with that computer. You have all the rights to that computer. All you have to do is basically what you will do with a virtual machine is you will say that I need this much RAM, I need this much storage, and I need this much configuration. Please give me a computer. So Azure will create that virtual machine for you, right? And it will give you the IP address and the password for that machine. What you can do is by remote desktop connection, you can enter that IP address, enter the password, and you'll be able to connect to that computer. Now once you connect to that computer, it is your computer now. You have the access to the user interface. You can do anything on this computer. You can make it a website server, you can make it a worker tier environment, you can use it for image processing, right? You can do multiple things on a server like you might be doing on your server as well, right? So this is what virtual machines is all about. You can configure it to become anything. Our next service is called the app service. So it is basically an automated version of a virtual machine, but with limited possibilities. When I say limited possibilities, this service is actually very more focused, right? So app service basically it doesn't give you the access to the user interface, all right? But that gives you a more simple interface to deal with, because if you were to host a website on virtual machine, you would have to configure the virtual machine, you would have to configure the firewalls, you would have to install the necessary software. Like say for example, you have a PHP website, right? So you would have to install the PHP software on your virtual machine, and then you would have to copy those your website files or the files that you have coded into a specific folder, and then you would have specify the configuration for your firewall and everything, right? So there were a lot of things that you had to do in your virtual machine. With app service, you don't have to do anything. You just have to specify what language you want. Say for example, I want a PHP website, so I'll select PHP. I'll do next. Then it'll ask me what kind of configuration of servers I want. I'll specify the configuration. I click next, and that is it. My website will be deployed automatically. It'll ask me to upload the files. I'll upload the files. It'll automatically send it to whatever folder it is required, and it is done, right? So this is the power of app service, right? It is more automated, because with virtual machine everything had to be done manually, but with app service everything happens automatically. I just have to upload my files, right? So this is what app service is all about. Like I said, so app service is basically used to deploy an application, all right? You cannot do anything else with it. You cannot use it to process a customized workload or something like that. You can just use it to deploy an application, and that is why it is called an app service, right? Moving on, let's talk about functions. So functions is basically a very new technology. It's called the serverless architecture. It basically, what it does is you don't have to specify the configuration. You don't have to specify anything. You just have to upload your code and it executes it for you. But it will not deploy any application for you. For example, you want to host a website, it will not do that. It just does processing. In the sense, it will only do background tasks for you. For example, if you have, let me take an example which uses both these services. If you have, say, an application like Instagram, right? So user uploads his image on your application, and then your application has to store that image. Now, before storing that image, maybe you want to compress the image, or you want to apply a filter to it, or whatever, right? So from your application, the file is uploaded, and now these many tasks have to be done. If these tasks are actually configured in your code, which is actually uploading the file as well, it will actually increase the overhead on the server which is hosting your application. But what we can do is, the way things happen today is everything is distributed, right? So from your application, only the file will be uploaded. Once the file is uploaded, right, the tasks will be the tasks like renaming the file or compressing the file or applying the filters. Everything will be done using the functions. So the function will get invoked whenever the file is uploaded using the app service, and the function will execute all the tasks that have to be done on that particular image. This reduces the overhead on the server which is hosting your application, right? And you have your background tasks will be implemented by your functions, and then will be stored in the respective file system, whatever you have coded your function to do, right? So this is basically the difference. So recapping again, virtual machine is basically a computer. You can configure it to do anything. You can actually use app service in a virtual machine manually. For example, you want to deploy an application, you can use it by configuring your virtual machine, right? You can also use it as a function, your virtual machine, that I mean to say, as in you can configure it to only execute background tasks. But the thing is, you have to configure everything manually. If you want an automated version, you can go with app service. App service is used to deploy an application, right? But if your use case is not about deploying application, you want to do some raw processing, you might as well opt for functions, which is a service which is not used to deploy an application, but is used to execute background tasks. All right. So guys, any doubt in whatever we have discussed? Like, we discussed virtual machine, we have discussed app service, and we've discussed functions. All right. Like I said, we are using the app service. Why? Because we are deploying a website, right? So for deploying a website, I need app service. So it cannot be done using functions. It can be done using virtual machines as well, but it will need a lot of manual work. And our job is to make everything faster, right? So cloud computing is all about speeding up things. The speed of implementing is increased, right? So I'll rather use an app service and upload my code on the app service, and it will deploy the website for me, right? It's that simple, guys. Let's move on to the next topic of today's discussion, which is the blob storage. So the blob storage is basically the file system that you need to upload your files, right? You definitely need a file system. There is no alternative to this, right? So your blob storage is the place where you'll be storing your image files. But why did we choose the blob storage? Why not some other service from the storage domain? Let's discuss that. So in the storage domain, basically you have three kind of services. You have more services as well, but these are the three main services in the blob in the storage domain. You have the blob storage, you have the queue storage, and then you have the backup, right? So the blob storage is, like I said, is a file system on which you can upload any kind of file, right? And that's about it. There is nothing more to blob storage. This is the thing. Next is queue storage. So queue storage is basically a queuing service. Whenever you have to synchronize tasks, say for example, process 1 has to be done before process 2, and process 2 has to be done before process 3. So what you can do is you can bundle these tasks in a sequential manner, and you can add it to the queue storage, right? What the queue storage will do is it will actually hold these tasks according to the sequence that you entered, right? And whenever the queue storage is accessed, it will give them only the first task, not the second task or the third task first. So the way it functions is like this. Say for example, like I said, the image processing application, I want to rename the file first, then I want to add filters, and then I want to store it on the file system. So these three tasks, I will write it down and I will add it into the queue storage. Now, say these tasks will be done by my functions, all right? So what functions will do is it will try to interact with queue storage and it will ask for a task. Right, so queue storage will give the task to functions in a very sequential manner, in the sense that it will first give it the task to rename the file. So it will rename the file. Once that task is done, it will again try to access queue storage, and then queue storage will give it a task to filter the image or apply filter to the image, right? Then it will apply a filter to the image, it will be done with that, and then it will try to again the queue storage, and then it will see that, okay, now it has to store that file in a file system which is specified in the code, right? And it will pick that task, do it, and be done with the first file, and then it'll again access queue storage, and the process goes on, right? So basically, queue storage is used to give a sequential manner to the processes that you're trying to execute. Having said that, this is about queue storage. Then comes backup. So backup is a service wherein you can store your infrequently accessed data, right? What is your infrequently accessed data? Could be, for example, in my company, we take a record of everything, right? We take a record of every class that we do. We take a record of every query that you guys raise. Now, say the classes that were taken, say like 2 years ago, right? And as obviously I cannot delete those classes because they have to be kept for record. But what is the point of keeping them on my live hard drive? Because my live hard drive is where I do my current tasks, right? So rather than keeping it on my live hard drive, I say, okay, let me keep it in a CD or a pen drive, and keep it somewhere where I can take it out when I actually need them, right? So this is the concept of taking a backup. Now, similarly, if you want to take a backup in Azure, say you have your virtual machine and you have stored a lot of files on your virtual machine, but you think, okay, I don't need these files anymore, or maybe I don't need these files as of now, I might need them later. So why do spend that much on the storage that you're taking on the virtual machine, right? Rather than storing the infrequently accessed data, why not put more frequently accessed data? So what you can do is the infrequently accessed data that you have in your machine on the cloud, you can actually take a backup of that and store it in the backup service. Now, why will you store it in the backup service? Is because storage is more cheaper when you talk about the backup service, because obviously, first of all, they'll use magnetic tapes or they'll use SSDs or something like that to store your data. Now, why is it cheap? Is because obviously it has a downside that the response time or the time to retrieve the file from a backup service is obviously more. For example, if you have stored everything in your virtual machine, you can like go to that particular folder, access that file, and that is it, right? But if you have stored it in the backup service, the retrieval actually takes time. But it is worth it because you don't use that file every day, right? You won't be using it, and also you're paying less, so it doesn't pinch you that much because you're paying less and you are not using that file very frequently as well. So why not put it in the backup service? So this is what the backup service is all about. Now today in our implementation we are using the blob storage for obvious reasons that I want to store my image files, right? So I'll not store it on the backup, obviously. I'll not store it in the queue storage. I'll store it in the blob storage because that is what that service is meant to do. Now, our next service from Azure is the MySQL service from Azure. It is basically a MySQL implementation on the Azure infrastructures, right? So you can use any database you want. In Azure, you have an SQL service, which is purely SQL. So if you're comfortable with that, you can use it. I am using MySQL for my use case today because that is the way I have coded my application to be, all right? So it is just personal choice. The next service that we are going to talk about is auto scaling and load balancing. So like I said, load balancing is when you want to equally distribute your traffic among the number of servers that are running that time, and auto scaling is actually scaling up the number of servers that you're using according to the traffic that is coming onto your website. So you can actually set a metric that so obviously when more traffic is coming onto your website, your CPU utilization will increase because you have to process more requests now. Yeah, so your server will be processing more requests, and that is the reason your CPU usage will increase. So you can actually set a metric. Let's say my CPU usage, when it increases 60 or 70%, increase one more instance, or increase 3 or 4 more instances. Right? So it is based on your personal use. So this is what auto scaling is all about. And obviously when you're using auto scaling, the number of servers is changing constantly. You need a load balancer along with it, right? The load balancer, so that say you have 6 or 7 servers which are running right now, and say the traffic decreases and it sees, okay, now the CPU utilization is going down, so it will reduce the number of servers, right? So when it will reduce the number of servers, the load balancer should identify, okay, though there were 7 servers before, now there are like 3. So you'll be distributing the traffic according to those 3 servers, right? So the load balancer actually plays a very important role in the auto scaling process. Having said that, so this is how auto scaling actually works. So say you have one server, right, and the usage increases, it goes on to become 2 servers, and then again the usage increases, it becomes 3 servers, right? Now when the usage decreases, these 3 servers can be reduced to 1 server or can be reduced to 2 servers. So this is a diagram representation of what auto scaling is. We talk about load balancer, like I said, so load balancer is a very crucial part of auto scaling process, because load balancer is the part which actually distributes the traffic according to the number of servers that are running at that time, right? So this is how the process works. The traffic comes onto the load balancer, and the load balancer sees how many servers are running and distributes traffic according to that. All right. Okay, so we are done with the services. These are the services that we'll be using today. So now we'll see how we can launch these services in the Azure user environment. So guys, we'll talk about the app service first. We'll see how we can launch an app service in the Azure UI. Okay, let me show you the user interface for Azure now. So guys, this is how the user interface for Azure looks like. You have all the services listed here on the left side, right? And this is the dashboard. This is called the dashboard. Whatever services you launch, you can pin it here for basically getting access quickly. It is just like a desktop on your computer, which has all the shortcuts and everything, and this is what the dashboard is actually used for. All right, having said that, let's see how we can launch the app service in Azure. So first you will click on app services. As you can see from here, you can click on app services, and moving ahead, once you have clicked on app services, you will reach this page. Click on create app services, and then you'll click on web app, and that is it. Let me show you how you'll do that. So you'll click on app services, click on create app services, you'll go down, click on web app, and over here, as you can see, after this you will reach the screen wherein you will see that you have 4 options. You can either code your website in .NET, PHP, Node.js, or Python. So if it is either of these 4 languages, you don't have to do anything. You just have to upload your code in this web app that you'll be creating, and your app will be deployed automatically without installing any software, without doing any configuration, just this. All right. Okay, so once you have reached this page, you will click on create. So let's click on create, and then you will reach the screen. So now you have to give your application some name. So let us give us this name as Edureka-01. So it says everything is fine. So this subscription is pay as you go. Resource group is something which you can create or you can use as existing. So resource group is something, it's a group of all the resources, right? So we'll be creating a storage account, we'll be creating database account, we are creating an app service, right? So all of this will come under one group. It can be clubbed in one group and it will be called as resource group. So any changes that you want to put across the group, you can do to the resource group. All right, we'll be discussing in detail what a resource group is in the further modules, but for now, all you should understand is that a group of resources is called a resource group. So if you have an application and it's utilizing, say, 3 or 4 resources, it's better to put those resources under one group. All right, so this is about that. Then you have the app service plan. So app service plan is something as in what kind of computers you use and everything. So let's create a new plan for you, so that you understand it better. Under the pricing tier, this is the main part that you have to select, guys. you can select the app service plan. You can give it some name. Let's give it as app service -1. All right. And this is my app service plan. You can select what kind of plan you need. Let me select the basic plan as of now and click on select. All right. And then click on OK. So this was about app service plan. You can click on application insights, which basically gives you the monitoring tools. For now, let's not discuss it. Let's not go into it. We'll be discussing it later. And now let's click on create. So I am ticking the pin to dashboard, which will basically create a shortcut on my dashboard to this application. Comes in handy, and that's it, guys. You will click on create. All right. So now my application is being created. Okay. So all right, why my web app is deploying, let me go back to my slide and let's jump on to our next service, which is Blob Storage. So like I said, Blob Storage is just like a file system. You need a file system to store your files, right? So that is what the Blob Storage is all about. Let's see how we can create a Blob Storage instance in Azure. So you will reach, this is the dashboard, you reach the screen and you will click on storage accounts. Once you have clicked on storage accounts, you'll click on add, and that is it, guys. Nothing much required. Let's go ahead and do this. I'll go here, I'll click on storage accounts. I will reach the screen and click on add, and I will start entering the value. So let's give it the name called Edureka-01. So this is taken. Let's give it name as Azure Edu, right? This name is available. Alright, so the performance should be standard because this is a demo. Replication is not required, so I'll say locally redundant storage. Storage service encryption is not required. Secure transfer is not required. And subscription is pay as you go. Okay, resource group. Let's select Edureka-01 because this is the resource group that I selected earlier, right? And let's pin it to dashboard. So we'll click on create. Alright, so my web app has been deployed already and my storage account is also being deployed. Alright, so this was about it. Let's go on. Let's see for our MySQL now. So for MySQL, let's see what all we have to do. So we will click on new, we will click on databases, and then we'll click on Azure database for MySQL. Alright, and that is about it. Let's go back and do that. So we'll click on new. We'll search for Azure database for MySQL. Alright, here it is. So I'll click on this and I'll click on create. So here it is. I have to enter the server name. Let's enter the server name as Edureka-01. It is available. It's good. The resource group should be the same. So let's select Edureka-01. Server admin login name, let's give it as Edureka. Password, let's give it Edureka1234. Confirm the password, Edureka1234. And it is asking me some special character, so let me add the special character as well. Okay, so basically you cannot have the login name in your password. So let me change the password to edu1234 exclamation. Same in the confirmation. Alright, so this is available now. The location is South Central US. Version is 5.7. Pricing tier, let me see if there is something more or less. Alright, I'll take this. I'll click on OK. Pin it to dashboard and click on create. It's pretty simple, guys. You would know when you will do the hands-on on yourself. So the pricing tier can be the minimum if you are using it for demo, or if you're creating an application which is for global scale application, you can choose the pricing tier according to that. Alright, while it is deploying, let's move ahead. So let's come on to the auto scaling part now. So basically we have to configure our web app to auto scale as and when required. So let's see how we can do that. So let's understand the types of auto scaling first. So basically there are two types of scaling. One is called horizontal scaling and one is called vertical scaling. So horizontal scaling is when you are increasing the number of servers that you require. Say you have an i7 server, for example. Alright, now the usage goes up, so you take two i7 servers And if it again goes up, you take 3 i7 servers, right? So this is what horizontal scaling is all about, right? Let's come on to vertical scaling now. So vertical scaling is when you are increasing the capacity or the configuration of your system. Say you were using an i3 system before, right? The traffic increases. So now you're using an i5 system. The traffic increasing, now you're using the i7 system. So you are having only one machine, but you're increasing the configuration of your system, right? So these are the two types of scaling which exists in auto scaling. Also, the other way is manual scaling. So you can also manually scale up the number of instances or the configuration of your system, right? So the way to do that is to manually go into the service, change the pricing tier, and you're set. This is how you manually scale. Auto scaling, I'm going to tell you in a couple of few slides. Also guys, when you are auto scaling, like I said, load balancing is automatically attached to it. Alright, so when you will be auto scaling in a web app, you don't have to configure the load balancer. The load balancer is configured automatically and set automatically for you to be used. Alright, because it doesn't make sense to use auto scaling and not use load balancer. And that is the reason Azure has automated the process of attaching a load balancer when you're using auto scaling. Alright, moving ahead guys, let's see how we can launch this instance. So guys, first you will click on app services. You will go to your particular instance that you have launched. You will go to scale out and you will click on enable auto scale. Alright, so let's do that. We will go to app services, which is here. So this is my instance that I've launched. I click on edureka-01. I'll go down and as you can see, I have two options. I have scale up and I have scale out. When I click on scale up, you will see the pricing tier, so I can increase the configuration of my system, right? But this is not what I want. I want to scale out, which is I want to increase the number of instances running right now, right? So it says auto scale is not supported for basic tier of web apps. Okay, so let me change my configuration. All right, so if I go to scale out now, you can see that I have the option to enable auto scale. So I will click on enable auto scale and then let's give it a name. Let's give it a name as Edureka Auto. All right. So my auto scaling property name is Edureka Auto. The resource group is Edureka-01. Right. So now you have an option to scale based on a metric, which is based on some statistics like the CPU usage or the memory usage or anything, right? And the other one is scale to a specific instance count. So for example, whenever the traffic increases, say you were one instance now, like increase to 5 instances, all right? So these are the two options. We'll go with scale based on a metric and scale out and scale in your instances based on metric. All right, so let's add a rule. Let's add the rule as in what do we want, what kind of metric do we want to monitor and scale according to, right? So as you can see, the time aggregation is not something we should be worried about. Okay guys, so these are all the metrics that you can actually monitor and scale according to. You can scale according to the memory percentage. You can scale according to disk queue, HTTP queue, data in and data out. Right, so let's for now keep it simple and scale according to CPU percentage, right? The time is not something you should be worried about, and the operator, all right, so what should be the condition? So should it be greater than or should it be greater than or equal to? Let's keep it at greater than or equal to. So whenever the threshold is greater than, whenever the CPU usage will go greater than or equal to 70 for 10 minutes. So you can set this as say 2 minutes, all right? Okay, so it says that it should be between 5 and 720. Okay, so let's keep it at 5. And increase count by. So let's see what all options we have here. So you can increase by percentage. You can increase by count. 2, as in if you were 1, you can increase it to 10, right? And you can decrease the count or you can decrease the person by as well. Alright, so when you are auto scaling guys, you have to set two rules. One is the rule to increase, and obviously one rule is there to decrease. So whenever the traffic goes down, you have to decrease your instances as well. So for now we are setting the increase rule. So let's set the increase count by option. So how many instances should it increase? I think 1 is a fair number. And cooldown is something that is actually there when you are, say you auto scale right now, right? And then say you auto scaled 1 minute back, and again the CPU usage goes up. So rather than going on and scaling up again, what you can do is you can wait for 5 minutes and watch the metrics, right? Because it doesn't happen in a second that your CPU usage will go down, because there are a lot of services which are actually running, right? So you can wait. Once your new server has been deployed, you can wait for the traffic to be transferred to that server as well, and then you can see the metrics go down. Right? For that, we keep something called cooldown minutes, right? So we have the default is for 5. Let's keep it at 5 only. And now this is it, guys. There's nothing else to configure. Let's click on add. All right. So as you can see, this rule has been set. Let's add one more rule to decrease. So the CPU percentage is fine. The operator should be less than or less than, right? So whenever the threshold is less than 50%, decrease count by 1 instance, and let the cooldown be this much. All right. So again, the cooldown logic goes here as well. Say you decrease an instance, and again your CPU is still low because it takes time for your traffic to get transferred to the server number it has decreased down to, right? So let's keep the cooldown minutes. So we'll click on add now. All right, so we have added the auto scaling rule, guys. This is it. There's nothing much to consider. Actually, if you think about it, it's a very complex process, but Azure has given you the simplicity to do it very simplistic or a very English manner, because you just say, like I said, if the CPU usage is above 70%, increase the number of servers by 1, right? So if you go here and if you don't know about auto scaling, you can actually figure out what is happening, right? And same is the case with scale-in. So whenever your CPU is less than 50%, decrease the count by 1, right? So as you can see, you can actually read it here that this is what we have configured. All right, so let's save this now. Alright guys, so this is how you auto scale your web app instance. Now since we are doing a demo, guys, we don't require the auto scale module for my application, so I'll just discard it for now because I can't even demonstrate this to you, right? So I just showed you how you can auto scale. Now let's go back and see what all is left. Alright, so now we are going to do the demonstration. So we have launched each and every service. We have launched the app service, we have launched the Blob Storage, and we have launched the MySQL for Azure. Right? Now let's go back and check and deploy our website. So let me show you how the website looks like in my local host. So my local host is this. Alright. Okay, so this is showing me an error because as of now my code is not connected to my Azure instances. Alright, so let's first configure our instances. So let us go to the dashboard and let's first configure our database. Alright, now for configuring your database, the first thing that you have to do is connect to it, right? Now the way you can connect to it is using the command prompt. For that, you have to click on connection security. Now you cannot connect to your database just like that. You have to configure your IP address in the set of rules that are there for the firewall of the database. And when your IP address is listed there, then you can connect to the database. Let me show you how. Let me show you that you cannot connect as of now. So I will launch the command prompt. I will go to my MySQL installation. All right. Alright, so this is my MySQL installation, guys. So I will type in the command mysql-h space and then the server name, which is this. I'll paste it here. Alright. Then I will give the port number. So the port number is capital P, guys. Don't forget it's capital P. It's different than small p. Right? Small p is for password, capital P is for the port number. And then I'll give the username. So the username is this. I'll paste it here. Right, and then I will type in the password I'll hit enter, enter the password, which is edu1234 exclamation, hit enter. See, as you can see, client with IP address is not allowed to access the server. Alright, so now what I'll do is I'll go to connection security, I will add my IP and I'll click on save. So it says successfully updated connection security. Let's go back to our command prompt, execute the same command again, type in our password, and now as you can see I have successfully connected to my database. Now I can create a database here called Eureka. Let me create a database. Let me clear the screen. Oh guys, I forgot I'm working on Windows. So in Windows you cannot clear your MySQL screen. What a sham. Alright, so if you were using Linux you could have just typed in Control L and it would have been fine. Alright guys, so as I was saying, let's create a database called Eureka. So create database Eureka, and that is it. Then I'll type in use Eureka. I'll create a table. Let's create a table called image, right? And title name as this. One second. My column name is name. Alright, so I've created a table. So if I type in show tables, it will show me the table name, which is image. Alright guys, so this is done now. I have created a table. At first I created a database called Eureka in my MySQL, which is hosted on Azure, and then I created a table called image in it, and the table has one column called name. Alright, so this is it. This was my MySQL. So my MySQL has been configured now. Alright, so my MySQL has been configured now. Let me go back to the overview. Alright, so my MySQL has been configured. As you can see in the databases, it will show that there's a database called Eureka which I just created. Alright, let's go back. You might have to add the web apps IP address as well. We'll do that later. Let's go to our web app now. Awesome. So we'll go to our web app. And guys, this is your web app. This is the URL for your website. We'll click on this URL and you will see a welcome page. This is your welcome page. So now what you have to do is you have to upload your code over here. Alright. So the way you can do this is using GitHub, or you can do it using FTP as well. Now I know most of you are from non-technical background, so you might not be knowing what GitHub is. So for now what I'll be doing is I will be using a FTP software called FileZilla for transferring my files. From the next session onwards I'll be using GitHub, and for that I have actually there is a video in your LMS which is a short tutorial on GitHub, how to use GitHub, which is enough for a demonstration. So you can go through that video before coming to the next session, and then we will be using GitHub. Alright, for now let's use the FTP software which is called FileZilla. Alright, so the way you can connect here is like this. So you have to create a deployment credential. Alright, so my deployment credentials is HR1. Let's give it a password, and the password could be, okay, let me give as Hemant199. Alright, and over here also Hemant199. Alright, let's click on save. Or maybe this username is not available, so let me give it HR12. Click on save. Okay, let's try this again. HR12. Alright, maybe I'm connected here, maybe that's why. Let me exit it. It's Hemant1994. Let's click on save. Alright, so I get the error out of here. Alright, so we have successfully reset the deployment credentials now. Alright, so what we can do is I will go back to my web app. Alright, so now I can get connected to my web app. I'll have to enter the FTP hostname, so it'll go here. One second. Alright, the host name will go here. The username is hr12. Password is this, right? And what else? Alright, the username is this. I'm sorry, the username will be this. Alright, let's click on Quick Connect. Alright, so as you can see, we have successfully logged into our FTP channel. So over here, you'll go on a site, right? You'll go on www.root, and then you can copy all your website files over here. So let us do that. My files are somewhere here. Alright, so let's copy the files now. I can just drag and drop it over here, and the process will start. Now it might take a while, so let us configure some other files while my website is being copied. Okay, so now what we can do is we will go to our dashboard and we can configure our storage. Mind you guys, I might have to upload my code which in my web app, because there are some things that I have to change in the code because the addresses and all, I'm creating new services, right? So I'll have to change the services address in my code. So I'll do that, and then I will update the particular file that I'll be changing in my web app. So let me just give me a minute. Okay, so now what I'll do is I will create a blob. Over here I'll create a container, and the container name shall be hello, and the access type be container. Alright, I click on OK. So I have successfully created a container called blob. If you go in properties, you will see that this is the URL for it, right? So let me show you the code for my website, guys. So this is the code for my website. Alright, now I'll have to change the URL at places, so let me do that. So it will get changed here. Alright, then my container name is hello, so that is okay. And now one more thing, guys. So whenever you are basically going to connect to your storage account, your blob storage, you have to go here. I'll show you. You will have to go to access keys. So here is your key, right? So this is the connection string that you have to include in your code. I've copied it. I'll go here and I will include it in the connection string code. All right. So I'll control V, and over here you have to remove the endpoint suffix. All right. So this is not required. If you put this, it will not work. Okay. I don't think anything else is required. Oh yes. I have to change the database credentials as well. So let's do that as well. So your storage account is set. You don't have to change anything else. Let's go to the MySQL part. All right, here it is. So the server name has to be changed. Let's copy the server name and give it here. So the host name is this. All right, and let's see. So our login name is this. Let's put the login name here. Password is edu1234 exclamation, which is right. DB name, database name is edureka, which is right. Username, user table is image, which is right, and the field name is name. Alright, everything seems fine. One more place I have to change it, so let's do that as well. So let's copy this, paste it here, copy our username, paste it here, and everything seems fine now. So now when I try to run the code, it will run on my local host, but it will not run on my web app. Why? Because I'll tell you. So I was getting these warnings, right? So let me refresh. Wait, let me save it. So let me refresh it now. Okay, 1 second. Okay, so say successfully updated. Let's go back and check whether it's working. Alright, so basically you have to disable the enforce SSL connection in your MySQL, and that would be it. If I want to do this. Alright, so now I will choosing a file and I'll be uploading this particular file, which is desert. I'll click on upload image and it will take some time to upload the image, and it says well done, blob update complete. And as you can see, my image is loading. Let's check whether we have it in our dashboard, as in our storage account. We'll go to Azure Edu, we'll click on blobs, we'll go to hello container, and you can refresh it. And as you can see, there will be a file here which says 1496742.468. Alright, so let me connect to my MySQL now again. Alright, just give me a second. I will type in MySQL-h and then the username. So this is my hostname, guys. So I'll copy this hostname, paste it here, and then my port number, which is 3306, my username, which is this, I'll paste it here, and then the password, which is as of now this 801234 exclamation. I've connected to my database. I'll use the database that I've created, select table, and I'll show you the record. Now let's compare it with what is there. It's 1496742.468 and it's 1496742.468. So guys, as you can see, the same file has been uploaded here and it has been mentioned here. So what my website is now doing is, it is basically fetching the file from my database and then accessing the file over here in my file system, and hence displaying it in its background. So as of now, since there is only one image, it is not showing the slideshow. Let me choose one more file. Let's upload the koala image and click on upload image. So now when you will see, that's the image which is being loaded. And if I go here and I refresh it, I can see that there are two images now here, right? And in my database as well, if I refresh it, I can see two images. Alright guys, so this website seems to work fine. It is connecting with my storage account. It is connecting with my database on Azure. Now let's check if my files have been uploaded. So it says, okay, this might take some time, guys. So let's wait, because we are all set here. We are done with everything. We are just waiting for our files to be transferred here, and then I'll show you how it works over there. Alright, so let's wait. Alright guys, so my transfers have finished. So now let's check whether my web app is working or not. Alright, so I'll go to the dashboard. I'll go to my web app, and this is the link. I'll click on this link. Now guys, like I said, you have to add the IP address of the web app in the MySQL as well. So when I go here, you'll see an error, right? And now, like I said, we have to send the index file again. So I delete the index file from the server from here. Alright, copy the index file again because it's been updated. Alright, and now I will refresh this. So as you can see, it says the IP address is not allowed to access the server. So what we'll do is, we'll copy the IP address. We'll go to our database, go to connection security. Alright, so here we are. We'll select the web app, give the start IP and the NIP. Alright, so let's get rid of the spaces, and this is it. Now we'll click on save. Now why are we doing this? We are doing this because here we got an error that this IP address is not validated. with the MySQL. So we have added this IP address over here. It says successfully updated security settings. Let's refresh it and check. Okay, awesome guys. So now my website is working. So I have successfully updated my website in the web app. All right. And I didn't have to configure anything. I didn't go to the UI. I just transferred my files and my website is up and ready. This is the address which is being used to get to the website. All right. So guys, this was the demo. Let me get back to my slide. So let me recap what I did. I configured my app service with the code. I configured my MySQL with the IP addresses of my own computer to configure it and the IP address of my app service so that the app service can communicate with the MySQL. I configured my blob storage and I configured its address in my code, my PHP code, and I configured the host name and the password for the created MySQL service in my PHP code as well. So guys, this is what we did. Alright, having said that, let's go ahead guys. So we're done with the demo. Let's get on with Azure pricing now. Now, whatever services that we have used, what if I tell you that you can use them for free? Yeah. So let me teach you guys how you can do that in the Azure pricing section. So the Azure pricing section has these three features, all right? So for the first time you register on Microsoft Azure as a new account, you first of all get $200 worth of free credits in your account. Now what you can do with this $200 is you can use it to deploy application as and when you want. So this is a one-time free credits that are allotted to you on registration. Also, with these credits, you can explore any services for free in the Azure for the first 30 days. So in Azure, you can use these credits to launch any kind of service for the first 30 days. And of course, after you use the services, you don't have to pay anything, all right? But you might have to register your credit card with them because that is how it works. They'll charge you 1 rupee in that, and then they'll refund the 1 rupee afterwards. It is just for verification purposes because once your free trial ends, you have to upgrade your plan to pay as you go or whatever that you are looking for, right? But the good thing about Azure is that sometimes it happens that we start using the free thing and we forget to see that it is only valid for 30 days and we forget that, and after 30 days if you use another services you get charged, right? But with Azure that is not the case. With Azure what happens is you are given a pricing tier which says free trial, right? So at the end of 30 days it says free trial expired and you're not allowed to do, or you're not allowed to access any of your services. It is only when you manually change your plan from free trial to pay as you go that when you can actually start using your services again. So which is a good thing by Azure because you have control of your finances in your hand, right? You will know what you get charged for. And that is something very transparent about Azure that it has come up with, which is a very good thing. Having said that, let's go ahead and understand the two plans which are there. So one plan is called pay as you go plan and the other plan is called 6-month or 12-month plan. So basically with pay as you go plan, the thing is that you take a service or you take an instance and you use it for 1 day or 2 day or a week or 2 weeks and you pay for that amount only, all right? But when you want longer commitments, say for example our website, right, our company's website, it's called edureka.co. So it will be there until the company is there, right? So for those kind of cases, it is better to go for long-term plans because with long-term plans, you get discounts, right? So if you compare it with pay-as-you-go, if you're using an instance with pay-as-you-go plan for say 6 months, and you compare it with a service or instance in which you have opted for a 6 months plan or a 12 months plan and you have gone through the 6 months, the amount of money that you're paying in that and the amount of money that you're paying through the pay-as-you-go service is obviously less, right? So the other thing is with the plan, the catch here is that you have to pay a full upfront or a partial upfront payment for the 6 months or 12 months or whatever term that you want the instance to be running on, right? So this is the thing that you have two kind of things. You have pay as you go plan and then you have a plan wherein you pay in future. So it's basically like prepaid and postpaid. With prepaid you have 6 months and 12 months plan. With postpaid you have pay as you go model. Having said that, let's move ahead guys. So this is the thing that you guys have been waiting for, the free things that you get in Azure, right? So the services that we use today, the app service, for example, is free, right? So it is free up to an extent that you can host up to 10 web and mobile apps on any platform or device in Azure for free, right? So for more information, you can go to this link, which I have added in my slide. So this link will take you there, and it lists all the services which are there. Some of the services that we have not discussed today are also included under the free subscription. And now the good thing with Azure is, guys, that even if your free trial ends, these free things will be there for you, right? You can use these free things even if the free trial ends. These free things are there for life. So the first 10 app services that you use in Azure, they are free. Similarly, with the case of virtual networks, you can actually create 50 free virtual networks with Azure, right? After the 50 virtual networks that you would have created, the 51st would be charged for you as one virtual network. It is again a cool thing, right? So like app service and virtual network, like I said, there are other services as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 in all, which are free within Azure for a lifetime. So there are some restrictions, like for example, in app service you can only run 10 app services for free. Similarly, you have these services as well, alright? So this is a cool thing about Azure, that even if the field trial ends, they give you free services. Having said that, guys, okay, so that brings us to the end of our session. So today in this session, we'll be understanding Microsoft Azure Storage Components. All right, so let's go ahead and see what is our agenda for today. So we'll start off by discussing why do we actually need storage, all right? And then we'll move on to the question which is frequently asked, that when do we use storage versus when do we use database, all right? After that, we'll move on to see the topic of the day, which is what is Azure Storage, and then we'll move on to discuss the components of Azure Storage, and towards the end, we'll be doing a hands-on on each and every service that we'll be learning today. Alright, so guys, I hope the agenda is clear to you. I welcome you all to the live session. Any doubts that you have, please put it in the comment section. I have my team with me here. They'll be answering all your queries here today. Alright, so with that, let's begin today's session with our first topic, that why do we actually need storage? Alright, so for this, let's take an example first. Let's take a use case and see and understand what is the need of storage in today's era. Alright, so for example, we have an image processing application. Alright, so for this image processing application, we have given the user interface as a website. So around, say, 1 million people can access my website and put in their request to process their image. Alright, so we don't want the processing of the image to happen on the server which is hosting my website. I want it to be happening on some other server. Alright, I want the processing to happen on a backend server. So for that, we have some backend servers. Now, my request for the processing will come in from website servers. So I need a place wherein I'll be storing all the jobs, right? Which can be accessed by the backend server as well. So for that, I need an entity wherein I can dump in all the jobs which are there, which are to be done by the backend servers. Now, obviously, all the jobs cannot be done simultaneously by the backend servers, right? So say, like I said, there are like 1 million people who are accessing your website at once, and they put in 1 million requests, right? And your backend servers cannot process all the requests at once. So they will do it one by one, right? And they can do that with the help of this entity. They will pick up a job, do that job, and then go again back to the entity, pick up another job, go back to the entity, and so on. All right. So now, when you have all the jobs in this entity, these jobs have to be distributed equally to the backend servers. Right. Once that is done, once your backend servers process all the images which are there, or process an image which had some operations to be done on it, then the image has to be stored somewhere, right? Because you have to store the end result somewhere. So you will store all the properties like the name, the location of the image, everything on the database. But here comes the change. You cannot store an image on a database. I mean, you can actually do that, but when you look at the data that an image contains, it is all randomized. There is no structure in the data that an image has, or for that matter, any video file has, or any kind of file has, right? So that is the reason we need an entity to actually store this kind of data, so that the processing that is required to query this kind of data, which would have been there in the case when you would have stored your image in a database, right? In that case, a lot of processing is required if you try to query them. So we wanted the processing part to become less, the processing burden to become less, and hence we wanted an entity which can actually store any kind of file, let it be images, let it be video files, etc. Came in storage. So let's discuss the first case wherein we had to store the jobs, right? So when storage came in, now we can actually put in, say, 10,000 jobs per second inside this storage service without any overburden on any of the servers, be it backend servers or be it website servers, right? So the processing time has drastically reduced, and the jobs are now listed in the queue. So a queue is actually a service which is offered by storage, right? So now what backend servers will do is it will take up the job from there and execute it, and once they have executed, the job will be deleted and the next job will be queued. Next, when we talk about this section wherein we had to store images, so now any kind of file can be stored on the storage service which is offered by cloud. It's not only limited to the cloud. If you think about it, in your computer, in your own local computer, or in your mobile, you store some pictures, or you store some video files, right? And you store it inside a file system. It is not a database, it is a file system, and it can contain all the objects that you want to store. You do not store your objects inside a database. All right, so this is why storage is needed. Let's go ahead and understand what is the difference between storage and a database. So a storage is basically needed whenever you have objects, like I said. So when you have music files, whenever you have video files, whenever you have images, right? So in all these kind of cases, you use a storage kind of service. But when you have say something related to the metadata of a file, for example, when you store the file in the storage, you need to have the location of that particular file. You need to have the properties of that particular file. So all these things, all the properties, all the any location column that you want to add, all these are structured, right? They are not randomized, and hence they can be added inside a database. Be it SQL or NoSQL, it can be added. Right, so this is the main difference. This is how you'll differentiate between using a storage and a database. Moving along, guys, so now we have understood what a database is, what a storage service is, when do we use the storage service, when do we use the database service. Let's move on to the topic of the day, which is Azure Storage. So what is Azure Storage? So Azure Storage is a service from Azure. So you use it whenever you want to store something on the cloud, and since we are using the cloud provider as Azure, we'll be using the storage service from Azure, and that storage service is called the Azure Storage Service. Now, when you begin to use the Azure Storage Service, first of all, you should have a storage account, which you can create in the Azure Management Portal. So let me show you how you can do that. So let me quickly jump on to my browser so that I can show you my Azure dashboard. So guys, this is how my dashboard actually looks like, right? So as you can see on my dashboard, I have all these services listed. So what I'm interested in today is the storage account. So I'll click on storage accounts. So I have some deployed already over here. I'll click on add to add a new storage account. And then I'll have this page. Now, you will enter the name of the storage account here. So that name has to be unique. So let me enter a name, say live demo 23236. All right, so that seems to be available. Then comes the option of account kind. All right, so how do you want that account to be? What would it be, a blob storage or would it be a general purpose? So we don't want to restrict our account to only blob storage. We want a general purpose account. Right, so we'll choose that. And then comes the replication part. How do you want your data to be replicated? Now there are quite a few, what should I say? There are quite a few
good options that we have here. One is called the locally redundant storage. So when we have the locally redundant storage, what this basically means is, so understand it like this, that there are regions, and inside a region there are zones. So for example, we have the US, and inside US we have cities like Chicago, New York, right? Now say New York and Chicago are two zones and the region is US. All right. So when I say locally redundant storage, what that basically means is that inside a zone, that is inside in say New York, you have a data center for Azure. In that data center, your storage account has been created. So when you select the options or option of locally redundant storage, what basically it does is it'll replicate your data inside the data warehouse. It'll replicate the data inside the data center in which you have actually deployed your storage account, so that if one server crashes, you have your storage account in other server in that same particular premise, right? But when we choose zone redundant storage, what that basically means is, so our zone was Chicago or New York, right? So in Chicago, if you have a data center, and in New York, if you have a data center, so whatever is there in the New York data center will be replicated to the Chicago data center as well. So that if one zone goes down, so if the data center in New York goes down, Chicago would be up, and hence your storage account can still be used. Alright, so that is what the meaning of zone redundant storage is. When we talk about geo redundant storage, what we basically mean is you have different regions. So for example, we have the US region and we have the India region. So inside India region, we have different zones, right? So if you select the geo redundant option, we will have the read-write access to both these regions, that is in the US region and the India region as well. So whatever you have deployed in the US region, in the Chicago zone, will be replicated across India region as well, whatever zones you have deployed in India regions also. All right, so this is what is the meaning of geo redundant storage. And then we have the read access geo redundant storage, which is a very interesting option, wherein you only get the read access of the redundancy. For example, your main server is in New York, right? So it's a zone inside the US region. So if you select read access geo redundant storage, if in India, your data will be replicated to India as well, but when a failover happens, that is when your New York server is down, and when you are accessing, when you're redirected to the India region, in that case you can only read the data, you cannot write on it. Alright, so it is useful for those applications which only fetch data and there is nothing to write. So in that case, geo-redundant storage would actually be pretty costly for you. But if you select the read access geo-redundant storage, it is a little less cheaper than the geo-redundant option, since you are not writing on it. You don't want your data to be replicated whenever you write a thing, right? And that so this is the reason that read access geo-redundant storage is kind of cheap. But since ours is a demo today, so I'll select locally redundant storage, and then the subscription you can choose pay as you go or free tier in your option if you have created a new Azure account. And then comes the resource group. So resource group is nothing but a group of resources, so it is basically created to manage your resources more efficiently. In the case when you have a large use case wherein you're deploying a host of different services, if you include them inside one group, it becomes easier to manage, because if you want to delete all the resources, you just have to delete the group, and all the resources and the dependencies will be deleted automatically, right? So this is how the resource group is helpful. So we'll create a new resource group today. Let it be live-demo1, right? And we'll pin it to dashboard and we'll click on create. So when we pin it to dashboard, it basically has a shortcut on the desktop for Azure. So let me, so while this is being created, let me show you how that dashboard actually looks like. So that dashboard basically gives you all the shortcuts that you want. So this is the dashboard, guys. So you get all the shortcuts that you want to your services, right? So my my storage account is now being created. It is called live demo 2336. So I can quickly access it from here rather than to go to my particular storage account over here and then accessing it. Alright, so while this is being created, guys, this was about Azure storage. This is how you create a storage account. Let me come back to my slide. So this is what an Azure storage is. Let's move on to discuss the components of Azure storage. So right till now we have discussed how you can create a storage account, but inside a storage account you have a host of different services which you can make use according to your use case. Alright, so the first service is called the Blob service. So what a Blob service? So Blob service is nothing but a file system service wherein you can upload any kind of file, right? So for those of you who know about AWS, so AWS has a service called S3, right? So it is exactly like S3, right? There is nothing changed into it, just the name of the service is called Blob. Now inside Blob you can upload any kind of file, and then that file can be accessed by depending on the permissions that you have given, it can be accessed by anyone on the planet. For example, you have created a website and it's showing some images. So those images, rather being on the website's server, it could be there on Blob and can be accessed directly through the link of any object that you actually upload in the Blob. Alright, having said that, guys, let me quickly show you how you can create a blob storage. So let me go back to my dashboard. So as you can see, my storage account has now been created. So if I go into my storage account, I'll get the screen wherein I have to choose a service. Alright, so let me click on blobs, so because that is what I want to create. I'll click on blobs. I'll open it in a okay, I'll open it in the same tab, and then it will show me a screen where it will show me that there has nothing been added, right? So there are no containers yet. So what are containers? Containers are nothing but folders that you have inside the blob. All right, so you cannot store anything in the root directory. That is, you cannot upload any file over here. You have to have a folder inside which you will be uploading your files. All right, so the folders are nothing but containers. Don't get confused with the nomenclature. Right, so inside this I will create a container called live-demo. Right, so it's done. The access type is blob. So what that basically means is, if it's private, it cannot be accessed by anyone. If it's blob, inside this particular container all the files can be accessed. And if it's container, this basically means that if it inside this container you have created one more folder, that also can be accessed. But when we select blob, only the files can be accessed. So we'll select blob and we'll click on OK. And it'll hardly take a second to create a container in the blob service. All right, so we have a container now, which is the live demo. And if you go inside this container, there is nothing in it as of now. Right, so now I have actually created a website which can interact with the blob service. So let me show you how that website actually looks like. Or before that, let me show you the queue service. Let us cover the queue service first, and then we'll come back and discuss the blob. Alright, so let me come back to my slide. So blobs, like I said, you have created a blob. You can upload any kind of file inside a blob using a website, or you can read the files as well from a website. Alright, let's move on and discuss queues. So what are queues? Queues are basically, it's exactly like a data structure wherein whatever information goes first is the first to come out as well. Alright, so you use queues to basically list jobs. So in our use case, we discussed that we have an image processing application which has millions of users accessing it, and since millions of jobs cannot be executed at once, they are listed inside the queue so that the server at its own pace can fetch the jobs and execute it. Alright, so this is what a queue is all about, as simple as that. Now, the way you can create queues in the Azure dashboard is something like this, that you have your storage account, right? So let me go to my storage account. So my storage account is now being opening. All right, so inside my storage account with the blob service as well, I had queues option, right? So I'll go to that queues option and create a new queue. So my storage account was live demo 2336, right? And now I'll choose queues. I'll go inside queues, and as you can see, as of now, there are no queues that have been created. So I'll create a new queue, and let me call it hello123. All right, so I'll create the queue now. So my queue has now been created. Now, if I go to my website, which is there for queue, this is how my website will look like if I want to upload some data into queue. So this is a sample website, guys, that I've created. Now this website has to know how to interact with your queue service. For that, you have a thing called uh, your connection string. So every storage account that you create will have a unique connection string that you have to include in your code. Now, if I click on access keys here, you'll go to your storage account, and then you'll have this pane. In that, you have to go to access keys. Once you go to access keys, you will have a connection string and a key. So you have to have the connection string in your code included so that your code can interact with the particular service. All right, so I'll go to my queues code. So my queue code is this. And if you can see, this is the connection string that I have to specify. I'll copy paste this connection string over here, and this endpoint has to be removed because it is not required in the connection string. Once you do that, you will save it. My queue name is hello123, so it has been already specified here. Right now, I'll go back. I will go to my website, which is this. Right, so I've already specified to it for it to send messages to my queue. Right, so if I send a message saying hello world, right, and I click on send a message, it'll actually send that message to my queue, which can be seen here. So if I go to my queue, you can see that a message has been added which says hello world. All right, so this is what I just entered. Now, if I go on and process this queue, which is I want to receive message now, so I'll have to change this in the PHP as well. So I'll go to my process PHP for my queue. I'll change my connection string so that it can interact with the queue and fetch the messages from over there. Right? I'll change it here. I'll change the endpoint as well. And now my code will be able to interact with my queue that I've just created. Alright, so if I go to process.php, it'll basically fetch the message from that queue and display it here. Alright, so as you can see, the message received is hello world. If I enter any other message, say Edureka is the best, right? I enter this message, I send it to the queue. Alright, and now when I'll process it, I'll get the same message back. And if you will see over here, guys, I'll just refresh it. Now, as you can see, the message has been processed and it has been deleted from the queue. So as and when the message is processed, it is automatically deleted from the queue. All right. So this is how my queues work. Let me quickly show you how the blobs work. All right. So let me go to my blobs website. So this is where I'll be uploading a file onto blobs. And again, I have to change the connection string again. Right, so I'll go to my blob code and change the connection string, which is here. All right, I'll change the connection string to my current storage account. And my container name, I've already specified it to be live demo. Right, I created a live demo container. Now, if I'll save this code, and if now I choose a file and say I upload the desert file. Right, so what it does is it basically renames the name of that file automatically according to system time, so that there's no clash when 2 or 3 files are updated with the same name. All right, so I'll upload this file now. So as of now, as you can see, if we go into our blob, there are no files. Right, if I go inside my blob, which is here, there's no file in it, right? But the moment I upload the file from this particular website, my file will be listed here. So as you can see, my file has been successfully added over here. And now if I go to the particular link of this file, I'll be able to download the file. Right, so my file is now being downloaded. And once it is downloaded, and if I try to open it, it will be the same file that I just uploaded. Right. So if I open it now, you can see this is the file that we uploaded in the blob, and it is now accessible on this particular link by everyone in the world. All right. So this is how cool blob is. Now I'll be using blob and queues together. Let me show you how. So what I'll basically do now is this image that I've just uploaded has also been added to the queue that I created. So let me show you the queue. So if you see the queue, it will list the message that or the file name that we have just uploaded. We'll go into queues. This is my queue, and as you can see, this image has been added to the queue. Now I'll process this image, and the way I'll do it is like this, that the image will be fetched from the queue, and then the link of that image will be gone to, and that image will go into the background of the website. All right, so for that, first I have to change the code, obviously. So I'll go to my blob process website, right, and I will change the connection string to the one that we are using right now. 1 second. Right, so this is my connection string. I'll change it to what we are using right now. Right, and then also I have to change the link that will be accessing the file. Right, so this is the link that it is accessing. So the link has changed now because the storage account has changed. Right, so let me select the link for it. So I'll go inside blobs, and I'll go inside the container. So this link is going to, so from this point onwards till this point, that is till the container name, the link will be same, right? So let me copy the link and paste it in my code, and I'll show you what I mean. So if I paste the link here, so the link till live demo will be same, and just the file name has to be fetched, right? So this is this file name I'm fetching from the queue. And what it'll do now is it will fetch the file name from the queue and will change the background of the particular website, right? So if I process the page now, that is process.php, what will happen is it will fetch the file from the queue and it will change the background. All right, so I updated the desert file, right? So it is showing the desert background now. Now I'll show you how exactly queues are basically used. So say I upload, say 3-4 files, right? I upload this flower image, and mind you, the file, the message that we just received would have been deleted from the queue. All right, and I'll just show you whether that is working or not. So I'll upload this flower file. It might take some time because the files are kind of large. All right, so the file will be uploaded. Okay, it gave me an error. Let me upload it again. So I'll choose a file. So sometimes when the size the size of the file is more, it throws you an error, right? You can't do anything about it. So let me upload the file again. So once it is uploaded, guys, I'll be able to see it here, right? So I have like 3 files right now. So it says well done blob date complete, and if I refresh it, I'll be able to see 3 files now. Cool. So if I go to process.php now, it will not list me the previous file that I uploaded, but the recent file that I just uploaded. So let me go to process, and now it will show me the image that I've just uploaded. All right, it will fetch it from the queue, the file name, and then it will show me in the background. All right, the net is a little slow, bear with me. All right, so as you can see, the file has been there. I'm getting some weird error over here just because the net is not working, but forget this error, guys. You can see you get the image in the background, right? So similar is the case. Now let me go to my storage accounts. So we have discussed queues and blobs now, right? So let me go to my slides. So we've discussed what blobs are, we have discussed what queues are. Let me go to my file system, which is the best thing that I've figured out in Azure. So with file system, it is exactly like blobs. You can upload any kind of file, but with file system, you can actually mount it as a drive on your computer. All right, you can use it as if it was an extended drive in your own computer, right? And also you get an authentication protocol with it, which is called the SMB 3.0 protocol, which is used by servers whenever there is a file transaction. So that authentication you'll also get when you're using the file system. And how you can mount it, let me show you how. So first of all, this mounting process is not available in Windows 7. It is only available in Windows 10 and above. So what I've done is I've deployed a virtual machine in Azure. Let me show you the virtual machine. Right, so this is my virtual machine. So I've deployed Windows 2012 server on this. Now what we'll be doing is we'll be mapping the file that we'll be creating in our storage account in this particular system. Alright, so I'll connect to it, and now it'll ask me the username and the password. So I'll specify the password and I'll click on OK. Yes, and then I'll be connected to my system. So I'm in. So this is my system, guys. So if I go to my computer right now, as you can see, there is no drive that is listed, right? So we'll be creating a network drive over here on which we can upload any kind of file. Now the way to do that is to first go to your Azure dashboard and create a file over there. Create a file system directory over there, right? So we'll go to our storage accounts. So it is in live demo 2336. And then we'll be going to files. Right, so as of now, as you can see, there is no directory which has been listed here. So I'll create a file share service, and let me name it something as my drive, right? And the quota is basically how many GBs of drive do you want, right? It can go to terabytes, but since I'm doing a demo, let me create a 100 GB drive right now, right? So I'll create a 100 GB drive and I'll click on OK. All right, so my drive has been successfully created. Right, so I'll go to this drive, I'll click on connect, and then I will get this command to connect to it. All right, I'll copy this command and I'll paste it in the notepad. So I'll use this in my server that I've just deployed. Now how will I use this? Now if you look at this command, guys, this is the address of your server. All right, so this is the address of your storage account, and this is the file share that you have just created, which is called my drive. Right, the username to access this would be Azure /live demo 2336. All right, and the password for this would be the key, which has been specified here. Now I have to specify everything in that I've just mentioned in this server that I've created. All right, so the way you'll map the network drive is like this. You'll go to PC, you will right click it, and you will click on map network drive. All right, now it will ask us the drive name that we want to allocate it. So for example, we want to allocate the K drive to it. All right, and in this particular thing, you will be putting in your address of the server. Right, so let me copy the address of the server, which is this. All right, I'll copy the address and I'll save it over here. All right, so it has saved it, and now I'll click on finish. So if everything goes well, guys, it'll ask you for the username and the password. Now the username would be this, that is Azure /live demo 2336, right? So I'll go to my server, paste the username here, and then it'll ask me the password. So like I said, the password would be this, your key. So I'll copy the password, I'll paste it here, that is in this particular field, and I'll click on remember my credentials and click on OK. So now if everything is authenticated, it'll go inside my drive. So as you can see, I'm inside my drive right now, and if I go to this PC, that is my computer, I can see that a drive has been added over here. Now in this drive, as you can see, the total size is 100 GB and the space free is 100 GB. So this is the quota that we assigned in file share while creating it. Right now, if I want to copy any file over here, I can easily do that. I'll just copy this particular file and paste it here. Right, so it'll easily copy it and say I want a shortcut to be copied here. I can copy the shortcut as well, because I don't have any files on this particular server that I can show that I can copy here. So as you can see, the files have been copied here, and these actually have been uploaded to the Azure account as well, right? So let me show you on the dashboard if these files are visible. So I'll go to the Azure dashboard, and this is my drive. If I refresh it right now, refresh, so it'll list me all the files that I've just uploaded. All right, so it is taking some time. And so basically, when you create a network drive in your own computer, it is as if you're using your own driver on your local computer if your internet network is good, right? So as you can see, we have added these two files in our directory in the server, and you can view it here as well. And you can download it from here. You can click on it, you can download it, and anyone can download it if they have the link. Alright, so we are done with file system. Let us come back to our slide and discuss our last component of today, which is tables. Now tables is again an amazing service from Azure. So it is just like NoSQL, but it is basically, you can say, a child of NoSQL. You cannot do complex queries on it. Now the way or the advantage of using tables is that say you have a data in which the structure is changing dynamically. What I mean by that is, say you are you have a form, you have created a website in which it accepts three things. It accepts your name, it accepts your mobile number, and it accepts your location. All right. So once it does that, it'll upload it in the database, right? Normal as usual. But what if tomorrow a use case comes in wherein I want to add one more field which maybe is asking for your credit card number, right? So if it is asking that, if you were using traditional systems, you would have to go to your database and add one more column and then go on to change your user interface and your PHP or whatever scripting language you're using. But with tables, the thing is that you don't have to change anything in the backend. As in, you don't have to change anything in your database. It'll automatically adjust according to your data and create one more field, which is basically which is basically you're trying to ingest. For example, in our case, we are trying to ingest the credit card number as well, so it'll do that automatically. So let me show you how you can use the table service. So we'll come back to our dashboard and go to storage accounts, right? And again, in your storage account, you'll have all the services listed. So we will select tables. We'll go inside tables, right? And once we are inside tables, we'll have to create a new table. So let's name this table as, say, new table, right? And we'll click on OK. So my table has now been created. All right. Now the way you can upload your data to this table is the same. You just copy the connection string, you call the API, and you can upload your data. But to view the data in the table, you will need your Visual Studio. All right. So this is one table that I created earlier. So for adding it, I'll show you how to add it. But first, let me add some values inside this particular table. That is my new table, right? So there is nothing inside it because I just created it. So what I'll be doing is I'll be showing you the website through which I'll be uploading the data into the table. So it is this. So this is my website using which I'll be updating the table. Right, now the way I'll be doing it is I'll be first changing the connection string. So the connection string can be found here, right? I'll have to change this. This is my connection code for table. So I'll have to change the default connection string. So let us quickly change it. This is my connection string. I'll come back to my code, paste it here, right? And remove the endpoint. Cool. So my connection string has been given. Now I have to change the table name as well. So my table name is new table, right? And all right. So nothing else has to be changed. Cool. So our code is done. Now I'll come back to my slide and refresh it. All right. So now there are two things that you have to understand that are there in a table. One is called the partition key, and one is called the row key. All right, what is partition key, what is row key? Let me explain you. So whatever files that you're trying to store in your table are stored in different nodes. When I say nodes, there are basically different servers. All right, now each server will have a partition key which can identify it. So say there is server 1, server 2, server 3 and server 4. All right, so I want to store my data in server 1. All right, so my particular type of data that I want to store in server 1. So for that, the partition key would be 1. All right, now inside my server, every row has to be identified by a unique identifier, and therein comes in the row key. So this row key should be unique to each and every record that you will be putting inside a partition key table, that is inside that particular server. If you change the server, again the row key can be same as that of the previous server, but when you are creating records inside one particular partition key, the rows key value has to be different. All right, having said that, guys, so we have this website and we have created our new table over here. All right, now what I'll be doing is I will be mapping this new table in my Visual Studio. Now the way to do that is open your Visual Studio, go to Server Explorer, and once you have you'll be listed your Azure service over here. All right, now I'll have to map my particular storage account on this Visual Studio as well. So the way to do that is in the storage section, right click it and click on attach external storage. All right, so once that is done, it will ask me the account name and the account key. Now the way to attach it is like this, that you will go to the table service, your storage account, you will copy the name, paste in the account name, and then your connection string, your key. Right, so in this case you'll be copying the key and you have to paste the key here. Remember the account key so that you don't have to enter it again and again, and click on OK. So this will add your storage account over here, right? So this is my storage account, live demo 2336. Right, so my storage account has now been added, and inside it I have created a table called the new table. All right, so if I click on the new table, as you can see, there is nothing that has been added as of now. So what I'll do is from my website, now I'll add a new value. So I've already specified the partition key as default. It is called task Seattle, right? All I'll be doing is I'll be entering the name over here, entering the row key over here, which will be unique. All right, so as of now there are no records, so I'll enter 1 as my row key, and now I'll enter the columns that I want. So this particular row is the columns, and this is the values that I want for that particular column. So for that, for example, I want the name column to be there. Right, inside the name column, I want the name Hemant. All right, I'll specify that, and say I want my mobile number to be there. I'll specify mobile NO. Right, and I'll specify the mobile number here, that is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, say, and now I'll click on upload data. So this will upload the data to the table that I've just created. So if I go back to my Visual Studio and I refresh it, I'll be able to see that a new record has been entered in which the row key is 1, right, the name is Hemant, and the mobile number is this. Now say I want to add one more field which is asking for my credit card number. All right, so as I said, the row key would be different. Now I'll enter the name. So whatever column you have already specified, it will go inside the same column. So I have already specified name, right? So if I enter the value Hemant here, it will not create a new column and enter the value Hemant over there. It will just create the column which is new to the data. All right, so the mobile number is again say 5678, and now it will ask me for my credit card number. Right, so the credit card number could be this. All right, so now if I upload the data, and I'll show you how it looks now. So as you can see, now the credit card number of field has been added. So for the first record, there is nothing there in the credit card number field, but in the second record, I have added that I want this data. All right. Also, guys, you can specify in any order. There is no specific order that you have to specify. All right. So I can enter the name first, right, and then I can enter the credit card number. So this is the credit card number that I want to add, right? And say I'm entering the mobile here, right? If I upload the data now, so this is required, sorry, 3, upload data. The data will be updated, and if I refresh it now, you can see that okay, so M capital and M small, you have to be careful of the indentation of the sorry, your syntax as well. So whatever column names you're specifying, it is case sensitive. So like you can see I made a mistake here by specifying a small c, and it created one more column. All right, but as you can see, the name is in the same column now. All right, so what in whatever sorry, in whatever sequence you can add your record, that record will be added automatically in its respective column. All right, so this is how tables can be used. All right, guys, so with that, I think we are done with our services. So we discussed what are blobs, we discussed what are queues, we discussed what are file systems, we discussed what are tables, and for each of the service, we saw how we can use them in Azure and how we can deploy them as well. All right. So let's go ahead and see what all we are going to learn in this today's session. So today in this session, first we'll start off with what is a virtual machine, right? We're going to understand what is a virtual machine, how we can configure it, how we can launch it in Azure. Once we have done that, we'll move on to virtual network. So before understanding what is a virtual network, we'll first understand why do we actually need a virtual network, right? Once that is done, we'll move on and see what is a virtual network exactly and its components, right? And towards the end, we'll be doing a demo wherein, like I said, we'll be deploying 2 servers, which we'll be configuring from scratch. That is a web server and a database server, right? And we'll be deploying them in virtual networks and configuring their properties, right? So guys, I hope this agenda is clear to you. Let's move ahead and start off with the first session, which is what is a virtual machine. So what is a virtual machine? So a virtual machine is basically a raw server that you get from your cloud provider. That raw server could be an Ubuntu machine, it could be a Windows machine, right? So it's basically just like your own personal computer. Rather than purchasing it, you're renting it out on cloud, right? When you're renting it out on cloud, now it is the same as if it was on your own computer, right? So it's a fresh piece of operating system. You can install as many softwares as you want. You can want it to be, make it to be a web server. You can make it to be a worker tier environment. You can configure it to be anything, right? So today we are going to make it a web server and a database server. Moving on, guys, so this is what virtual machine is all about. And also, if you compare it with AWS, which is also a popular cloud computing service, with in AWS, this same service is called EC2. All right. In Azure, it's called virtual machine. In AWS, it is called EC2. All right, moving ahead, guys. Now let's start with virtual networks and first understand why do we actually need virtual networks. All right, so like I said, we have virtual machines, right? So if you say launch 2 virtual machines and you want both of them to communicate with each other. For example, in our session today, in our demo session, what we'll be doing is that we'll be deploying a web server and we'll be deploying a database server, and we want the web server to talk to the database server, right? For this communication, we need a channel and hence we need a network, right? But why virtual networks? So if you guys would have noticed, in cloud there is no there are no wires, there are no switches, there are no routers. All right, so your virtual machine is connected using a logical connection, right? It is logic. These 2 servers are logically isolated, and that is why we call it virtual, right? So this is so we understood that for the communication scale sake, we need a virtual network. Let's now understand what a virtual network exactly is. Right? So a virtual network is just like a representation of your network, but on the cloud, right? So for example, we launched a server on the cloud and we connect to a virtual network, right? When we connect to our virtual network that is on Azure, our network will include that server as if it's on our own network, that is on premise, right? That is what a virtual network is. That is how powerful a virtual network is, right? Your server will be on the cloud, but your company or your company's network will feel as if the server is on your own network, right? And it, like I said, it's a logical isolation of the Azure cloud dedicated to your subscription. That is, whatever resources that you have launched in the cloud, it logically isolates it from the rest of the resources that are there on Azure, that maybe it could be your resources or someone else's resources as well. It logically isolates them and they are insulated to other resources. It doesn't matter if the other resources are failing or doing anything, right? They are all isolated. So this is what a virtual network is all about. Now, when we say virtual network, it basically has a lot of components. Let's understand these components. So the first component is an Azure subnet. Now, what is an Azure subnet? Basically, when you divide a network into subparts, it is called an Azure subnet. All right. So when you divide your virtual network into parts, it's called a subnet. Now, this subnet can actually be given unique properties. For example, in this same virtual network, you have 3 virtual machines, right? One virtual machine is in one subnet, and the other virtual machine is another subnet. But this subnet you can configure to be unique. For example, we want to create a public subnet. So a public subnet is basically a subnet which has internet access. All right. So we can configure the properties such, in a way that this particular net, the machines in this particular subnet will have the internet access, and the other particular subnet will not have the internet access. So a subnet which doesn't have the internet access is called a private subnet. All right. So the virtual machine in this particular subnet will not have internet access. But when you actually see it from a broader perspective, all of these servers are on the same network, right? But because of the subnets, because of the properties of subnets, they reflect different properties, right? So being on the same network, they have different properties, and using subnets, this is how subnets are actually useful. Right. So this is what this is all you need to know about subnets, guys. Now with subnets, the properties that I was talking about, say I want to connect to a web server, right? So for connecting to the web server, for accessing that website, I need to go through HTTP protocol, right? So all of this is configured in a firewall. Now what is that firewall called? That firewall is actually network security groups. Now what are network security groups? Like I said, they are just firewalls in which you put in the properties that you want the subnet to reflect. For example, I want to connect to my web server, so I have to allow all HTTP traffic on that subnet, and for that I'll have to attach that particular network security group to that subnet. Now, I know it's a lot to take. I just explained you 3 components, and you might be thinking which component goes where, right? And so I have this diagram. So I'll just summarize what I just explained it to you. So we have this virtual network. In the virtual network, we have subnets, and a subnet is attached to a network security group. Right, so this network security group is where you will be configuring all the protocols, all the properties that you want your particular machine to reflect. This firewall will be attached to the subnet in which you will be deploying your virtual machine. All right, so this is a place where you will be deploying your virtual machine, and it will be attached to the subnet. Your network security group, and this subnet is actually included in your virtual network. All right, so both these subnets are actually in your virtual network. So one virtual network will have as many subnets as you want, and each subnet will have different properties because of its network security groups. Moving along, guys, now let's, so enough of talks. I have explained you everything you need to know. Let's go ahead and start with a demo. And for that, let's look at the steps that we're going to do. So first, we'll be creating a network security group. That is the firewall that is required for a server. So basically, we'll be creating 2 firewalls, one for a web server and one for a database server. Right, so let's go ahead and do that. So just give me a second. I'll go to my Azure dashboard. All right, so guys, this is how my dashboard actually looks like. Now on this dashboard, the first job that I have to do is to create a network security group. So let us do that. Let us go to the search bar and type network security groups. right? And once you have done that, you will see it is listed over here. We'll click on it, and then we'll click on add. Now when we click on add, we first have to add the firewall for web server, right? So it is your choice. Either you could deploy the web server first or your database. So you'll type in the name of the network security group, that this is for my web server. So I'll type in web server. Then I'll have to assign a resource group. Now what is a resource group? So basically, like for our use case today, we'll be deploying a lot of resources, right? So it becomes easier for us to manage it if it comes under one group. All right, so we'll be creating that group over here. So say I'll name the group as live-demo. All right, so this becomes my resource group, and all the resources that I'll be launching today I will include them in this particular group so that it becomes easier to manage for me. All right, and I'll pin it to dashboard and I'll click on create. Now, while it is being created, you would have noticed that I've pinned it to dashboard. Now, what is the dashboard, guys? So for those of you who are not acquainted with the Azure dashboard, so dashboard is just like your desktop, guys, that you have on your computer. So all the shortcuts are created here. Because I would be configuring all the properties, so I want it to be listed here, and that's why I have created a shortcut on the dashboard. All right, so while it is being deployed, let's deploy our second network security group as well, which is for my database. Right, so I'll click on add and I'll type in database. I'll include it in the resource group that I've already created, which is live demo. I'll click on this, I'll pin it to dashboard, and I'll click on create. Right, that is it. It's pretty simple. Just enter the name, the resource group that you want to enter it in, and create it. Right, now one thing that I want you to notice is, guys, I've not configured any property as of now, right? I'll do that later. So as of now, I just created two firewalls with the name web server and database. Now what I'll do is, let me come back to my slide to see what we'll be doing next, right? So step 2 is create the virtual network. So now I'll be creating the virtual network in which I will be deploying my servers. Right, so let's do that. Let's create a virtual network. So I'll click here, I'll go to virtual networks, I'll click on add, and I'll give the virtual network name, say VNet, right? And then comes the address space. Now what is the address space? Address space is basically the number of IP addresses that your network can hold. So as of now, this virtual network can hold 256 computers. All right, or 256 virtual machines. Now, since I'll be creating more than 2 subnets, I want an address space which will be more, because each subnet will take some minimum value, right? So let us give it a more elaborate address space. Let me type in this, right, and edit this part, and this will give you a bigger set of addresses to deal with. So now my virtual network will be capable of having 65,000 addresses, which is kind of cool, right? Next, we have the subnet name. So by default, when you create a virtual network, there will be a default subnet which will be created. All right. So this is the address range for that default subnet. So it should be in the same range that we have specified for our virtual network. So let's give it this address, and as you can see in this particular subnet, that is the default subnet, I'll have around 256 machines. All right, so that is it. Nothing else needs to be configured. I will include it in the resource group that I've already created, that is live demo. And location is basically the place where the servers are being deployed, right? So by default it's West US. We'll keep it at that, right? And we'll create this virtual network. That is it, guys. Nothing else to be configured. For as of now, this virtual network does not have any subnets, right? We want a web server subnet, and we want a database subnet that we'll be deploying now once the virtual network is ready. All right, let me come back to my slide and show you this diagram. So this diagram basically talks about a virtual network, 2 subnets. Now what I'll be doing is I'll be launching 2 virtual machines, and I'll be attaching these virtual machines with this subnet. All right, and this is basically your network security group. This is where you will be configuring your properties, and this also I'll attach to the subnet. Now this VM will then reflect the properties of this particular firewall. Right? I'll not be attaching this firewall directly to this VM, but I'll be attaching it to the subnet. Now, what advantage do I have in this is that, say I launch 3 servers in the subnet, all of them will reflect this property, right? So I don't have to configure them separately. All of them will be reflecting the security group's properties of this particular subnet. All right, I think our virtual network is ready. Let's see. So if I go to my virtual networks, I'll see that I have my virtual network ready. All right, now I'll go inside my virtual network and now I'll be deploying the subnets. So we'll go to the subnets pane, we'll click on add, and let's add our first subnet, which is the web server subnet, right? Now this web server subnet will be attached to a network security group, which will be for the web server, right? So we'll attach the network security group for the web server and we'll click on OK. That is it. It's that simple. Just add the subnet, attach the network security group to that, and you're done, right? Similarly, I'll be deploying the database subnet now, and I'll go to network security groups. I will click on the database subnet, database network security group. I'll click on OK, and bam, I have one more subnet. Let me go back to my dashboard and see what all do I have. So I have the 2 network security groups. I have deployed the virtual network, I have deployed the subnets in it, and I have attached the firewall to the subnet. All that is left is now the VM. So step 3 is create the web server virtual machine and the database virtual machine. So let us do that. We will go to our pane, go to virtual machines, right? Click on add. And with this, you will get this page wherein you have all the operating systems that you can set in your virtual machine. Now you can set a Ubuntu operating system. You can also configure a Windows server, but we'll be dealing with Ubuntu today, right? So I'll select Ubuntu. I'll click on create, and then I'll get this page where I have to enter the general properties. So I'll name the server as web server, right? I'll give the username that will authenticate me to this particular server. Now, when you talk about the password or the way you will authenticate yourself, you basically have 2 options. You can either authenticate through a public private key, or you can authenticate through a password. So password is more easier, and since we want our things to be done quicker, I'll give a password, and this is the password. I'll configure it now, and that is it, guys. Nothing else needs to be configured. Resource group, I'll give the resource group that I've already created, that is live demo, and I'll click on OK. On the next page, it will ask me the configuration of my server that I want, right? So do I want a 1 core CPU and a 3.5 GB RAM, or I want a 2 core CPU and 7 GB RAM? I can choose all the configuration which are available here in the view all page, but I'll stick to the first configuration, which is the basic one, so that because I'm doing a demo, right? So I don't need a big machine for it. I'll click on select. Next comes the optional features that I have to configure, right? So the storage, and then what virtual network do I want my server to be deployed in. So we have created the virtual network called VNet. So we'll be deploying it in this. Then comes the subnet. So inside this virtual network, there are 3 subnets. Like I said, one is default, that is created by default. And then we have the database and the web server subnet. So since this is a web server VM, we will be deploying it under the web server subnet. Then comes the public IP address. So it will assign it a public IP address through which we can access it. That is going to be new. And then comes the network security group. So since we have already assigned a network security group in the subnet, we don't need any network security group to be attached over here. So we'll click on none. And then monitoring, do you want it or not? I would prefer to be disabled because I won't be needing the server after this session. So I'll click on disabled and I'll click on OK. All right, so now what will happen is it will validate all the properties that I've entered. And once it has entered, it will give me a page wherein I have to agree to the terms and conditions. And that is it. So I'll agree to the terms and conditions and I'll click on purchase. And that will deploy my server. that is it, guys. So this is my web server being deployed. Let's quickly deploy our database server as well, following the same steps that we have followed now, right? So I'll choose the Ubuntu machine. I will click on create. I will go to this page and type in the name of the server, which is database, right? The username, so it's Edureka. Authentication type is password, so I'll type in the password now. Confirm the password. And then comes the resource group, so it's live demo, right? And the location is West US. I click on OK. Select the most basic configuration, which is the first one. Click on select. Now I'll be configuring the virtual network settings. So subnet would be database, right? Network security group will be none. And that is it. Monitoring will be disabled. Click on OK. It will validate all the properties, and then I shall purchase the server, and which will be deployed. Right? If you are thinking how much is it going to cost me, so each server is going to cost me around 3.5 rupees per hour. Right? So that's like a fraction of $1. So I think if you're learning Azure, that is worth it, right? So my servers are being deployed, guys. Now, while my servers are being deployed, let me configure the properties of each server, right? So let me go to the web server firewall and configure the properties. So basically what I'm looking at is the inbound security rules. So I'll click on inbound security rules. So inbound security rules are basically the rules which are created for the connections which are incoming to the server, right? So this is a web server, right? So for a web server, first you have to enable the HTTP connection. So I want the HTTP's connection through HTTP protocol to be enabled over here, right? And the source is any, what kind of people can access the server. So I want the whole world to access my internet website. So the source is any, the service is HTTP, right? And everything else is default. The action, what do you want? Do you want to deny it or you want to allow it? So I want to allow the connections. So I'll select allow and I'll click on OK. Alright, so my security rule is being created. So while this is being created, guys, we'll have to add one more security rule, which is the HTTPS security rule, because our websites connect through two protocols, which is HTTP and HTTPS. So we'll configure HTTPS as well. So let us select HTTPS from the list. Here it is. And then the action is allow. And you might be wondering what this priority number is, right? So priority number is basically the number which will be given to your rule. So say example, in my previous rule, I gave the priority number as 100, right? So when it reads the set of rules that are given in the firewall, the first rule would be the least number which is there. So the least number is 100 and it goes up to, I think, 900, right? So it will read all the rules according to the numbers and then configure them. So we have added the HTTP rule, and the HTTPS rule is also being added, and that is it. That is all which is required. So let me just refresh it, and I can see that HTTP and HTTPS rules are already been given. Now I also want to SSH. I should be able to SSH into my server, but before that, let me show you what if I don't configure the property here. Let's see what that then happens, right? So for configuring my web server, I'll have to SSH into the web server to see to install all the softwares which are required for that particular server, right? So let's connect to this server. So the way I can connect is using a software called PuTTY. So I launch this software, I'll paste the IP address here, and as of now, guys, I have not added the SSH property, right? So if I try to connect, it will show the screen and it will keep on pointing here, right? So the connection will time out after a few, say 30 or 40 seconds, and that basically means that the server is refusing any connection to it. And the reason for that is that I have not configured it in my firewall. So to do that, see, as you can see, it has given me an error which says connection timed out. So to do that, I'll have to go to my firewall, which is the network security groups of my web server, right? I'll go to the inbound security rules, and now I'll add a rule for SSH. So once I add the rule, I'll be able to connect to my service. So it's done, my security rule is being created, and once it is created, I'll be able to SSH into the server. Also, it takes some time for that rule to actually be applied, right? It says that it created a security rule, but sometimes it takes time to reflect. Let's see if the rule is being reflected here. And yes, the rule is being reflected. So as you can see, I've added the SSH rule, and now it is giving me the login page. So I log in into my server, which with the username Edureka, I configured the username to be Edureka, and now it will ask me the password after authenticating the username. So I'll type in the password, and if everything goes well, I'll be authenticated to my server, right? Yes, so I am in my server. So this is my Ubuntu server, which is running on Azure Cloud. Now I need to configure the softwares in it so that it becomes a web server. Alright, so as of now, there's nothing installed on it. It's a fresh piece of software. So let me first update this Ubuntu. So I'll type in the update command. It's sudo apt get update. Right, now it will take some time to update. Meanwhile, guys, let me quickly show you if I can access my web server as of now or not. Right, so I'll go to virtual machines. I'll go to web server. Now you might ask me that we have already configured it to accept HTTP connection, but still if I try to connect to this server, I'll not be able to do so. It will return me a empty response screen. So this basically means that there is nothing configured on my server as of now. So what I'll do is, so my Ubuntu is now updated. So what I'll do is now is I'll update it with the Apache software, right? So I'll type in the command for Apache. So sudo apt get install Apache 2. All right. Once I've done that, it'll install the Apache software here. And within seconds, you can see that I'll be able to connect to this server. So it's starting the service, processing. Yeah, so Apache is installed. Now, if I try to connect to this server, you'll be able to see that I'm getting the Apache screen. So if you want, you can connect to this server. The IP address is 40.83.140.100. My team will be handing you out this IP address. So I'll repeat it again. It's 40.83.140.100. You can go to this link and you'll see the Apache page as of now. Now, as we'll go along and we'll update this website, you'll see that this page will be updated. Alright, so I have the Apache working on my server now. Now, my website that I have created, it is actually a PHP website, so I'll have to install PHP on this server as well. So I'll write sudo apt get php 5 and I'll have to install it. So this is it. 1 second. So I misspelled install, my bad, sorry. Right. So now my PHP will be installed on this system, and while this is being installed, guys, let me show you how my website actually looks like. So I'll go to localhost and I'll type in the address for my website. Alright, so this is how my website actually looks like. It's pretty simple. You just have to enter your name, your email, your mobile number, your location, and once you click on submit, all of this address will go to MySQL. Now MySQL is in a different server, this will be in a different server, and what we're trying to do is we're trying to authenticate them to each other using virtual networks. Alright, so if I go to my web server, so my PHP has been installed, and with PHP I also need an extension which will allow it to connect to MySQL. So for that I'll have to install that extension as well. So sudo apt get install php 5 -mysql. Right, so with this my extension will get installed on the system, and that is it. Alright, so my web server is configured now. Let's go on and configure our MySQL now. Alright, so MySQL is a bit tricky, guys, because there is a lot of configuration that you have to do, but let's hope for the best and see if we can connect to it. Alright, also guys, if you would have noticed, I've not configured anything for my server, for my database server. So as we did in web server, I'll show you. If you try to connect to it, as of now we'll not be able to. So while this is being loaded, let me quickly go to the properties of my database server, right, and include the inbound security rules according to what I want. So I'll first have to enable the SSH rule, right? So this is how I'll be able to connect to my server. So I'll select the SSH service. The action is allow. I'll click on OK, and my security rule will now be created. Also, I should also be able to create a MySQL connection to this server, because I want this server to be accessed through my computer, right? If for example, I'll be creating a database, I'll be adding the table, right? So I want to do all of that through my computer. I don't want to SSH into the Ubuntu again to configure anything. So we'll be doing that. So we need a MySQL connection as well. So let's add that. So it would be MySQL, and the service would be MySQL. Action is allow. I click on OK, and this is it, guys. So now the security rule will be created, and if we try now to connect to our database server, I'll be able to do so. So I'll copy the IP address, I'll click on open, I'll say yes, and now it'll ask me for the login name. So as you can see, the security rule worked. It is asking me for the login name and now the password. So I'll give the password for this, and done. With this, I'll be authenticated to my Ubuntu server. First of all, I'll update this machine with the update command, like we did in the previous server as well, right? So now it will be updated. After this, I'll install the MySQL service that we'll be using to connect our website from, right? So I'll now install the MySQL service, which is sudo apt-get install MySQL server. Right, this is it. I'll type in bye, which means yes, and now it'll ask me for the password. I'll type in the password and confirm it again. Hit enter, and that is it. Okay, so now I've configured MySQL, I've installed MySQL on my system. The next thing is, by default, MySQL only allows the local host to access the root user. Right? If I want to connect through my machine, I have to create one more user for MySQL for me to access it. Right? So once my MySQL is installed, I'll show you what I mean. Right? So we'll be doing that, and I think we are done. Yeah, so we're done. So let's connect to our MySQL service now. So the user is root, and the password was edureka123 to connect to my database, and we are in. So like I was saying, we have to create a user that we'll be accessing from. So let's create a user for MySQL. So I type in create user, say the username is edureka for my database. Where is it? It is on localhost, and I should add the password for it. Let me add the password as edureka123, right? And let me deploy this server. So I've created the username. Now I'll have to grant all the privileges to this particular server. So let me give the command for that. So it's grant all privileges on everything that is there on this database to this particular username, which resides on localhost. So this is a command that we'll be configuring. All right. Now same set we'll be configuring for the percentage host. So let us do that as well. All right. And then grant all the privileges for the same. All right. So done. So we have created successfully a new user. Now if I try to connect to this database using this user, let's see how we can do that. So I'll type in MySQL. So previously I authenticated myself using root, but now I'll use the Edureka username and see if I can connect to it. Sorry, I misspelled it. So it's Edureka-p, and now the password. So as you can see, I can authenticate through. All right, sorry for that glitch. All right, so now what we'll be doing is like I was saying, so we have to configure one more file for our MySQL to get configured, right? So for that, let us go to our directory, that is etc, and in that MySQL, right? Now in this particular directory, I have a file called my.cns. So this is the configuration file that I'll have to configure for connecting to my MySQL. So I'll sudo nano into it, and then I will get to this particular statement which says bind address. So this bind address statement basically says that only localhost connections are allowed to my MySQL, right? So I'll have to comment this part out, and then I'll save it, and that is it, guys. So this was the last setting that I had to do. Now if I try connecting it through my computer, I'll be able to connect to this particular MySQL instance. So how to do that? First I have to go to my MySQL installation folder, which is somewhere here, right? So let me quickly go to my folder. So this is the folder where my MySQL resides. So now I'll connect it using this particular command which says mysql-h. Now I'll paste in the IP address, the username which is Edureka, the port number which is 3306, and then the password. It'll ask me for the password, so the password is Edureka123. Now mind you guys, it will not connect right now. It will give me an error that it can't connect to MySQL service, and the reason for that is that we have configured everything after the MySQL service started on my server. So now I'll have to restart my server to connect to it, right? So it'll take some time, and then it'll throw an error that it can't connect to the particular MySQL server, right? So as you can see, so for now connecting to it, we will have to restart the service. So let me restart it by typing in sudo service MySQL restart. Alright, so with this command, my MySQL will get restarted. So let's see. So my MySQL has stopped, and now it has restarted. And now if I try to connect to my MySQL server, yes, so I have it on my computer now. I'm able to connect to my MySQL server. Let's quickly create a database for my website which says create database entry. So I'll quickly create a database, and I'll create a table for this, right? Which is create table entries. I'll give the name, and then the second entry is email address, so that is varchar30, right? And then the location, which is again varchar30, and then my mobile number, which I'll be feeding here. Alright, so I think the net is giving some problems. Alright, so I didn't select the database, so use entry, and then I'll create the table. So guys, there is some problem with our internet connection. I think it is residing on your end as well. So what we'll do is we'll continue this session in our next video. So we have created the database. Now next is creating a web server that we'll do in our next session. All right, so let me quickly come back to my slide, which is here, right? So we have created a VM for the web server. We have created a VM for database. We have configured our database. We can connect to our database to our computer. All that is left is configuring the web server. So we'll do that in the next section, and I'll show you how you can configure the properties for it. Today in this session, I will show you guys how you can configure the web server. All right. So let me quickly go to my Azure dashboard. All right, guys. So this is my Azure dashboard. And for those of you who are new, I will show you how you can deploy a virtual machine. I've already deployed one, but let me quickly show you how you can deploy another virtual machine. So in the dashboard, you will go to virtual machines. You will click on add, and then you can give you have to choose an operating system. You'll choose the operating system. You'll click on create, and then you'll have the screen where you can fill all the information, right? Once you fill in all the information, you just have to click on OK. And in the last part, it'll ask you to agree to the terms and conditions. You can do that, and your virtual machine will be deployed. All right. So I've already deployed one virtual machine that is for my web server. Now in the web server, you can see these are the properties that I have attached to my web server. So this is basically my network security group for my web server. In this, I have configured that my web server should have HTTP connections, it should have HTTPS connections, and an SSH connection. Right now, if I want to add more properties to it, I can add by clicking here. That is inbound security rules. I'll go here, I'll click on add, and then I can add any property that I want from this list that is available here. Right, so I've already added the properties. Now what I'll do is I'll SSH into my web server and see how we can configure it. All right, so this is my web server page. So I've just gone to virtual. So if you go here in the virtual machines tab, you will find all the virtual machines that you have deployed over here. I selected my web server, and then I reached this page. Now I need the IP address of my virtual machine to connect to, right? So as of now, if I copy this IP address and paste it here, you can see I cannot connect to my virtual machine as of now because there is nothing installed on this web server. So what we'll be doing now is we'll be installing the necessary softwares for my virtual machine to work. All right, so I will enter the IP address here, and I'll click on open, and it'll ask me the login name. So I'll give the login name that I've configured, that is ID Rekha. Now it'll ask me the password, so I'll enter the password, that is this. And while it is connecting, let me show you that as you can see, the page is not working as of now. So we will install the necessary softwares here, and then we'll try again to connect. So if you guys want, you can actually connect to this website. The IP address is 13.93.209.38. Right. So my team here, they will put it in the comment box for you to access. You can go to this IP address, and you can see that as of now we cannot connect to this particular website. All right. So now, so this is the Ubuntu machine. This is my server. I will install the necessary software. So I'll sudo update it first. All right, so my updation is being happening, and now I will install the PHP software. So my website for that I want to deploy on this particular server. Let me quickly show you the website that I want to deploy. So it's hosted on my local host as of now. Right, so let me go to my website. So here it is. Alright, so this is my website, guys. I'll enter a name, an email address, a mobile number, and a location. I'll click on submit, and it will enter all these values into the MySQL database that we created yesterday. Alright, so I'll show you how the values that will be reflected in the MySQL. But for now, let's configure our web server first. So this is the website that I'll be uploading to my web server. But first, I have to install the necessary software. So this is the PHP website, guys. So I'll install the PHP software now. So I'll sudo install the PHP. Alright, so it will install the PHP now. And then we can go ahead. Now, since my website has to interact to MySQL, I also have to install an extension for my MySQL to work. So I'll do that as well once this is done. So yeah, so my PHP is installed. Now I'll install the extension for my PHP MySQL. So to do that, I'll sudo install the PHP extension, which is this. So I misspelled it, 1 second. Alright. Now for all of this to work, I also have to install the Apache server. So let us install the Apache server. So like I said, as of now, we cannot connect to it. So what I'll do now is install the Apache server. So sudo apt-get install Apache. Alright, so now if I try to connect to my website, I'll be able to do so. So let me quickly check my network security settings. So I'll go here, I'll type in network security groups. And that will list me all the network security groups which are present as of now. Alright, so I have 2 network security groups. This is the new web server network security group that I have configured. So I'll go here. And as of now, you can see only the SSH rule is there. So what I'll do now is I'll install the Apache, I'll configure it to allow HTTP connections. So to do that, I will go to inbound security rules. I'll click on add. I'll add the HTTP rule. Here it is. I will click on allow and I'll click on OK. Alright, so my security rule is being deployed. I also have to configure it to have the HTTPS rule as well. So I'll configure it to have the HTTPS rule. I'll click on OK. And yes, I have the security rule for this as well. Now let me restart the Apache 2 service. Sudo service Apache 2 restart. Right, and if now I try to connect to my website, yes, so I can see that Apache 2 page is now working, right? So if you guys will now try to access this IP address, the Apache 2 page will start working. Alright guys, so now since our page is working, the next task is to connect through FTP and upload my website. So to do that, I'll have to first add the FTP rule in the inbound security rules. So to do that, I'll click on add, and in the name, I'll type in FTP, right? The service would be FTP, and then the action is allow, and I'll click on OK. So it is now creating the security rule. And once this is done, I'll be able to connect through an FTP software that I have. This is called FileZilla. All right. So you'll enter the IP address here, your username, your password, port number for FTP connections. It's 22, and then you'll click on Quick Connect, and then we'll have the all the directory listing of that server over here. All right. So as I can see, the FTP rule has been added. So now I'll go to the dashboard. I'll go to my web server. I'll copy the IP address. I'll paste it here in the host. The username for it, that is Edureka. Password, let me enter the password. And now the port number. I'll click on Quick Connect. Now it'll take some time to connect to the directory of my server. So now I have the directory. Alright, so now I'll have to upload my website, right? So for doing that, I'll have to go to this particular directory, that is /bash/www/html. Alright, so this is the directory where you will be uploading your website. Now, by default, you cannot upload your website. So let me show you what I basically mean. If I try to upload my files here, you'll see that I'll have an error, so that file transfer has failed. So that is because over here we don't have the access rights. I cannot read write in this directory. Now for doing that, I'll have to allow myself from the shell. So I'll do that. Let me cancel all the file transfers that are happening. All right. So now I'll go here. I will type sudo chmod -R 777. So this will basically give me the read-write access to this particular directory. And once I have that, I can upload my files. Alright, so this should be it. Now if I try to upload my files over here, alright, so now like I said, if I try to upload my files, it should upload it successfully. So as you can see, the file transfer has now started. Right, I don't need the index.html. So basically this is the Apache page that you were seeing. So we can delete this page. Okay. So my transfers have finished. So now if I go back to my website and I try accessing it, I will be able to see the website that I just uploaded. Right, so this is the website that I just uploaded. Now let me show you the database server that I configured yesterday. So for that, let me open my command prompt, go to my MySQL installation. So this is my MySQL installation guy. I'll type in the command mysql-h and now the host name, right? So for the host name, I need the IP address of my server. So for that, I will go back to my dashboard and my database server, which is here. I'll copy the IP address for my database server. I will paste it here. And then the username, which is Edureka, the port number, which is 3306, and then the password. Alright, so it'll ask me the password. And with this, I'm there inside my MySQL shell. Now this MySQL shell, I have created a database called entry. So let me show you. So as you can see, there's a database called entry. In this, all my website data will go, right? And inside entry, there's a table called entries. So as of now, if you can see, this table would be empty, right? So this table is empty. Now my website will actually upload all the information that I'll be typing in here to this MySQL shell. So if you guys you want to try this website out, you can go to this IP address, you can type in all your information, click on submit, and it'll get reflected over here, right? So before you could actually do that, let me change the index file. So I'll have to update it with the IP address of my server, of my database, right? So for doing that, give me a second. I'll go here in the host name. This is the IP address that I have to change. I'll change it with the IP address of my database server. So I'll save it. And now I'll override this in my server. So I'll take this file index.php, paste it here. Now it'll ask me whether I want to override the file. So I'll say OK. And now it has transferred my file. All right. So now if I enter details, as in my name, my email address, my phone number, all right, and then my location. So now if I click on submit, it'll enter the values in the MySQL. So now if I refresh my MySQL, I'll be able to see the entry which I just made. All right. So this is it, guys. I have configured my web server on the Azure VM, and we have configured it from scratch. So you'll find there's a service in Azure called app service. So you could do that automatically. All of this, that is configuring your web server and everything, you just have to upload your code. It would have installed everything. But it's good to learn from scratch, right? You should understand how things happen in the background, and that is the reason, that is the motive behind today's demonstration today. All right. So with that, guys, I will end today's session, right? So let me summarize what all we did. So we created a virtual network, we created a subnet, we created a network security group, we created a VM, we attached the VM through the subnet, and since the network security group was attached to the subnet, our VM could access the properties in the in my network security group. In my network security group, I allowed all the HTTP connections, right? I allowed the SSH connection, and that is the reason I could connect through SSH, right? And that is the reason you guys could also connect to this website if you try to open it. And in case I would have denied all the traffic from HTTP, you guys won't have been able to access the website. And that is the reason we need firewalls.
Today's topic of discussion is Azure Active Directory. But before we do go ahead and understand what an Active Directory exactly is, let's start by taking a look at today's agenda first. So what do we have here? First and foremost, we would be starting things off by understanding what an Azure Active Directory exactly is and why it is needed. We would also understand what is the difference between Azure Active Directory and Windows Active Directory. We would also understand what are the different audiences this Active Directory caters and discuss what are its different editions. I would also talk about what are Azure Active Directory tenants. Finally, I would finish things off with the demo part. Now, when we talk about the demo, I would be talking about how do you go ahead and create users and how do you go ahead and create an Active Directory. I would also be discussing quite a few other terms as well, but that is for the later part. Let's start by understanding what an Azure Active Directory exactly is. Let us start by taking a look at the definition first. Now, if I talk about the definition, this is what we have. It is Microsoft's multi-tenant, cloud-based directory and identity management service that combines core directory services, application access management, and identity protection into a single solution. Now, there's so many terms in it and so many things to understand. Let me simplify this definition so that you understand it in a much better way. To do that, I would be giving you an example. Think of it in this way. Suppose I am a cloud vendor, or not a cloud vendor, I am a service vendor and I reside on a cloud. That means I have a particular application that runs on cloud. Now, this service is used by quite a few customers. Plus, there are quite a few organizations that I have to interact with. Now, in this case, all these medias or customers and organizations, they have to communicate with me. So how do they do it? Well, what they would do is they would go ahead and create an account or maybe have some user IDs through which they can actually communicate with me. Now, this is okay if the number is countable or manageable. Suppose there was a situation where we had n number of people and the number of people was constantly increasing. Suppose I have somewhere around 1000, 2000 people. Now, these many logins and these many credentials, managing all these can be a huge problem. Let me give you an example. How does this happen exactly, or what problems do you face normally? Suppose I have 10 organizations. Now, to log into all these or give access to all these 10 organizations can be a huge problem. Why? All these organizations might have different kind of accesses. Based on that, I have to set in different security protocols as well. If certain organizations have an easier protocol, what if they get an access to other organizations as well, or to the data that other organizations have to correspond to? In that case, it can be a huge problem. Apart from that, I might have n number of customers, and keeping track of so many customers can again be a problem when you talk about creating credentials. So all this is a huge problem. So what happened was Microsoft Azure, it went ahead and created something called as Azure Active Directory. It is nothing but something that acts as a middleware. It takes care of all the sign-ins and all these things. How? Now the users will have a single sign-on process. That means they would sign in only once. Plus, they can have access to the applications that are there which I provide them. Now, this intermediary, that is your Active Directory, what it does is it federates all the responsibilities of taking care of access and all those things. That is, the way I set all the rules, it just incorporates those rules and accordingly it gives access to all the users, thus simplifying all the complexities that I would face otherwise. So this is what an Active Directory exactly is. It basically goes ahead and simplifies all the signing in and user authentication processes, or identification processes rather. Now, as we move further, we would be discussing quite a few other terms and you'd be having a clearer picture as to what I'm saying exactly. But meanwhile, you just bear with me and let's move further and try to understand what are the other points that we need to talk about. Okay, yes, I did miss out on this point. What Microsoft Azure does is it also gives you something called as a better platform where developers can develop their applications with a lot more ease. Again, as we move further, we'd be understanding this point as well. So what is the exact difference between Windows AD and Azure AD? Let's try to understand that as well. Now, when you talk about Windows AD, that is Active Directory, these are the layers it has to take care of. You have something called as your domain services, you have your lightweight directories, you have your federation services, certificate services, and rights management services as well. Now, these are so many things to take care of. When you talk about your Active Directory with Microsoft Azure, it combines all these layers into two. Firstly, you have your Windows Azure Active Directory. Now, it is something that takes care of all the services that surround or revolve around identity problems. That is, when you talk about identification management, this is the part that takes care of it. That is your WAAD. And then we have the other part where you have to actually go ahead and communicate with other organizations. I gave you an example of 10 different organizations needing 10 different things. That is federating all these organizations. Your Windows Azure Access Control Services, it takes care of all those things. So both these so-called Active Directories, they more or less serve similar purposes, but the approach in which they do is completely different. Your Active Directory has more layered approach where every service is given a different layer or different way of handling it. But when you talk about your Microsoft Azure Active Directory, it simplifies things. Your first layer takes care of most of the things, and the remaining things are something that is taken care by your Windows Azure Access Control Service. Also, when you talk about Active Directory, it uses something called as LDAP for various other communications. But when you talk about your Azure Active Directory, here you use something called as your REST APIs. Again, the approach is completely different. So what are the audiences that are catered by this directory? Well, first and foremost, we have IT admins. Now, when I talk about IT admins, what Microsoft Azure Active Directory does is it provides in single sign-on for various applications. Now, there are quite a few SaaS applications, that is software as a service applications, and various on-premise applications to which you have a single sign-on. You do not have to log in every now and then. Now, I've worked on quite a few applications and places where you have to log in every now and then. You have a lot of trouble because you have to remember so many passwords and so many logins, and these different credentials can be a problem. Now, this is something your Microsoft Azure takes care of. Single sign-on is very convenient. Apart from that, it ensures strong identification, and there are quite a few processes that ensure this. Now, I won't be discussing those points in detail, but yes, when you talk about identification, Microsoft Azure ensures that it happens in a very good manner. Plus, it automates quite a few processes, again easing up this process. Apart from that, it also caters quite a few developers as well. Now, I'm talking about quite a few organizations, and since sign-on becomes easier here, your application developers can focus on building applications. And since they have access to so many organizations and so many resources, application development definitely becomes easier. Online customers. Now, people who have been working for quite a while, they might know that we have things like Office 365, or you have your CRM services as well. Now, you had an access to all these things by using your Windows Active Directory, but your Microsoft Azure Active Directory also gives you access to all these services. That means if you're using or have account on any one of these things, you can have access to all these services or have access to all the Active Directory services that Azure has to provide to you. So what this does is it caters the needs of various online customers as well. So let us try to understand the next point, that is Azure Active Directory additions. For that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and switch into the Microsoft's web page basically, or I'm going to switch into my browser and move to their website and talk about all these points. So instead, what I would do is I would first discuss the last point, and before we do go ahead and take a look at the demo, then we would just go ahead and talk about these points as well so that we can directly switch into the demo part. So let's move further and try to understand the next point and then come back to this point. So what are tenants basically? Now, when you talk about a tenant, it is nothing but an organization. I just mentioned that we have tens of organizations that a particular application might cater. Now, all these organizations are treated as tenants. All these tenants can have access to a particular Active Directory or more than one Active Directory. As we move into the demo part, I would be talking about how to create multiple directories as well. Yes, we can have more than one Active Directory. We'll discuss that as we move into the demo part. But before that, you just understand these points as in what I'm trying to say exactly. Yes, what happens here exactly is when you talk about a tenant, first and foremost, it is nothing but an organization, and it is a dedicated instance of your Azure Active Directory service. Plus, these are isolated instances. That means, as I've mentioned, we have 10 organizations or 5 organizations. You'd be having isolated instances for each of these organizations, ensuring that they stay aloof and their services and their protocols are maintained differently. This is where your Azure Active Directory steps in. It takes care of all these things. It ensures that nothing is ambiguous or nothing is intermixed. Everything stays separate. Plus, each and every platform or organization gets serviced equally well. As we move further, we would be creating users, and then I would give you the differences as in what a tenant is, how do you go ahead and create all the domains and all those things. So again, into the demo part, you'd be understanding these topics with little more clarity or more understanding rather. This is the demo part, but before that, as I've already mentioned, let me quickly switch to the website of Microsoft Azure, and I would be discussing the editions that you can choose from, and then we can directly jump into the demo part. Okay guys, so this is a Microsoft doc basically, which talks about choosing an edition. So these are the options you have. We would be finishing this quickly and then we would be switching into the demo part. So let's understand this. Now, what Microsoft Azure does is it gives you various options. First and foremost, you have 3 options to pick from. And out of these 3 options, the first one is your basic option, that is your Active Directory basic. Then you have your premium, which is P1, and then you have one more premium, which is P2. All these things provide you with different options that you have. First and foremost, your main job is to have your access, that is your identity management, your security, and your single sign-on and all those things. Now, these are some of the services that come with your basic account as well, and also with your free account. What Microsoft Azure does is, for people who are completely new to this session and Microsoft Azure, let me tell you that you have a free sign into Microsoft account. That means you can go ahead and create your account there and avail these services for a certain duration, which are available to you for free. So yes, you do not have to pay anything. There you have a free account. In that, you'll be having access to some of these services. But if you need advanced services, then you have to pay for it. And for those things, you have 3 options. That is your basic, premium P1, and premium P2. Let's try to understand these one by one, as in what are these and what do they have to offer to you. Now, if you scroll down and if you take a look at this thing, you have your Azure Active Directory Basic now. This basic is nothing but it is designed for people who are task workers or who are focused on a particular application on cloud. Now, it takes care of everything, your single sign-ons, your SLAs, and it ensures that the security is 99.9%. And it provides you with all these features which you can see here, that is your self-service password resets and all those things. You also have access to quite a few things like your proxies and all those things. I won't be getting into the details of what proxies are and all those things. But yeah, for people who are admins and who have worked on these topics or in these domains, they would understand what do these things mean. So yep, you have access to all these things which fall under your basic option. Apart from that, you have something called as your premium P1. Now, this is for people who want to scale up. So when you try to scale up, you'd be dealing with quite a few things, and terms like your IAM and all those things would come into picture. Now, IAM is nothing but your identity and access management basically, which is a very important point when you talk about Active Directories. So yes, it provides you with these things as well, or these facilities as well, like identity protection, your security in the cloud, and all those things. Everything is taken care of for this particular model. Now, when you talk about Premium P2, if I scroll down, this is what you have. It is designed for more advanced protection. That means you'd be getting all the services that were provided in basic and P1. Apart from that, you'd be having some additional services which ensure more security. That means it focuses more on privileged identity management. Now, again, this is something that you can read and understand. It is very easy, but to give you a basic difference, your first thing provides you with your basic services. That is, your basic access gives you basic Active Directory service access. Then you have your premium version, which is focused for scaling up. And when you talk about P2, it focuses more on advanced security. So these are the three different editions that you can choose from. Now, if you're somebody who is belonging to a particular organization and wants to go ahead and use these services, he can actually go ahead and read all these things and then go ahead and take a decision accordingly. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm quickly going to go ahead and switch into the demo part. For that, I need to go ahead and open my Microsoft Azure account. So let's do that. Well, my internet is kind of slow today, so it might take a little longer while than normal. I can click here on portal and there you go. It would ask me to sign in. I would be using a dummy account today for this so-called demo. I wanted to give you an access to or view to quite a few directories and all those things. So that is why I did go ahead and create an account and or certain Active Directories created or basically certain accounts created. Now, this is how the Azure portal looks like for people who are completely new. Again, you have your dashboard here. Apart from that, you can actually go ahead and create quite a few things. That is your virtual machines, your data factories, and all those things. For people who want to know all those things, they can actually go ahead and refer the other videos that are there in this series, and you'd know quite a few other things as well. But as far as this session goes, we are here to talk about Active Directory. So let's head into it and try to understand how do you go ahead and create Active Directories and all those things. Now, how do you navigate to a particular Active Directory? Now, if you scroll down here, you'd be seeing an Active Directory here. For people who have an account on Microsoft Azure and have access to all these things, they would have an Active Directory by default. So you just have to come here and click on it, and a particular dashboard would open up for you people as well. Now, this is how it looks like. You have all these things, an overview, getting started. You have users, groups, which you can manage and monitor. You have devices you can connect to, your various app registrations. As I've told you, you can manage multiple applications as well. Now, in that case, what happens is, as I've mentioned, you might be dealing with multiple applications. So a particular user, what applications should he have access to? What domains does he have access to? What are the devices that are configured? All these things can be controlled or managed from here basically. So this is what your so-called Active Directory does. Now let's move further and try to create some users. Now, how do we do that? Well, I can click on this icon here and it would give you the list of users that are already there. As you can see, there are quite a few users here. This was a demo account, so we did go ahead and create so-called users so that you can have a look at them. This is something that I created yesterday, that is Chris Pratt. Now, how do you go ahead and create an account? I would be talking about all these things. To give you a start, you have to click on this thing, new users, and this window opens up. Now again, I'll have to go back and show you something else. How do we deal with all these things? Well, first and foremost, you need to give in a pseudonym or a name of the person for which you want to create a user. Apart from that, you need a particular domain name, or yes, a domain name for a particular domain service. Now, how do we get that? Now, these domain services have to be registered with your so-called Azure Active Directory. So I have these accounts here, right? So I can use one of these accounts to just go ahead and create a particular user. Suppose I want that user to be assigned or maybe associated with this ID. So I can select this domain service extension basically. Again, click on new user. So what name should I give to this particular user? Now, I am a huge cricket fan and recently I watched England's match. So let's pick name of one of the players that belongs to England team. Say Sam Billings, and again, this is where I would be creating the user. Say I say Sam Bill as a pseudonym, and I give in this domain details, that is at edureka.tk. Now this is something that is configured already. That is why I can use it and I can have an account. If I used an ID that was not registered with this Azure account, I wouldn't have been able to create this user because it would have given me a particular error. As we move further, we would be taking a look at that as well. But for now, let's go ahead and create a legitimate user, that is this one. Now it verifies whether the name is proper or not. Name is something you can use in any which way you want to, but your username has to be legit and valid. So I have these details which I've entered. Configuration not required, properties can be default, and if I have to assign him a role, I can click here. You can see the name is verified here as well. Let's make him a global admin maybe. And again, you'd be given a password here. If you say show, it would show you the password, and I would suggest that you note it down because you would be required to go ahead and log in, and in that case you might be needing this password. So a suggestion that you note it down. I say okay here and I create the user. Now it might take a while because at times there are certain things that take a while, but in this case it has happened pretty quickly. So as you can see, we've gone ahead and created a user. His name was Sam Billing if I'm not wrong. So yes, there you have this account which is Sam Bill. And if you click on it and open it, you can have access to that account where you can enter in other details, what applications that are there under this user and what applications do you want to assign, which devices do you want to configure and all those things. If you scroll down, you have some other options as well, sign-ins and audit logs. Now I won't get into the details of these things, but you can assign all these things to this particular user as well. So yeah, this is what the user looks like, and you can actually go ahead and log into this Azure account through this user profile as well. We can do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and create or open an incognito window where I'm going to go ahead and log in as this user. Let's just say incognito. And now if I try to log in, I would have to enter in the details. I've actually gone ahead and tried logging in, but I've forgotten the credential details. So let me just quickly switch to this window, copy this email ID and again switch here. So this is the email ID which we have, Sam Bill, next. And my password was, I hope it is right. Yes, so when you log in for the first time, it would ask you to enter the current password. And then you can enter the new password, let's say, and then you re-enter the password. There you go, and you sign in. So what happens is you enter into this portal as a fresh user. See, I'm a completely new user and it says, do you want to start a tour? But I don't want to do that, so I would just say maybe later. There you go. You have your fresh dashboard. There is nothing pinned here and everything is completely new. So yep, you've entered in as a completely new user. And this is the Active Directory where I'm assigned to. That is my previous Active Directory. As you can see, this is what we have here to offer. So yes, as a user, I have certain privileges and I can have access to this so-called portal. So this is something I wanted you all to see. There are quite a few other things which we are going to go ahead and take a look at it. But for now, let me just log out and close this tab. Now I'm back here. The other things I want you to understand, and those things are, if I come here, what you can say is we have certain users here, right? There you go. Now, if you take a look at certain email IDs, you can see these email IDs. Now, these are quite huge email IDs, right? What happens is when you do go ahead and register your domain service, you register that domain service with Microsoft Azure account. And when you do go ahead and create users, you would not want to have such use names. That is, say, for example, Vishal at Microsoft something, 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 something. That can be long, right? And that is complicated to handle or manage. So instead, what you can do is you can provide them with pseudo identities or pseudo IDs as well, so that the process becomes easier or simpler to handle. Let's try to do that and see how can we do that. Can we just go ahead and assign a particular domain name or a domain service when we just go ahead and create a new user or all those things? So in order to add a particular domain, what you have to do is you have to go ahead and again, where is my Active Directory? Here it is. And I just kind of scroll down. You can see custom domain names, where you can actually go ahead and add domain names, but there are certain catches to it. Let's try to understand those. Now it would ask me to enter a custom domain name and I say demo domain maybe. Yeah. And let me give it some extension. Now, again, let me tell you that this is a demo practice and it won't take in this particular domain name. I'll tell you why. But first, let's just try to add this domain. Yeah, the domain name is added. But as you can see, to use demo domain.add with Azure AD, create a new text record with your domain name registrar using the info below. So if I say text, I need to copy this part and I have to actually go ahead and add this to my particular domain name. Now, I won't be going ahead and doing that because that is something that we are not discussing here, because for that we would be needing some other domain name, which I do not have right now with me. So if you do go ahead and try to add a particular domain name, you need to have that particular domain. That is, suppose I'm using a particular website, or I have a particular organization which has a particular website or a domain name that is xyz@xyz.com or something like that. So I need to make sure that I go ahead and register or have access to that particular domain, and then I need to go ahead and attach this particular text to it or authorize this text with it, so that I can actually go ahead and confirm with Microsoft Azure that yes, I have an access to that particular domain, and only then can I go ahead and use this particular domain with my Microsoft Azure. Now if I click here on verify, it would give me an error that I'm very sure of. See, could not find the DNS record for this domain. DNS changes may take up to 72 hours to propagate. That means I have 72 hours to go ahead and add this particular text message to that domain, and so that I can verify that yes, this domain is legal. But in this case, it isn't. I just took something for the demo purpose or for the reference sake, and this is the domain that I might have or which I can actually go ahead and use. So yeah, this is how you actually go ahead and add a particular domain, and you can actually go ahead and create a user as well. What you have to do is, when you do go ahead and register this particular domain, you can just go ahead and follow the processes like creating a user, which we did in the previous case, because that was the registered domain. When I used that so-called edureka.tk, it was registered with my so-called Azure account, and I could actually go ahead and register that particular user. But in this case, I cannot. But yes, if you do go ahead and create a particular domain, or you want to go ahead and create a particular domain or register a particular domain, make sure that it is valid and it is under use, and you can actually go ahead and register that particular domain by using this particular process. So yeah, this is how you actually go ahead and do all these things. Now, when you have this particular domain, which is not registered, and if you do go ahead and create a particular user on it, what happens is your Microsoft Azure would let you create that user, but the credentials or the access that user has is as a guest user, because your Microsoft isn't sure that this domain which you just created is actually registered or something that you can actually go ahead and use. So that is one point which you need to consider. Now let me just quickly go back to my Active Directory and see if there are anything or any points that I need to discuss with you or something that we have missed upon. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about something else called as creating an Active Directory. Or can we create multiple Active Directories? That is a question. If you ask me, I would say yes, definitely you can create multiple directories. Now, as you see here, if I go to a particular directory, I would be having an option called as switch directories. Now, if I click here, I have certain options from which I can pick a default directory. Now, in my case, I have quite a few directories which I can actually go ahead and choose from. But I want to give you all a demo as in how do you go ahead and create one, because these are something that we have created for the practice purpose or certain usage purpose. So let's go ahead and create a fresh one. So how do we do that? Can we just go ahead and create one? Well, yes, definitely we can create one. If you just scroll down, you have certain options here. We had an option of creating a new directory. Let me just go ahead and see where that option is. See, here's this option, create a directory. So let's start by giving it certain names, say edureka 1 2 3 4. Not 1 2 3 4. Let's call it, say, edureka maybe. Is it there? Yep. And what should be the domain name? Edureka 121. Edureka 121. State, well, since I'm from India, let's stick to India, and I say create. Now it might take a couple of minutes when you just go ahead and create this so-called directory. So yep, meanwhile you bear with me. And there you go, you have your directory here. You can just click on this thing to manage your directories. As you can see, it's a completely new directory which is fresh and new to use. That means, as you can see, it's edureka. And if you click on any one of these things, you won't be having anything else. Now, in my previous Active Directory, I had so many users. Now, if you come here, you would see there's just one user, main admin. I do not have anything else or no other user whatsoever. That means this is a fresh directory. Like, as you can see, if you just go back to the edureka option, you'd be having an option of resetting your so-called directory, and you can do that as well. But I do not want to do that for now. I can just click on this and I go back. See, here's the option. You can click on it and you can switch the user. So yeah, You can use multiple directories and you can have multiple users for these directories as well. Now I can just go ahead and create users for this directory as well, but I won't be doing that. Now, since I do not need this directory, I'm just going to go ahead and delete it. So I click on this icon. I do not have permissions probably, so I click on it and I ensure that permission is granted. I say yes and I save changes. It might take half a minute to update these properties, or if the internet is slow, it might take longer as well. There you see, the changes have been updated. Now if I refresh this thing, the access is given to me. I can just, I don't want to delete the dashboard. I just want to go ahead and delete my so-called Active Directory. Okay, so I do not have an access to my domain services, because of which I'm not able to delete this account. But yeah, you normally have an option where you can actually go ahead and delete this directory. So yep, you can go ahead and do that as well. So yeah, this was the demo about Active Directory, as in how do you go ahead and create a user, how do you create a particular domain space or domain service basically, how do you go ahead and create multiple Active Directories.
We want to know about what is DevOps, what are the services available in Azure to handle the DevOps. So let's first learn about what is DevOps. All right, so first thing is when we say what is DevOps, so basically just for the definition perspective, it's a set of practices intended to reduce the time between committing a change. So let's say you are building an application. If you commit a change, committing this change and taking it to the production is a very long process. But then DevOps means that once you commit a change and finally taking that change to the production, DevOps is something which can help you reduce the overall time and provide you a standard set of practices using which it makes your deployment very, very smooth. Of course, it can help you maintain high quality in your application. This means if you want to do testing, if you want to do some reviews, all these things basically are covered in the DevOps. Some of you guys might be coming from the development background. Some of you might be coming from the operations background. So this is a place where both of us meet together. The developer, the operations guys, they come together and work together. So far in our normal work environments, if we are not into DevOps, what do? The developers have the responsibility of doing some coding, building that, and finally putting it into a source control. Once you put it into a source control, the test team will actually take that source code, do their own builds, and start doing the testing on top of it. Now, once they are doing this testing, they'll do some test stuff, push it back to the development team, and this to and fro keeps happening. Once all this testing is complete, then you put everything into the operations bucket. Then you tell them that, yes, we are done. We have completed everything. Now you go ahead and make a release of it, do the deployment, do the operations on top of it, keep monitoring the stuff. If you face any challenges, then inform the development team. Now, this used to be a very siloed approach. So developers and testers working separately, the operations guys are working separately, and there used to be a lot of friction between these two areas. So now when we come to the DevOps environment, these two set of people, they have actually become one, which means you together do the development, you together put it into the source control, you do the testing, and finally you go ahead, because it's not just individual people, it's a team. So you go ahead and do the release, you do the deployment, and finally do the monitoring, so that because if you have started developing something, you know that what is the best thing you have developed and how you need to handle that. So this is one area where the developers and operations, they come together and work as a team. Friction can be reduced, the time to market becomes faster, and the quality even becomes much better. Do not worry if you do not get the 100% of what is happening, but then the overall idea to understand is that now the developers and the operations, they come together and work together as one single team. Just for this, a very small diagram, the developers, they'll build something, they'll start pushing it to the operations team. So you do the deployment, you take care of everything. The operations, if they'll face any challenges, they'll start pushing it back to the developers team, looking at a very small thing. Okay, if I can solve something very quickly, that's fine. Otherwise, I'll start pushing it back to the developer team, saying that this is not working. So there is a lot of friction and there is a lot of miscommunication that happens in this kind of environment. Way to solve it is that both of us, the developers and the operations, work together as a team. Okay, I hope you got some glimpse of what is DevOps. And now we're going to talk about some tools which are available in DevOps. When we say DevOps, each of these areas are covered by different kinds of tools. So if you are doing some development, you might use, let's say, Eclipse. You might use, let's say, Visual Studio. You might use Visual Studio Code. And then you are checking in your code in TFS, Team Foundation Services. You might be checking in your code in Jira, in Git, or a lot of different repositories. Now, this is one area. Of course, if you have to do some builds, you can use a Kudu server, you can use Maven, you can use Gradle. So all these different tools are used to build your applications. Finally, if you are done building your code and if you have done all the check-ins, then the testing happens. You might be using Selenium, you might be using Selenium or JUnits to do the testing of your applications. Now, again, you can see here all these different areas require different kinds of tools. And if you're releasing something, then of course you can use Jenkins and Bamboo to release your stuff. Finally, you do the deployment. All right, so there are different tools to do the deployment, and then you do the operations, which means your operations team is sitting there and doing all these operation stuff, and they are monitoring this stuff using different tools. When we say that we want to build a DevOps platform, we want all these tools, what you see here, to work together so that you can do this activity without having to do any manual intervention. Okay, and this is where we are going to spend our time into looking at how these tools can be used when we go to Azure DevOps. I guess you guys have learned about what is Azure, some basic stuff, and what is DevOps. Now we are going to look into if I have to do all this DevOps activity in Azure. Okay, so what is it that is available to us? And now let's learn about what is Azure DevOps. So Azure DevOps is something which is providing us all these set of tools integrated into one single environment. This means that if you know how to work with Eclipse, if you know how to work with TFS, if you know how to work with Git, Selenium, all these different tools, then you can use Azure DevOps. Or in fact, in my case as well, I didn't know a lot of tools, but still when I started learning about Azure DevOps, I started learning about all these things as well. So you don't have to worry that if you are not a part of any of these particular areas, for example, if you're not part of right now how to do the deployment, or if you're not part of how to do monitoring and you're on the developer side, or basically you are into the development side, then you don't have to worry that will I be able to use DevOps or not? So the answer to that is yes, you will be able to use the DevOps, or in fact, that will help you move towards the DevOps, even if you know maybe a couple of parts of it. So now we are going to talk about what are different components of Azure DevOps. And once we'll see some demos, you will be very clearly able to understand how you can take your application from the planning stage up to the deployment and monitoring stage using the tools in Azure. Okay, so let's learn about what are different components of Azure DevOps which are available. Now, let me just show you all 5 actually. So there are 5 different components which are available as part of Azure DevOps. First thing that we need to know is about Azure Boards. There are people who come from the Scrum background. They are coming from the project management background. They know how to create some features. They know how to create epics. They know how to create the stories. They know how to create tasks and all that stuff. And then there are developers who themselves go and create the task on which they are going to work. And there are testers who just want to create some test cases. And after the test cases are done, they want to create the bugs which they find in the system. Now, all these activities can be done as part of the Azure Boards. Number 2 is, of course, after you have done all the planning, after you have created all the epics, all the features, all the stories, tasks, and everything, second thing you want to do is development. For example, you start doing development in TFS, you start doing development in Eclipse. Any ID that you want to use, you can do the development. Once you are done with the development, now you want to push all this into a source control. Now, this is where Azure repos will come in and it will help you store all the information. So in the source control, you check in your code. And Azure repos is a place which provides us with a lot of different repositories. In fact, right now it's 2. If you want to use Team Foundation services, or if you want to use Git. So basically you can provision that in Azure repos and you can start checking your application code in Azure repos. So again, we are going to see all these things in action today. The third thing is, once you have checked in your code, what do you want to do next? So there are 2 things that you want to do. First thing is that you want to run something called as a build pipeline. When you have checked in your code, you want to make sure that nobody has checked in some wrong code. So this is where you build your code. Of course, the developers have the responsibility to build the code on their local machines. This is not a good practice. Now, if developers is just building it on their local machine, this means that maybe some of the dependencies on that machine are not correct, or maybe it's not in sync with the other team members. So this means that if person says that, yes, it is building on my machine, and I just want to push it in the source control. Is that good? The answer is no, because this means that if somebody will have a special dependency in the application which is installed locally, but it's not installed, for everyone. For others, when they will download that code, it will fail. So that is why whenever the developers push something in the repos or basically in the source control, it is going to be taken by the Azure pipeline. It is going to do something called as a build. Okay. So the building of code happens in the Azure pipeline. Now, next thing is the build has already happened. What do we need to do next? The next thing we need to do is release this code. Now I can release it in the dev environment. I can release it in, let's say, pre-prod or UAT environment, or I can also release this stuff in production environment. But normally what do you do? If developers check in something, we do the build of the code and then we release it in the dev environment. Now, once it goes to the dev environment or maybe in a test environment, it is going to run. After it run completes, then you would want to run some kind of, some test on top of it. Let's say you have deployed a web service. So if you have deployed a web service, you would want to test if it's behaving correctly. Or if, let's say, you have deployed a web application, you want to check if everything is looking fine in that web app or not. So there you can run manual test cases, automated test cases. You can even do the exploratory testing. All that stuff can be done as part of the Azure test plans. All right. And finally, once all this test plans is done, we can again use basically the pipelines to release something to different environments like UAT, production, and all that stuff. While all these things are going on, there are a lot of things you can configure like workflows, or in fact, let's say approval workflow. So if you are checking in something, you want to make sure the review happens. So that can be taken care in the Azure repos. If you are releasing something to the UAT environment, you need, let's say, an approval from your team lead, or you need an approval from the program manager. So all these approvals are by default built into all these services. Now, one thing which I haven't touched upon is Azure artifacts. Now, this is something, for example, let's say you have got 10 projects and all these 10 projects have got common dependencies. It may not be common in all, but let's say 3 projects are using one dependency, 5 projects are using some other dependency. So what you can do, you can collect all these dependencies and put it into a one single location called Azure artifacts. So I'm going to show you a few of these things in demo today, that how you can use Azure Boards, Azure repos, Azure pipelines, and of course, I'm not going to touch in the demo on test plans and artifacts. Now, I hope everybody understood this overall infrastructure. We have got Azure Boards to create our work items. We have got Azure repos to store our code. We have got Azure pipelines, which can help us do the build of the code, release of the code into a particular environment. Then we have got Azure test plans, which we can use to do our testing, which could be manual test cases, automated test cases, exploratory testing. All that can be done as part of the Azure test plans. And finally, if you have got some common DLLs or common jar files, which you want to store it as part of your repository, then you can use Azure artifacts. Now let's look at some of the more things. Now, first thing, as I said, is Azure Boards. So we have got 5 different components as part of Azure Boards. All right. So as I said earlier, Azure Boards is a service for managing the work of your software project, which means you want to create some, let's say, epics. You want to create some features, basically some tasks, some product backlog items. You want to create some bugs. All this can be handled in Azure Boards. So you can set up that I want to follow the agile process. I want to follow the Scrum process. I want to use the Kanban. So all these things are available as part of the Azure Boards. So it does not matter that what kind of process you want to follow. I know that a lot of people know about agile. So guys, I'm also an agile and safe certified. So I know there are different processes, and all these different processes can actually be handled by Azure Boards. So what you can do, you can go ahead and create work items. Then you can have the backlogs. Now I'm going to tell you what is a work item and what is a backlog. And then we have Azure Boards. In fact, board is something where basically you can run some queries and see that what is something in a particular sprint, or let's say what are the tasks which are active, or what are the tasks which are closed. If you just want to say that what were the tasks which were released in this particular sprint. So all this information, you can get it from the boards. Next thing is about sprints. Now, let's say a sprint is of 15 days. So in 15 days, what are the work that we are going to accomplish? So those things, or basically those tasks or features, they go into sprints. All right. And finally, we have the dashboards, which can help you have the overall picture of what is the progress of your particular sprint or what is the overall progress of a particular release. Okay, so this is what is covered as part of the Azure Boards. We can just talk slightly more on this and then we'll see that in the demo. Now, what do we see here? We have got work items, pretty simple stuff. Create, let's say, you can see here, this is a bug being created. This is a user story which is created, or basically the backlog item which is created. Then we have the tasks which are getting created. And the same way we have got features, we have got epics, which we can create as part of the work items. Then we have got boards. So you can see that what is basically the particular flow of your current sprint or what is the flow of your project. Of course, we have got backlogs. Now we can arrange what do we want to do as part of the backlog. How do you want to prioritize your different work items so you can deliver your software on time? Next thing is about sprints. If you guys have not worked with sprint, so do not worry because we don't want to go into the what are the details of sprints. But then sprint is basically, let's say, a small time boxed window in which you can go ahead and deliver a particular part of your product. In your e-commerce application, if you say that we want to deliver the checkout functionality. So let's say if you are ready to deliver the checkout functionality in 2 weeks as part of the sprint, so your checkout feature or your checkout epic will go inside that particular sprint. So once it goes inside that particular sprint, the whole team starts working towards that particular area. And what they do, they try to complete all that stuff during that 15-day time box window. And that is what you can build as part of the sprints. All right, so then we have the final dashboards where you can see what is the current status of your project. Before we go further and look into other different aspects like pipelines and stuff, I just want to give you a small demo of how you can create the work items, how you can create the backlog items, and how you can use the boards. So let me stop here for a while. Okay, and what I'm going to do now is going to go to something called as dev.azure.com. What you need to do here is, if you are not signed in, they'll ask you to sign up or sign in. And once you sign in, this is the kind of basically the dashboard you will see. What you can do here, the first thing you can do here is create a new project. All right, so let me create one. What do you see here? It is asking me that is it a private project or is it a public project? Now, let's say if I want to create a project called My Test Project 4, I'm not going to create it. It takes some time, to set up everything. But what I can show you here is that now it is asking that what is the version control? So basically, where do you want to keep your source code? Do you want to keep it in Git or do you want to keep it in TFS? Okay, so you can go ahead and select the different version control options which are available. Now, of course, I think with time, they will keep adding more and more, source controls or the version control repositories here, which you can use. But most common ones, which everybody knows is Git. We also have GitHub, which is again a repository for storing the Git-based version control. Of course, there is something from Microsoft which is available, which is the Team Foundation. If some of you guys have worked before with TFS or the Team Foundation services, this is the one. It is totally up to you. How do you want to store your code? So I'm going to select Git right now. The next thing is about work item process. So if you want to follow the agile process, you can use this one. If you want to use a Scrum process, you can follow this one. Then of course you have got CMMI and a basic one. Now basic is something which does not follow a particular process, but this is something which can help you set up either the agile process or the Scrum process. It's like a kind of a blank template. But if you are comfortable working with agile environment, you can select this one and you can click on create. Now, as soon as you do that, what you will see, it's something like this one, My Test Project 3. Because I created this one and I added few things here, so I want to show you that. All right. Before we go inside this particular My Test Project 3, what are the things you can see here? Something called as Azure Boards, which we have already talked about, the repositories, Azure repos. Then we have the Azure pipelines. We have got the test plans, and then we have got the artifacts. The same stuff that we have seen in the slide, it's available on dev.azure.com once you create a project. Now let me go ahead and first of all click on this project. What I've done as part of this project, I am using Agile plus I'm using Git. So I've selected this one and this is now showing up in My Test Project 3. The first thing, as I told you, that I want to show you about is boards. Now let me go here. On the left hand side, you can see boards, repos, pipelines, test plans, and artifacts. So I'm going to go inside boards right now. and straight away show you what you can do in the boards. First thing is, of course, pretty simple. If you want to do the planning, so what do? You create something called as a, let's say, a task, or basically you create a work item. Now, work items are of different types. You can have something called as an epic. Now, epic is something which is very, very high level. So let's say your leadership team comes up and they define something called as an epic. Now, they will say that we want to deliver this kind of project. All right. So there they are defining a particular epic. Now, inside the epic, what you can do, your product owners, or let's say your project managers, they will go ahead and decide on the number of features that you want to have as part of the epic. Let's say you want to build an e-commerce site. So in e-commerce site, the business says that we want to set up some e-commerce setup for this business. That's an epic. Once you go inside that epic, you will say that I want to create a feature. Now, what is the feature here? I want to deliver the cart functionality. I want to deliver the product page. I want to have a recommendation engine, or maybe I want to have a search engine in my e-commerce portal. Now, this is what will be created by product owners, or they will be created by the project managers. Now, when you say I want to create, let's say, a search service in my e-commerce site. So as part of the search service, what do you need? You will go ahead and create some stories. So in the story, what will you say? You will say that I want to have some database ready, which will contain all the information of my products. Then I'm going to have, let's say, one more story for building up a middle layer, which can help me, building some APIs, which can help fetch this information from my database and show it to the end users. Then I'll build another story to say that I want to show it to the end customers. And once you have these user stories, then you go ahead and create task inside that particular story. So let me start building up, let's say, one feature. I'm not going to, go into the complete agile model, but right now I'm just saying that we want to create a feature for, let's say, search in e-commerce. Okay. Just remember, guys, this is not the way we write in agile format. So if you want to, just create a new feature, there is a particular format in which you should create the feature. Basically, the text has to be in a particular format, but that's not the agenda for today. The agenda is to show you that you can create a new feature. You can provide a particular iteration path. This means I want to do it in this particular time frame. Okay, I can create multiple iterations. Okay, and I can put up the iteration here. Now, next thing what I can do here, I can link it to some existing item. All right, so we'll do it later, but then we'll say what is the business value of this, what is the time criticality, what is the start date, what is the target date which we want to complete this particular feature. This feature is new right now, so let me save it. You can go ahead and provide description. You can use the discussion board to do some discussion on top of this particular feature. And once you are final that yes, our feature details are ready, then what is the next thing? Let me go back to work items. And let's say I want to create a particular user story. What will I do? I'll say that I want to create, let's say in the search, I want to create the APIs. And what do I need to do? I need to link it to the epic. Or in fact, I'll need to link it to the feature. On the right side, add link, existing item. And I can also say that what is the parent here? So the parent is, we search for it. So the parent is search in e-commerce. Okay. So I'm going to link this one and say that I'm creating a user story. Let me save it. In fact, you can see that if you know about what is story pointing, so you can add story points here. Or in fact, let me tell you this. If you go for, for any kind of course, or not just from here, but if you go for any kind of course about how do you handle agile, so there you will learn more about story pointing. So you can also provide the risk. Let's say this is a medium risk. What is the priority here? All this kinds of setup you can provide here, that you want to do some architectural thing, or you want to, is it a business feature? All this information is provided as part of the user story. So let me save this one. Go back to the work items. So right now this is showing us separately, but once we'll go to the boards, let me go to the backlogs first. What you will see here, all the different stories which are available. Now this is something on which we want to work. Let me add one more story here, new work item, and let's say UI for search. Okay, let me add this one. Now what you see here is we have created now two stories. In the first sprint, or basically in the planning side, let me just open it up, and So as part of the iteration, what we are going to do in the first iteration, or let's say in the first 15 days, what we are going to deliver, we are going to deliver API for search service. Or in fact, actually both of them have got into the same iteration. So now you can see here, we have got one story which we are going to cover in iteration 1, which is right now the current one, and one story we are going to cover as part of the second iteration. Now, in fact, if you go ahead and add more tasks to it, let's say if I click on, I can even change the priority for this one by dragging and dropping. Now click on API for search service. I can go ahead and click on, or in fact, I can see the whole history of that particular feature, or in fact, that particular user story. I can also go to this particular link and I can say that I want to add some child items here. Okay, so I can say add a new item, and that is a child item, which is of type task. And then I can say that I need to do some basic setup, or maybe let's say some design of my search service. So that is one task I'm creating. All right, so what is the original estimate for creating this particular task? I can say 10 hours. What is the remaining time? 10 hours. Completed 0. And I'll provide some description here and save it. So this means if I close this one, and in fact, I'll just refresh this page, you will get a complete idea of what are the tasks which are, or what are the stories on which you are going to work on, or basically what are the backlog items on which you are working in, and what are the tasks under that. So this is the kind of thing that you can set up with Azure DevOps. I hope this stuff is clear to you guys. So we have got different iterations. Let me click on sprints. So you can see right now, the first iteration is going on and the design is here. Once I start working on this, I can even use the visual editor to make it active. Once this stuff is done, I can even move it to the resolved state. Okay, let me just open this one. I can just close this task and say that's it. So this is how my overall flow of basically the work items work. Now, next thing which I want to show you is repositories. Repositories, we mentioned that we can use either Git or we can use TFS to basically maintain our source code. I'm just going to show you a demo right now to show you how all this stuff works. So what you will do here, you can set up a repository, which is like a Git or a TFS. Then you can go ahead and start checking in your code. What first thing you will see here is, because we are using Git, so I'm clicking on something called as branches. And in the branches, there is a default branch which is always available. Now that's called as a master branch. In fact, you can go ahead and create more branches. In some of the source controls like TFS, you will have one single place where everybody is checking in the code. Now, in case of Git, it does not work the same way. It's a very different structure. So what you do is you create your own branch. You work in that branch, which means branch is basically a copy of a master branch. So you will go inside that branch, you will make your check-ins. Now that is your branch in which you are making the changes. You will do the testing. Once you are completely fine that everything is running fine, then you are going to push those changes from your branch to the master branch. Remember that if you haven't worked with Git before, so there is nothing to worry about because this is not something specific to Azure DevOps. What I'm talking right now about the branches, this is something specific to the Git. So let me show this thing that we have right now, a default master branch. If I'll click on this one, what you will see, I have already checked in one particular project into my repository. Okay, that's called as a web application 2. If I click on this one, it's a very simple MVC application that I've created and added it into the source control. I'll go to the Visual Studio. Now in the Visual Studio, you can again see that I am using Git tools for Visual Studio. And this is showing me that I have got a master branch. Now what I can do, let me create one more application and check that in. So let me create a simple application, file, new project, ASP.NET Core Web Application. Remember, you can use Eclipse, you can use IntelliJ, or you can use any other IDE to do the development. Okay, so this is not restricted to .NET or Visual Studio. You can use any kind of platform or any framework to build your application, or it can be in any IDE. Eclipse, IntelliJ, anything will work here. All right. So what I'm going to do is create a new application called Web Application 3. let this application being created. All right. Now that we have created our application, what do we need to do? You can see here that my project is ready. I'm going to simply push this code into the source control. Okay, how do I do this? Let me first of all ignore a few of these items. And what I'm going to do is, okay, I'm going to stage these items now. This is something very specific to Git. So if you are not comfortable with Git, do not worry because this is something you can learn very quickly. All right. So what do I have here? I have got my full application, which is web application 3. I can go ahead and check in into a Git repository, which is managed by Azure DevOps. So I'm going to say checking in web application 3. Okay. Also, I can actually go ahead and map it to a work item. Let me click on this one and go back to portal to my work item. In fact, we do not have a work item for development. Let's create one. So UI for search service. Let's go back to the links. I hope you guys remember now. You can click on add link, new item, and let's say we call it build web app 3. Okay, let's call it create. I know this is not the way we write the task, but just to give you an idea that I'm just creating a new task called create web app 3. That's it. So it is going to give me create web app 3 task is ready. I can click on this one and the task number is 10. Okay, so I'm going to copy this one, go back to Visual Studio, enter the ID of the work item. Okay, so I'm going to say 10 is the ID. And you can see basically the related work item. Now what we are doing here, we are creating a new application. When we are checking in the code, we are also specifying what is the related work item. All right, so let me commit all this stuff in the code, sync it back to the cloud, which means now I have checked in into my local environment. I just want to push these changes into the cloud environment. So again, this is specific to Git. You do not have to worry about this. Just give me a second. I'm just something related to, Git. I need to. Okay, so I think this should work now. We push these changes. Okay, so now this is going to push my changes to the source control. All right, so you can see here it has been successfully pushed to the master branch. If I go back to the DevOps environment, what you will see here, in fact, if I just open up the application as well, so you can see here, this is the parent side. And in fact, let me just refresh this one. Okay, so what you will see here in the description or basically in my history, I can see that I have done some check-in here. So it is linked to that particular check-in. Now you can start visualizing this stuff. So you have got tasks, you have made your check-ins. From those check-ins, it is coming in. Once you make a check-in and attach it to a particular work item, it will be linked to that particular work item. So if anybody is going and looking into what changes you have made as part of this task, you can actually go ahead and see all that stuff. Now this is a part of the task. Next thing is let's go back to the repos and see the commits. Okay, we have made a commit into the repository. What do we see here? We have got check-in web app 3. Okay, so this is what we have checked in as part of the web application 3 that we just created. Now the next thing is I want to build this application. Okay, so if you guys remember, the second thing was checking in the source code. After checking in the source code, I want to automatically build this particular code. So what do I need to do here? I need to go to the third component called pipelines. I see something called as builds, which means I want to take up this particular source code and do an automatic build of that. So what I can do, I can click on something called as new build pipeline. I've already got 2 created, but I just want to show you from scratch how this is done. So where is your code? It is asking me. So my code is present in a Git repository. So I'm going to select this one. And what is asking me that where is your source, okay? Or where is your Git repository? All right. So my repository is in Azure Repos Git. Okay, so I'm going to select this one. You can even select GitHub. For example, if you just want to pick up the code from GitHub directly and use it, you can do it here. Or you have the GitHub Enterprise server. If you have got GitHub deployed in your local environment or in your enterprise environment, you can use Subversion, or you can, in fact, if you have got TFS, there's a different way to use it. But then right now we are focusing on using the Git in Azure repos. All right. So here you can see it. I have got my test project 3, which is basically my repository and my team project. Then I'm going to pick up all the code from master branch. Okay, so I'm going to click on continue. And the first thing that I need to do is tell Azure how to build my project. So how do I want to build my project? I want to build this project as part of Azure Web App. This means I want to take my code and finally I want to deploy it in a service in Azure called Azure Web App. When we say Azure Web App, then I want to build my project as part of the Azure Web App. Okay. So if you want to do a normal build, for example, of your ASP.NET application, you can do it. If you have got an Android project, you want to build it. If you have got Maven, let's say you have a Java project and you want to use Maven to build your projects, you can do it. You have got Python packages. You have got ASP.NET Core. Then we have got, if you know what is a container, if you want to build Docker containers, you can do it from here. If you want to deploy, basically build and deploy for Azure Kubernetes services, you can do it. Then if you have got just a function, you can build a C# function. You have the Azure Web App for Java. So all these things can be done as part of the Azure build pipelines. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now is select a service in Azure. Basically, I want to deploy in this particular service called Azure Web Apps. And that is why I'm going to select this one to build my code. Now, if I have to build my code, what do I need to provide? I need to provide where is my solution. All right, so I'm going to click on this one and tell the system, or basically tell my build pipeline, that it resides in Web Application 3. Okay, this is my new project that I picked up. I'm going to select this one and click on OK. Then finally provide where is this Azure subscription in which I want to deploy. So I'm going to select this is my subscription in Azure, and what is the name of the app service. Again, there are a few things that we are rushing through. Okay, so this is what we can select. And next thing is I can go ahead and select. So this is what we are going to do. We are going to build as part of the build pipeline. So we are going to take the source code from the Git repository, do a build of it automatically. Let me save this one and queue it, which means I'm going to save this pipeline and start doing the build of my project. So now that our build pipeline is ready, which means our code is going to be get built, let me show you when the build is happening, what is going on. So it is going to take some time to do the build because this is the first time it is happening. But I'm going to show you that I already have one pipeline which is already built for my web application 2, which was very similar. So while this is running, let me go to builds. And this was a pipeline which was completed successfully. So let me select this pipeline. So this is how the build happens. So if you open up anything, it is going to give you the detailed logs of how the build happened. So it picked up the code from your source control, it did a build, and you can see all the build activities which happened as part of this pipeline. So you can see here, it picked up the web application 2 project and it started doing the build. It did all the copy files to output directory and cleanup and all that stuff. And finally, it did a build of my project. Now, once I did a build of my project, what next? So you can see here, it approximately took 5 minutes to do the build. So what you can do as part of your Azure DevOps, as soon as somebody checks in the code, it will automatically trigger a build pipeline using which your application will be built. And if there is a failure, then the person will be informed back using a mail that your code is not correct. Okay, so you have to rectify your code as soon as possible. Now, once we have done all this build activity, what next do we need to do? We need to release it to a production environment or maybe to a UAT environment. How do we do that? We do it using something called as releases. So now that this one is ready, either I can click on release and build up a new release pipeline. So let me click on this one. And I'll say I want to create a new release. So I'll click on release 2. And what you will see here, now that the complete build which happened, now it is asking me that where do you want to release it? So I've already created a release pipeline. In fact, let me click on this and let's create a new one as well. Releases, new pipeline, and it is asking me where do you want to do the deployment. So I'm telling Azure that I want to do the deployment in Azure App Services. You can deploy a Java application, you can deploy a Node.js application, you can install it in Service Fabric, you can install it, deploy a Rails on Ruby application on App Service, you can deploy an IaaS website. All right, so all these things you can do. And I'm going to deploy in Azure App Service. All right, so once I select this, I just need to provide what is the application basically which I want to build and what is the Azure subscription in which I want to deploy the application. Let me select this one. So there is one I've already created, my test app service. Once I've done this, I can save it. So this is my release pipeline is ready. So now my code has gone into source control. My build pipeline, which is picking up that source code and building it, that is ready. Now this is my release pipeline, which is going to take that build code and going to do the deployment. Okay. So I can click on here and say create a release, and that's it. Or in fact, one more thing I can show you. If I go back to the main pipeline, I can even set up who will approve it before it goes into a particular environment. So I can click, for example, pre-deployment conditions and say who is going to do the pre-deployment approval. If your team lead needs to approve the overall release before it goes into UAT or production, then you can specify who is the approver. So in this case, I'm going to put in my name. All right, and I'm going to save this one. So this means as soon as the deployment will start happening, it is going to ask me for the approval. I'll get an email that please approve the release deployment. Then only it can go to production. So I'm going to click on now create a release and click on create. So go to the release which has been created now, and you can see it is saying pending approval. What I can do is, because right now I am the owner, so I can click on approve and say, yes, I want to basically approve this particular release. And then it will continue further to do the deployment. Now you can see here the approval is done. And right now this is under queue, which means as soon as the resources are available in Azure, it is going to start the release deployment. And while this is right now, it's in a queue state, I can show you the one which I deployed for web application 2. So I'll go back to the releases. Okay, so this one is already done. In fact, not this one, just give me a second. Okay, so this one is already done. So what you will see here, after basically everything is done, or basically the release starts and it starts deploying, you can see the logs here. If there is a failure in your pipeline, it is going to inform you that there is a failure in the release. You will get email, so you can quickly act on that. Otherwise, it will download all your build artifacts. In our case, it was a web application. So it downloaded all the artifacts of my web application, and then it is started deploying it to the Azure App Service. Okay, so you can see all the logs. In fact, you can even write custom logs here that this is what we are doing as part of the release deployment on Azure App Service. All right, so you can see here successfully updated the deployment history. App Service application is running at this particular URL, and then you can use this URL. Now, once this release completes, this means our code which we created has been deployed into production. Let me go back to Azure now. Okay, and I'm right now into Azure portal, which you can get from portal.azure.com. You can click on my test app service, which we are using for deployment. And if I run this particular app service, which is basically a platform for hosting the websites, or in fact, platform for hosting different websites, APIs, mobile applications. So I can click here and see my application is successfully deployed. So just to summarize all this stuff, now you can see here the application is ready. There are 5 components basically of the Azure DevOps, which means that we have got Azure Boards in which you can manage your work items. You can manage the tasks. You can create either the Scrum boards, Kanban boards, or you can have the agile process. All this is being handled as part of the Azure Boards. Now, second thing is about Azure repos, where we have got Git and TFS in which you can check in your code and you can manage all the branches. You can manage complete Git functionality, which is available as part of the Azure repos. So you can check in your source code there. The third thing is about Azure pipelines, in which after you have done the check-ins, You can build your solution, and you can also release your solution in multiple environments like dev, pre-prod, UAT, production, all that stuff. Next thing is about Azure test plans, which we haven't covered. I just wanted to give you an idea of what is a test plan. So test plan is something where you can run your automated, manual, exploratory testing under Azure test plans. And finally, you have the Azure artifacts in which you can store some dependencies. So this is the overall picture of Azure DevOps.
Today's topic of discussion is Azure Data Factory, which is very important from data integration and data management perspective. But before we do go ahead and dive into the concepts of this particular term, let's quickly start by taking a look at today's agenda first. I would start things off by talking about why do we need Azure Data Factory and what it is exactly. Then I would talk about various concepts that surround this particular term. We would also understand something called as data lake, not into depth, but to some extent. And we would also understand various concepts that surround this term as well. I would discuss two other terms, that is data lake and data warehouse, and what is the difference between these two terms. And finally, I would finish things off with the demo part. As far as this demo goes, I would be talking about creating a pipeline and moving data from one source to the other. But that is for the later part. Let's start with the first topic of discussion, that is Azure Data Factory. So why do we need Azure Data Factory? Well, first and foremost, we need to understand the fact that the amount of data that is being generated these days is huge. And this data comes from different sources. Now, when we move this particular data to cloud, there are quite a few things that needs to be taken care of. Now, this data, it can come in any form because we are talking about different sources, and these different sources would transfer or channelize this data in different ways, and it can be in different formats. So when you do decide to bring this data on cloud or at a particular storage place, you need to make sure that this data is well and truly managed. Now, what do I mean by this? Well, you need to transform this data, you need to delete unnecessary part or get rid of all the things that is not needed. Now that is an after part or pre-processing part, but as far as moving this data is concerned, you need to make sure that you pick this data from different sources and bring it at one common place, then store it. And if required, you should be able to transform it into something more meaningful. Now, this is something that can be done by using traditional data warehouse as well, but then there are certain disadvantages. What happens is at times you are forced to go ahead and have custom applications that deal with all these processes individually. And this can be time consuming, and integrating all these sources can be a huge pain. Now, how do we solve this problem? Well, if there was a way to automate this process or create proper workflows, this burden would have been taken care of. Now, this is where Data Factory steps in. What it does is it kind of helps you automate this complete process. Instead of saying automate, I would say it helps you orchestrate this process into a more manageable or organizable manner. Now, that is something that is needed, and that is why we need something called as Data Factory, which lets you automate all these processes. Let us move further and try to understand exactly what Data Factory is. So if I just go ahead and talk about its definition, I would say it is nothing but a cloud-based integration service which lets you do quite a few operations like create data-driven workflows basically, and to go ahead and orchestrate all the sources that are there. But what exactly does it do? To name few common operations, what it does is it helps you create pipelines, which are nothing but, you can think of it as a logical pipeline which supports various processes that happen. It lets you ingest data from different sources and then process it. When we are talking about processing it, it also helps you go ahead and do analytics, which is very important these days because we know that the amount of data that is being generated, it can be helpful and it can help you take various good business decisions. And this is where analytics comes into picture. Now, what Data Factory does is it lets you transform this data and make it ready for something like Data Lake to use it. Now, Data Lake is something that lets you use various analytical tools or methods, like you have something called as Azure SD Insight, maybe a Hadoop Spark, Azure Data Lake Analytics, and all these things. Now, as we move further, I would be talking about these terms to some extent, but till then you'll have to wait. For now, just understand one thing, that these are nothing but platforms or tools which basically let you go ahead and do various analytical operations. So that is what Data Factory lets you do. It lets you get in all the data, arrange it in a particular manner or order, and then supply it further for various processing or various other things that can be done with that data. So if you talk about particular steps, what does it do exactly? Well, first and foremost, what it does is it helps you collect and connect data. Now, when I say connect, I'm talking about connecting to various sources from which the data can come. Now, there are quite a few disparate sources from which the data can come. You can connect to all these resources by using your data factory. And then once you have this data, you can collect it and store it at a central place. Say, for example, your data warehouse. Then comes the process of transforming and enriching it. Now, when I say transforming it, I mean running various patterns on it, creating schemas and all those things. You can then actually go ahead and publish this data. Now, we all know that Microsoft Azure supports various other tools as well. We have one more popular data visualization tool called as Power BI, which is very good when you talk about data integration and various data visualization capabilities. What you can do is you can connect Power BI to your Microsoft Azure and publish this data, that is create various dashboards and all those things. Now that can be very insightful when you talk about it from business intelligence perspective. So yes, you can go ahead and do that as well. And then you can actually go ahead and monitor your data. That means you can take a look at all the data that you have and you can actually go ahead and analyze it in real time as well. So these are the processes which we are talking about. That is connect and collect your data, transform and enrich it, publish it and monitor it. Now that is what a data factory lets you do. So what are the concepts that surround this particular term? So when we talk about data factory concepts, we have quite a few terms to discuss, like we have pipelines, data sets, activities, and linked services. Let us try to understand these one by one. First, we would be talking about pipeline. Now, pipeline is nothing but think of it as a proper pipeline. That is, it is something which acts as a carrier in which we have various processes taking place. Now, this individual process is nothing but an activity. If you take a look at this slide, you'd understand that activities represent processing step in a pipeline. That means your pipeline can have one or multiple activities. Now, when you talk about this activity, it can be anything. It can be a single process like querying a particular data set, or it can be something like moving data from one source to the other. Then you have something called as data sets. Now, data sets are nothing but sources of data. Say, for example, my data is stored at an N location, and that N location is nothing but my data set. So in simple words, it is nothing but a data structure that holds my data. Linked services. Now, this is nothing but a law. Say, for example, I need to move my data from a particular database to a blob storage. There need to be something that connects these two things. That is a law or some information that lets a database understand that it has to move the data to a particular data source. So that is what a linked service is. It is nothing but an information that tells your data factory that is you need to connect to these particular sources. So these are some of the concepts that form a central part when you talk about a data factory. Now next we are going to talk about something called as data lakes. Now this is something that we won't be seeing in the demo part, but it is important when we talk about data warehousing, and I feel that when I move further or I create more sessions or videos as far as this topic is concerned, I would be talking about analytics and quite a few other terms as well. So this is a particular term which is reserved for those sessions and videos, but for now I would be giving you an overview of this topic as well, because I feel that it is important when we talk about data warehousing, we need to understand what data lake is. First of all, let's start by understanding what it is exactly. Now think of it as a container or basically a storage that holds data. Yes, we already have databases, we have so many things. So how is your Azure data lake different? Well, think of it as a hyperscale repository which lets you do quite a few other things. As I've already mentioned, analytics is something that is very important. Now, when we talk about huge amount of data, there are quite a few things which you can do with it. You can use various analytical tools. To name a few, we have some here. We have our Azure Data Lake Analytics, we have SD Insights, R, Spark, and machine learning. Now, these are some of the commonly used and very popular tools which are there. What Azure Data Lake does is it supports all these tools. That means you can store data from any source and in any form at your Azure Data Lake, and then you can use these tools and terms to actually analyze this data. So that is two in one kind of an operation. In fact, it is multiple in one kind of an option basically, because it lets you do so many other things. So what are some of the concepts that one should know? First, let us try to understand some of the components when we talk about this particular term, that is your Azure Data Lake. Basically, it forms of two parts. One is your analytical part and the other one is your storage part. Now, when I talk about the storage part, the best thing about your Azure Data Lake is it does not have any particular schema. That means data from any form can be stored into this particular source. That is, it can come from different sources and it can come in different forms as well. And then you have something called as your analytics part, where you have something called as SD Insight. It lets you form those Hadoop clusters. Now, I won't get into the details of what a Hadoop cluster is, but it is a process or a way by which you can actually analyze data. So yes, you can actually go ahead and create those Hadoop clusters, take that data in and then process it as well. You can also go ahead and use Azure Data Lake. Azure Data Lake Analytics is something which is again used for various machine learning and other analytical process as well. So these are the two things which your analytics part will have. And apart from that, you have something called as Apache Spark, which is nothing but a fast computation processing thing, that is something that lets you process data parallelly and in huge amounts as well. So these are some of the basic concepts when we talk about your Azure Data Lake. And how does it actually go ahead and process the data? Well, let's see that as well. But there are certain key points which you need to understand. That is, when we talk about Azure Data Lake, the first thing it does is it lets you store data in any size and of any kind, which is very important, because what this does is it kind of takes away the barrier where people had to wait to go ahead and process their data. They had to take this data, first clean it, arrange it, organize it, and then put it somewhere from where they could actually go ahead and use it. Now, this is something you do not have to worry about here. Why? Because you can just go ahead and dump your data in your data lake and then actually take a particular schema, pick that data, and then start processing it. So it helps you save time and it lets you store data of any kind and any size. Now, the second point is all users productive on day one. That is what I mean. That is, since the data of any type can be stored here, you're not restricted. You can just start working on it from the very first day. And it is ready for any kind of enterprise. That means there is no restriction on what kind of tool do you want to use and what kind of business problem are you dealing with. So what are the types of data that your data lake stores? First and foremost, what it does is it stores structured data, semi-structured data, and unstructured data. That means all the types of data that can possibly be there as far as storing is concerned, everything is taken care of. Now, when I talk about structured data, I'm talking about data that has a particular schema. Then you have something called as your semi-structured data. Now, this is nothing but your JSON files or maybe your XML data. Even that kind of data can be handled. And when I'm talking about particular unstructured data, that is data which can be in text files and has no schema or no pattern whatsoever, even that kind of data can also be stored by your data lake. Now let us try to understand how does it actually store data. If you all know how Hadoop stores data, this would be quite easy to understand. Now we all know that what Hadoop does is it takes your data, it divides it into chunks and then processes it parallelly. Now this is what your data lake also does. Say for example, you have a particular file which has some amount of data. Now as soon as the size of the data goes about 2 GB, it breaks this data into two chunks. Say for example, I have maybe 10 GB of data. So it would break my data into 5 chunks of 2 GB each. And then it would replicate this data. That means 3 copies of this data would be made and it would be stored at 3 different locations or at same location as per the values or rules the user has set. So when you store this data and replicate it at 3 different locations, what happens is even if your data goes down at one place, it is still available at the other place to use it or to recover it rather. Now, when you talk about this particular data storage method, you can read something called as extents in the slide. Now, extents are nothing but these chunks, those 2 GB chunks which are there. And when you process this data using something called as SQL, which is a language that your data lake uses, it actually goes ahead and maps various vertices, which lets you keep track of all this data that is there. So yeah, these are the terms, that is extents and vertices. Now, what happens here is since you're replicating this data and dividing it into chunks, you can actually go ahead and process this data parallelly, saving a lot of time and giving you high computation. It also supports replication of data. This is something that I've already discussed, so I would just move further and try to talk about other concepts as well. Next, we are going to understand what a data lake is and what a data warehouse is. Now, why did I bring this topic up? Well, data warehouse is something that is a traditional approach towards storing data and it is still used widely. But then why do we need data lake and why am I comparing these two terms? Well, quite a few people confuse these two terms as in what is the difference between them exactly. Well, they're quite similar to each other, but there are slight differences which are important and I felt that we should have gone ahead and discussed those. That is why I put this slide here. So let's try to understand that as well. Well, this is a clear differentiation between these two things. That is, first of all, you need to understand that your data lake is nothing but something that is complementary to data warehouse. That means if you have your data at a data lake, that can be stored at data warehouse as well. But there are certain rules that need to be followed. Now, when you talk about your data warehouse, what happens is you can use again your data lake to bring in data. But the main difference is When you talk about a data lake, the data is detailed data or a raw data. That means it can be in any particular form. You just need to take the data and dump it into your data lake. That is not the case with your data warehouse. Here, the data is filtered, summarized, refined. Now, you might wonder that, okay, if everything is happening here at your data warehouse, isn't it better? In some situations, yes, definitely it is better. But as I've already mentioned so many times in this video, the amount of data that is generated these days is huge, and it can come from any particular source. This might not be the best of options to deal with. Why? Well, your data lake has something called as schema on read, and your data warehouse has a schema on write kind of an approach. What this does is, if I talk about it from a data warehouse perspective where you have schema on write, that means when you're writing your data to your data warehouse, it is written in a structured form or in a particular schema. So when I'm reading this data, I have to read it in that schema only. But when you talk about a data lake, here you just dump your data. It is not structured. So when you're using this data, you are free to go ahead and define your schema in a number of ways as it suits your needs. So this is where the benefit lies in. That is, your data does not follow a particular schema. You can just go ahead and pick a schema for it. So that is a plus point. Again, one more point. Your data warehouse basically it works in SQL. That is, it uses SQL to query or question your data. But when you talk about your data lake, no matter the data comes from different sources, it can be queried by using one single language, that is your USQL. And again, that actually helps you reduce various barriers because you're talking about different data sources, but still something that lets you access the data is one single programming language. So these were some of the concepts I felt that you all should know. That is what a data factory is and what a data lake is. Again, the reason I talked about data lake was it is an important part when you talk about data warehousing and data integration because all these topics would form a base when you talk about analytics and processing data. And that is why I wanted you all to know all these terminologies. Now, since we started our session talking about data factory, let us move back to data factory and try to visualize all the concepts that we talked about because I talked about something called as pipelines, activities, and all those things. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and give you a demo where I'm going to actually go ahead and create a database, probably load a table in it, and then move that data from that particular source to a blob storage using a data factory. So yes, this might be a lengthy demo, but I'm sure that you all would like it and have something new to learn out of it. So let me quickly switch to my Azure and we can actually go ahead and see how it works. Okay, so there you go. What I have done is I've gone ahead and I have logged into my so-called Microsoft Azure portal. For people who are completely new to this term, that is Microsoft Azure, what you should do is you should go ahead and take a look at other videos if possible. I've created quite a few videos in this series and those videos talk about various concepts as far as Microsoft Azure goes. There are certain basics as in how should you use it and what are the things that you need to do. One of the things that is there is creating a free account, which is very important. Now we are going to go ahead and use our free account or our subscribed account. What Microsoft Azure does is it lets you have a free account. You need to just register for it and quite a few resources would be made available to you. And some credit is also given to you, which you can use. That is, you would be charged for these resources, but since you are given certain credit, you can use that. And that means the services are freely available to you. If you already have an account, then that is not a problem. We are just going to go ahead and take a look at the demo part. As far as this demo goes, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and create a database. For that, I need something called as SSMS. Let us go ahead and try to understand what that is first. But if you do not have that thing, you need to go ahead and install it. So how do you do that? Just go to Google basically and type SSMS. This is the first link that you get and you open it. You have your SQL Server Management Studio. Now, this is something that we would be needing. You just come here and you click on it and it would start the setup download. I guess it's getting downloaded twice. I don't need that. I've actually gone ahead and I've installed that thing on my system. I'm doing this for you people. What you need to do is you need to download this particular file. Now, as you can see, it is somewhere around 800 MBs. That is approximately equal to 1 GB. So you need to download that file. And once you do go ahead and download that file, you need to install it in your system. The installation can be a lengthy process. Now, when I say lengthy process, it can be time consuming. It is not difficult to do. All you need to do is open this file and double click on it. It would give you an option to install it and just say yes. Once you do that, it takes care of all the processes. And once you do go ahead and install that thing, now this is something that would help you have your own server and that is on your local device basically. So this is something that we would be using in the later part. But what I would suggest is you come to this website and download this particular thing if you do not have it. And once you download it, I would suggest that you go ahead and install it as quickly as possible. Again, let me tell you, it might take some 10 to 15 minutes depending upon the processor you have and the internet speed that you have. So yeah, once you're done with this, then what we do is we again switch back to our Microsoft Azure account. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and create a database here. So how do we do that? Well, you go to your portal basically. And quickly log into your so-called account. My internet is fairly slow today, so yep, it might take some time. So this is how your Microsoft portal looks like. You have quite a few things to select and choose from. You can just go ahead and click on create a resource here, and it gives you quite a few options to select from. Or instead what you can do is you can just come here and look for your so-called databases. And I select an SQL data warehouse. So it would ask for a database name, give it a proper name, say demo DB is what I would call it. And yes, the name is acceptable. My subscription is Azure 533. I would be needing to create a resource group. For people who do not know what a resource group is, it is nothing but think of it as a place where you put in all your resources basically. So it is a group of resources. Again, if you need to understand more about it, we do have a session on it, which you can take a look at it on YouTube. So I say create a new one. Say I call it demo RG, and let me just pick a blank database. I need to configure a server to it. So I would say create a new one. Let's name it say demo server, and I should give it some numbers. Probably yes, it is acceptable. And you need to create some login credentials when you do log into the server. So let those credentials be say admin demo maybe. There you go. And what password should I set? Let it be strong and let it have a number and a symbol basically. Location South India. That does not matter a lot. You can choose the location that is there in here. You have quite a few options. There you go. I would stick to what it is there and I would say select. Yes. So I have a demo server as well. Performance level. Now it depends as per your need, as in how fast do you want it to work. Now as far as my so-called demo is concerned, I do not need it to be very fast or something like that. Let me have it to this value. Now based on the location where you've created your so-called resource, the prices would be given to you. Now this is something that I created in South India, so the price to me is in INR, that is Indian rupees, and it is 223.88 per hour. All I would do is I'll just go ahead and apply. I would say pin to dashboard and I would say create. Now the deploying might take a little longer than normal because yes, as I've already mentioned that it depends on the internet speed, and even if your internet is faster, at times it might take a longer while for this thing to happen. So what I'll do is I'll just pause the video for a minute, and once the deployment is done, I'll get back to the demo part again. So yes guys, I've gone ahead and I've done the process. That is, we have our so-called demo DB already. It took a while. I actually went back and had a cup of coffee as well. It took that long. My internet is really slow today. So yeah, let's move further and now try to go ahead and do the other thing that we are supposed to do. As I've already mentioned, you need to go ahead and install SSMS. If you do go ahead and install it, this is how it would look like. Now, since we've already created a database, we can log into it. You can go ahead and give in your credentials here. That is, I would be putting in the credentials which I've mentioned. That is demo server 1100, and then the extension, that is database dot windows dot net. Yes, and the name here is admin demo. I can go to options here, connect to what database. We have something called as demo DB, and that is 321 TCP IP. I say connect. It wants me to sign into my so-called Azure account. I hate this each time it happens because I've already logged in. I should have stayed signed in, but I did not, and that is costing me now. Yeah, one more thing. At times you would be logging in from your client user or your client PC, and at times you might not be an administrator. So in that case, you need to change the firewall rule and make your system accessible here. And there you go, I've signed in. So we have our information here. That is, this is my server I used to log in. And if I click on databases, the schema is there. We have our database, that is DemoDB321. Now what we can do is we can actually go ahead and add a table to it. Now I'm not gonna go ahead and create a table, a completely new table. Instead, I'll just go ahead and maybe run a simple query which lets me have 2 columns. So what query should I put in? What table should I create? I'll just go ahead and pick up some query from Microsoft Azure website. Now this is something that lets you create a table with this name, and these are the so-called variables or column names that your so-called table will have. So I'm just going to copy this piece of code. If you want it, you can go to Microsoft Azure website and you can have this piece of code as well. I'll share the link, do not worry. So when I close this and I come here and I click on this, I say new query, and I simply go ahead and paste this piece of code. Now I'll just make some changes to the name just to get rid of ambiguity, say 2, maybe 3, and I would be inserting 2 records in it. So this is the changes I make here, that is insert into this so-called table, and to do that I would say execute. Okay, this should not take this long, but it is. Now once it does happen, these are the 2 records that would be there, that is John Doe and Jane Doe. There you go. One row is affected is what it says. So we have actually gone ahead and logged into my SSMS, and we have connected to our SQL server, and we've created a table there. And as far as the table goes, it has these 2 records. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to again switch back into my so-called Azure Data Factory, that is to my Azure account, and create an Azure Data Factory basically. So how do we do that? First thing you need to understand is, in order to have a resource group or have all these resources there on your system, you need to have a storage account. Now this account is nothing but more or less a compliance or a law basically. What that law does is it lets you have your storage entities on Microsoft Azure. So let us go ahead and create that account first. It is very easy. You come to this portal. Once you do that, you just scroll down and you see storage accounts here. And I say add. When I say add, this window should appear and you need to enter in details. So what details should I give in for my storage account? Let's call it say SA for demo. Now it is not accepting this name. Okay, it needs to be in lowercase. So I would say SA for demo, and there you go, it is taken. Resource manager is what I stick to, and I say V2. Location is South India. Now I've talked about your data getting replicated 3 times. That is 3 copies are maintained. And when I talk about the replication, these are the types of replications that you have. Locally redundant storage is which I'm selecting, which is the most affordable one. It is not very reliable, but since it is a small demo, I can use this. Performance should be standard. And if you see, by default, the blob storage is always hot. And when you talk about a resource group, let's go ahead and use the one that is already there. Our resource group was demo RG, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, let's select this. Pin it to dashboard and I say create, and my storage account would be created. This should happen quickly. There you go. The deployment again might take a longer while. So yeah, what we've done is we've gone ahead, we've actually created a database. We've connected to a server, put a table there, and now I've created a storage account. Since I have a storage account, I can go ahead and create again containers, and then I can use data factory to basically move data between various sources. As you can see, it has been deployed. Do I want to go there? Yes, I do. Now, when you come here, you see this so-called tab. Here you have something called as access keys. What you can do is you can actually come here and copy some of the data that is here. This is the name of your storage account, which you would be needing. Now, there are quite a few terminologies that you need to remember when you are using or going through this demo. Like I mentioned, you have created a database. You need to know its name or remember its name. You need to know the server name. what is your server admin credentials, plus what is the name of your storage account, which is this in this case. The key, I'm not sure whether we would be needing it or not, but if we do, I would still say that you copy this first key that is here, Control A, Control C, and I would just paste it. There you go. Now, when you move back to this page, you have this option here, blobs, where we're going to go ahead and create a container. You can click on it. As you can see, there's no container here. So you click on this plus sign and you have an option to create a container. So what do we call this particular container here? Let's call it, say, blob. Again, you need to use something small, that is demo new blob, maybe is what I'll name it. And I'll let the public access level be the way it is. And I would say, okay. And my blob is created here. Now, I won't be adding a destination folder or something here, because when you do go ahead and move your data, a destination folder is created automatically. So let's not do that. Let it be the way it is. So I have a blob storage or a container with me. Now I need to go ahead and create a data factory here. So how do we do that? Come here, search for data factory directly. There you go. Now this is not where I want it to be. So I close it. I click on analytics. And here I have the option of data factory. I click on it. Yes. So I can create a new data factory. So what should I call this? Let's say demo df. Okay, it's still not there. So that is surprising. Okay, let me just try a few names and come back quickly. So this name is accepted now. So use an existing resource group. Which resource group did we have? It was demo RG if I'm not wrong. There you go. V2 is the latest version that we have. And do we need to bother about this thing? Let's say, okay, these are the areas that are there in the option. We select this, pin to dashboard, and I say create, and I have a data factory with me. So this might take a while. So let me again pause it and switch back to the time. No, I don't need to do that. It's created. Okay, so I have a data factory with me. Now I need to come here and click on this because I need to go ahead and move my data. So I come here. When I click on this thing, I would be given quite a few options to deal with. So I need to copy my data. So I click on this icon. There you go. I need to give a name to the task that is there. Let's call it, say, copy from DB to blob. And I go to next. I need to select an SQL server here. So I come here and I scroll down. Now the interface might vary from different portal accounts. This is what it looks like as far as my so-called system goes. SQL server, here it is. I select it and I say create a new connection. There you go. You'll have to scroll down right at the bottom. SQL server, server. Okay, did I miss it somewhere? Yeah, here it is. You select it, say continue, and you need to give a name to your new linked service. Now, what name should you give it to? Say SQL server demo link maybe. And I also need to go ahead and create an integration environment. So I come here and I click on this thing and I say create new public network. I say next. So what name should I give it to it? Let's call it, say, demo integration maybe. And I say finish. Now, as you can see, what we've done here is I've gone ahead and I've given in details for my so-called source. That is the place from where I'm going to go ahead and use all the data. So I have this. So I need to go ahead and give in my server credentials again. So if I'm not wrong, the name was, I'm telling you, you need to write everything down because you would be using all these names. So a best practice would be to write everything down. So in my case, it was something like demo server 0011, if I'm not wrong. Sorry, 1100. The extension is .database .windows .net. There you go. The database name was demo db 321. SQL authentication username was admin demo, if I'm not wrong. I scroll down and I enter the password, that is, and I say finish. So yeah, my source details are given in already. That is, this is my source data store and these are the informations, or this is the place from where I would be wanting to move in my data. So I go to next and then I enter the details about the destination now. But before that, what we do is I need to select a table. If you remember, we had run a small SQL query to give you the details. I do not remember the name. It was, what was the name of the table? Was it EMP3? Was it? Yeah. Let me just refresh it to see if the information is there or not. I scroll down and it is here. So I select it and it would load the preview saying that, okay, these are the records that are there. Now these were the records that we entered. So I say next. For my destination, I'll come here and I would select a blob storage now. There you go. Create new Azure Blob Storage and I say continue. Now I need to enter in details here as well. Let me just call it, say, Azure Storage Demo Link. Let me just do this thing again quickly. Now we need to select a storage account name as well because we've gone ahead and created a storage account here, which was for the demo part. And what was the storage account? I forgot the name of it. It was storage account for demo, if I'm not wrong. And I've selected that. And then I say finish. I click on next. Now this is the service that I wanted to connect to. I say next. Now I have to enter the so-called details. For that, I would be actually needing the name of my blob, which I think I've forgotten. So let me just go ahead and get the details of that as well. It was something like this, that is demo blob, and the file name was emp3, if I'm not wrong. I say next. I say next. Next again, and I say next. And there you can see the data has been deployed. That is, I've actually connected my SQL server and I've gone ahead and I've moved the data to my so-called blob storage, which you can actually also do. Then you can go ahead and edit the pipeline if you want, as you want, or you can just go ahead and monitor this data as well. Now it depends on your needs as in what do you want to do. You can go ahead and do quite a few things with it. That is, you can go ahead and move this data to your so-called Power BI and implement various other things on it as well. When we did go ahead and create our so-called blob storage, that is blob container, you can actually go ahead and keep that part or that so-called window open, because when you do go ahead and deploy this data, you can see all the details, that is what has just happened and how has it happened, all those things. So yes, what we've done is we've gone ahead and we've moved our data from a so-called database to our blob storage. Now, I actually accidentally went back and did not go through that step where we see the deployment, but do not worry, we can just go back to our dashboard and take a look at that thing as well. So how do we do that? I have this so-called storage account here. Now inside that storage account, we have our blobs where we moved our file. Now this was the blob where we moved the file, and then this was the file that we moved. So yeah, our deployment has succeeded. That is, we've moved our data from a so-called database to our so-called blob storage. And as far as this demo goes, that is what our aim was. I hope that I did throw a sufficient light on following concepts, that is our data factory and how do you go ahead and create a data factory and use it as a pipeline basically. Today we are going to go ahead and talk about machine learning. And to implement machine learning models, we would be using Microsoft Azure. Before we do get into the details of these topics, let's take a look at the agenda of today's session first. So first and foremost, I would be introducing you to machine learning. Now, it being a very vast topic, we would be first taking a look at some of its fundamentals, and then we would be switching to Microsoft Azure, and we would be seeing how machine learning can be implemented by using Microsoft Azure. Finally, I would finish things off with the demo part where I would be talking about Azure ML Studio that lets us carry out machine learning processes. I hope this agenda is clear to you guys. So let's move further and get started with the first topic of discussion, that is, what is machine learning? Well, if you go by the definition, it is nothing but the process where you teach a machine to take in some data, analyze it or understand it, and based on that data, give in some valuable outputs. Now, this is a very generic definition, but to give you more simpler an example, I would say that it is something similar to how we human beings learn. I mean, when we are born, we have no idea about anything that happens around us, right? I mean, we do not know what shapes are, what colors are. But as time progresses and as we hear people talk, we see stuff happening. When we learn to write, we actually go ahead and understand these things, as in what shapes are, what colors are, what people are, and all those things. So a machine learning process is very similar to this. I mean, what happens here as well is you provide in some valuable data to your machine, and you train your machine with that data again and again, again and again, or with new data as well. Now, your machine takes in this data and it builds in a pattern or an algorithm using which, if similar data is given to that machine, it would be in a situation where it can probably classify this data or predict something or collaborate this data into something else. So this whole process is machine learning. Now, as I've already mentioned, machine learning is a very vast domain. As we move further, we would be discussing these terminologies as in classification and all those things. But for now, in simple words, it is nothing but the process where you give in some kind of data to your machine. It understands that data, and based on that data, it helps you take better decisions. So let's move further and try to explore or understand some other topics as well. So what do we have next? Well, let's take a look at some of its fundamentals. If you talk about machine learning, we need to consider two important points, that is supervised learning and unsupervised learning. Now, these are two important classifications if you talk about machine learning. We also have something called as iterative learning as well, but we won't be getting into the details of that. As far as this session goes, we would be sticking to supervised learning and unsupervised learning. So when you talk about supervised learning, it is nothing but a process where you actually go ahead and teach a machine to predict something based on the information that you already have, or you at least know the target variable to be more precise. Now, what do I mean by this? Well, in this case, you actually know what your final outcome should be like, or you at least have the parameters that help you govern your final output. When you talk about unsupervised learning, that is something you do not know. Let's stick to supervised learning for now and consider this example. Suppose you have some data set where you have information, as in you have some data where you know that certain values or certain records are for ducks and certain values are not for ducks. So what you do is you pass in this data to one of your machine learning algorithms, or you build a model around this data. And when you pass in a new value to this so-called model, that model should be able to predict whether that value is for duck or it is not for duck. Now, in this case, this value is not meant for ducks. So the answer should be not duck, because we can clearly see from the image it is a piglet, so that cannot be a duck. Now, this is a very simple example of supervised learning. What we are doing here is we know that what kind of output are we expecting. We are expecting an output where we know either it's duck or it's not duck. So our target variable is fixed. I mean, we know what we are researching for or what we are analyzing the data for. Now, these kind of algorithms are called as supervised learning algorithms, or this process is called as supervised learning. So yeah, this is a part of machine learning. Now, important point to note here is your data is labeled. Now, that is what I mean by the target variable, which I just talked about. You know what your final value is, and that is why your data is labeled. You know what you're trying to predict or what your final outcome is. So this is a very important point to consider. Your data here is labeled and you know your final goal, as in what are you trying to achieve. If you talk about the next method or next approach, that is unsupervised learning, here you do not have labeled data. That means you do not have a final target variable. In this case, your final target variable or attribute, it can be random or it can vary, or once your model ends, you would be reaching there, but that is something which is not consistent. That can vary depending upon the needs that you have. Let's take an example to understand this a little more. Now, as you can see, we have some pictures, or on the screen, you can see certain species of animals and birds. So if I want an algorithm to classify these pictures or these records into their clusters, This would be more or less an unsupervised algorithm. Let's take a look at it first. So as you can see, we can pass in this data to our unsupervised learning model or build a model around this data. Once that is done, it should be able to classify my data into different clusters. Now, as you can take a look at the clusters, you can see that it has classified my data into ducks and something that is not ducks. Now, you might wonder as in, okay, this is similar to what happened in supervised learning, right? But in supervised learning, that is what my target was. I knew that I wanted to predict whether it's a duck or not. In this case, that might not be the case because, say, for example, I have this data where I have animals and birds, and I do not know what animals and what birds are there. There might not be ducks in it, right? There might be just mice, there might be just rabbits and all these things. Or you might want some extra clusters as well. For example, I want to segregate birds, I want to segregate animals. Now, in this case, my final output is varying. It can differ, right? I mean, I might expect different outputs out of it. So since I do not know what my final output is, I do not know what clusters are getting formed here. So that is why this kind of algorithm is called as unsupervised learning, where this is more or less similar to your black box testing kind of a process where you do not know what your final output is, but you do run in your algorithm and then you expect a more organized output that would lead you to better decision making. An important point to note here is the data here is unlabeled. I hope these algorithms were clear to you guys. If you do have any doubts, do let me know about those as well. We would be getting back to you on those doubts as well. But in simple words, this is what supervised and unsupervised learning is. Now let's move further and try to understand some other things as well. If you talk about different machine learning algorithms, you have these classifications here. First, we have supervised learning, and in that, we have something called as regression and classification. Now, these are two of the most popular algorithms or two popular branches of machine learning algorithms. If you talk about regression, it is a process where you try to find out relationship between two or more variables. Suppose I have to detect, as in if I smoke, would I be having cancer, or what is the probability of me having a cancer? Now, this is an example of regression because I'm trying to compare cancer with smoking, right? So I'm trying to find out a relationship between these two. So these kind of algorithms are called as your regression algorithms. And then you have something called as classification. Now in classification, you basically classify your data into groups. Consider this example. I need to classify my particular data set or information into different segregations or into different parts like male population, female population, and all those kind of stuff. So these kind of algorithms are called as classification algorithms. And if you talk about regression and classification, you have quite a few advanced algorithms as well. Say, for example, you have random boost, XGBoost, and these kind of algorithms, or not random boost, sorry, random forests. So you have these kind of algorithms, which are advanced level algorithms. Now, we won't be getting into the details of those algorithms, but those are important as well. So once you are thorough with what regression is, what classification is, I would suggest that you do go ahead and explore those algorithms as well. Moving further and talking about unsupervised learning, we have algorithms like clustering. The example which I gave you in the unsupervised learning slide was of clustering. So that is one method or one type of algorithm that unsupervised learning supports. Then you have something called as association. Now we all go to supermarkets, right? We buy stuff. Probably we go to buy some breakfast stuff. In that case, you would be buying breads, butter, maybe milk, right? So what shopkeepers do is, or what supermarkets do is, they normally place in products that people might buy in bunches or in groups. And this kind of process is called as collaborative filtering or implementing association laws rather. So what these association algorithms do is they help you predict, as in what is the probability of people buying certain products combined with other products, because it is understandable for people who are buying breakfast stuff, there is more probability that if you buy milk, you would be buying bread with it as well. So yes, this is something that falls under association and association laws. But that is a topic for some other time. I just wanted you to give you an introduction of what supervised learning is and what unsupervised learning is. I believe the idea is clear now. So let's move further and talk about something else. Yeah, so now we've talked about what machine learning is and what different kind of machine learning algorithms that are there. Now I would like to brief you through the process of how machine learning works actually. And this is pretty much common for most of the algorithms that you're going to implement. First and foremost, you would be needing data. Now I've already talked about the point that data is centric to machine learning. If you do not have data, you cannot make any predictions. And more the data, the better it is for you. So the first part is having data. And once you have the data, the next point you need to confirm or make sure is the data is appropriate for machine learning. And this is where pre-processing steps in. What pre-processing does is it helps you process the data that you have and prepare it for machine learning. I mean, your data might not always be clean. There might be some missing values, some repetitive values, which you do not want in your data when it is getting processed, right? So in this case, we filter out this data, we clean it, we fill in certain values, we predict certain values, and we put in those values there. And once this data is up and ready for working, then we pass it on further, and then we provide a particular machine learning algorithm to it. Now, this again is a trial and error kind of method where it seems simple at times because we've discussed all those machine learning algorithms, right? So to naked eye or to naked mind, basically, we might think in this direction where we would think that, okay, this is the kind of problem I'm dealing with, so this is the algorithm I might use. But that is not the case. At times, the data is misleading. We are not sure what kind of algorithm I want to use, what kind of data I want to pass, and how much data I want to pass. In that case, what we do is we first allot a particular algorithm, use it, implement it, then we test the values, then we try out some other algorithms as well, and then we come to a conclusion as in, okay, this is the best algorithm, and using which I've generated a model which is best to meet my needs. And while doing that, there are quite a few processes that happen, processes like training, testing, validating, where you pass in certain amount of data, you build the model, you train the model, and then again you pass or keep some data behind, which you later pass to test these models, as in, are they working properly or not? So this is an iterative process, and this might take in more than one iterations to actually go ahead and jot down or settle down onto a particular point. So once your algorithm is selected, once your machine learning model is built, you can actually go ahead and deploy this model into your environment or real-time working where it would be able to predict the real-time data or the data you provide your so-called algorithm, right? So this is how the whole process of machine learning works. Now, the processes which I talked about, pre-processing, then implementing various algorithms, training, testing your data. Now, this again, they look simple, or when you listen to them, they seem pretty easy, as in training the data and all those things. But once you start implementing these things, it is fairly difficult. Ask any data scientist and that person would tell you that pre-processing is something that is very difficult to deal with, and mostly 60 to 70% of the work is done in these phases only. So what if we had something that could actually help us here? Wouldn't that be easy? I mean, if we could just speed up this process of pre-processing, algorithm selection, training and testing data, instead of doing these manually, can we do all these things automatically? The answer is yes. Now, this is where your Azure machine learning steps in. What Azure machine learning does is it helps you carry out the whole process. But as you can see, we have something called as ML Studio, and it focuses on your pre-processing, application of algorithms, and deployment processes. So bulk of the task which can be repetitive or which can require you to put in more efforts to implement manually, it actually helps you automate or speed up that process. So that is what ML Studio is basically. It is a studio or a service in a very popular cloud service provider, that is Microsoft Azure, which lets you implement various machine learning algorithms, and it carries out the bulk of tasks or the bulk processes which you would otherwise not want to do. Now, this is not something that actually is used to replace data scientists. You cannot do that. So no offense to any data scientist who is listening to this video or going through this video. It is more or less complementary to data scientists. You would be needing statistical knowledge, and hence we talked about machine learning a little, because even if you build models using Azure or any platform, you would be required to have proper statistical acumen or knowledge about data science, something that would help you understand the output of the models that you've built. So yes, some statistical knowledge would always help and you cannot replace that. But definitely if you are working on machine learning and you need to speed up this process or make it more efficient, then Microsoft Azure and ML Studio in particular is a very important resource for you to have. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to switch into the demo part, and we would be building a model so that we can discuss some of the stuff that I've already talked about. And we also get to see how Microsoft Azure works in real time, right? So let me just switch to the Azure portal or console that we have at our disposal. So guys, what I've done is I've gone ahead and I've switched into my Microsoft Azure portal. For people who are completely new to Microsoft Azure, you can actually avail certain services that Microsoft Azure offers you for free for 1 month. Now, during this period, you can avail certain credit for US citizens or people who have an account in US region. They can actually avail up to $200 of usage where you can use certain services. Now, these services are chargeable. That is why the free credit that is made available to you. So, which I believe is more than enough for 1 month's practice. So if you're somebody who's new to these platforms, I would suggest that you go through or sign up for Microsoft Azure and you can avail those services. Now, since I am from India, we have Indian rupees as our currency. And for our usage, we are given somewhere around 13,300 INR or Indian rupees which is a very big amount if you talk about using a service for a month's time. So it actually serves my purpose. I have been using it for a long time. That is this particular account. I've had a couple of accounts, but this one is something I created some 15 days back. And as you can see, I still have like 12,400 something something, which I can use. And we would be not needing this much today, somewhere maybe 10-20 rupees to the max. So yes, you can go ahead and create this account. Once you do have this account, then you'd be having access to all the services that Microsoft Azure has to offer to you. You can go ahead and create all the resources you can have or utilize its compute services, storage services, database services, and all the services that it has to provide to you. But since we are talking about machine learning, we would be sticking to those applications as well. So in order to use your Azure machine learning, you need to create a workspace where you can actually go ahead and put in all your data. And once you create your workspace, you actually need to go ahead and sign into the Microsoft Azure ML Studio, which is an interface or IDE where you can actually go ahead and create all those models. So in order to go ahead and create a workspace, you just need to come here and type machine learning, and you might be having that thing in the suggestion. It was already typed, I believe, machine learning. And you have this place where it says machine learning studio workspace or service workspace. You can click on these. The studio workspace is something I've clicked on, and you need to put in some details, as in what is the name of your workspace, what subscription are you using, resource group. You can use the one if you already have one. If not, you can create one. Just given some name. Now resource group is something that holds in details about your resources that you're using, and then what kind of storage account you are using. You can create a storage account as well. It's not a big deal. It is nothing but think of it as a storage place where you can store in your data. That's it. So you do go ahead and put in these details, and then you say create. Before that, you have to put in what pricing tier are you using, and you'd be entering the region where you want your workspace to reside. Now what cloud does is it stores your data in particular locations on the globe, right? So you can choose the location that is closer to you or closer to your business depending upon your needs. For now, I'm gonna stick to the basic one that is here because we are just creating a simple demo. In fact, I'm not gonna go ahead and create a workspace because I already have my own workspace. But you, I would suggest that you put in these details and create one. Once this workspace is created, you can actually just open it, and at the bottom you would be seeing an option called as machine learning studio. Else what you can do is you can type in this URL and you would be redirected to this page where you have to sign in with your Microsoft Azure portal account. And once you do that, you would be redirected to the ML Studio that I'm talking about. So the workspace would be created. Once the workspace is there, you log into your Azure ML Studio. And once you do that, this is what you'd be having at your disposal. Now, these are some of the experiments that I might have worked out or worked on in last week or so. Some of them are finished, some are still in drafts. So you can actually go ahead and create these workflows or these kind of workflows. Now you have so many options here. What are the projects that you create? Experiments, which we just saw, different web services that are made available to you. You can actually go ahead and create web services as well. You have your notebooks. Now you might not always go ahead and start from the scratch, right? You might have your code written in maybe R or some other language like Python. So you want to import that code, you can do that as well. Or you can use the existing notebooks which Microsoft Azure has offered to you, where you have ready to use codes or ready to use models as well. And then we have data sets. Now again, you can import your data sets that you have. There was one financial sample data set which I imported recently. You can actually go ahead and use sample data sets as well. Now you can see there are quite a few data sets that are made available here which you can use and implement your own algorithms or implement the algorithms that Microsoft Azure has to offer to you, right? So you can do that as well. So it pretty much depends upon what do you want to do and what kind of processing do you want to do. As you can see, if you come here, you have some, this is somewhere you can see your trained models as well, as in the work you've done or some models that you've implemented. So you can have that here. In this case, we are going to go ahead and implement one of the algorithms or algorithms that are implemented by Microsoft Azure. So if I come here to experiments and I go to samples, you can see that we have so many implementations. So we would be taking a look at one of these and then we would be implementing that on our own. Do not worry, we won't be copying it right away. So we have quite a few options here, as you can see. Okay, let's just go ahead and do one thing. Let's build our own model here. So for that, we need to go to experiments, or rather we can come down here and say new, and I say add a blank experiment. Let's just go ahead and try to build a recommender system or something like that. So to do that, let's call it say my recommender. There you go, and save it. Okay, there are no modules, so you cannot save it. So first, let's get started. Now, in order to create a recommender, for people who do not know what a recommender is, it is nothing but you pass in certain data and it might suggest, or the model might suggest you as in what you might like or what you might want to do. Say, for example, when you shop on Amazon or any other website that is there, you normally have some suggestions, right? I mean, you may like this, you may like that. Same as with YouTube, you go through certain videos and it gives you suggestions as in you preferably might like these videos as well. So that is a recommender system. So let's go ahead and create one recommender system. Let's create one for movies. So let's just go ahead and practice or play with the data that we have. For that, we would be needing a data set first, right? Now, if you talk about ML Studio, it is very simple. You just drag and drop stuff, just like creating workflows. It is as simple as that. Now, in order to use a particular data set, we have these saved data sets here. Samples. Let's make a recommender systems for movies maybe. Yep. So movies. Do I have something in movie? Yeah, there you go. Movie ratings. So we would be using this data set. Now, once you put in this data set, it is available. You can just go ahead and take a look at it. So let's just visualize this data. And as you can see, the information is here. It has certain values like user ID, movie ID, ratings, and timestamp. Timestamp is something that people do not use frequently, but yeah, these are things that are important to us. We have factors like your ID, that is your movie ID, user ID, and rating. It's somewhere around up to 10. So I believe it has started from 0 or 1 maybe. So we have ratings from 1 to 10, which we would be using. So this is the data that we've just visualized, but at times this data is not as simple and as managed. It might have some missing values and you might be required to play with it or make some changes to it. You can actually go ahead and put in some factors here as well. Now here you have so many options that are made available to you, right? So you can actually go ahead and process your data a little, manipulate your data a little, like you can take a look at statistical analysis and all those things. But this being a clean data, we do not need to do that. So we're just going to stick to the recommender system part here. So we have the data set now. I need to select the columns that I want to use. So I'm going to project certain columns out of it. So for that, we have a module here called as project columns. Okay, I don't see it here. I believe they've changed the name. Select columns to, okay, so this is the one. They've changed the name. It's called as select columns in dataset. So we drag it and place it here. And we hold on to the circle that is there on the previous module or the tab we had, and we pull it down so we can connect these two. Now they are connected, and but since I've connected them, there's an error here. It says value required. Now I need to pass in some values as in what are the columns I need to focus on, right? So I would be clicking on this icon here or tab which says launch column selector, and it gives me options. So I'm going to put in certain rules. Now what are the columns that I want? First I would say that get in all columns and just exclude the ones that I don't want. So what are the columns that I do not want? Timestamp was something that won't be very handy, so I'm going to remove that. So I would be excluding that and I would be saying okay. Once you do that, the error is gone. So we have the data set, we've selected the columns. Now next phase is I need to go ahead and pre-process the data, but data is already pre-processed, so I don't need to do that either. So in this case, I would be going ahead and splitting my data into two parts, my training data and my testing data. Training data is something that we would be passing on to the model and we would be training a model based on the data, and test data is something that we would be holding back, and then we would be using that testing data to test our models or to predict the outcome or to see whether the model is working fine or not. So to do that, we need to split our data. So come here. This process is easy. Just go ahead and type in the words that you need to do and it gives you modules to do that. So split data, I just pass in the data. So I've gone ahead and I've created or I've pulled this split data module or tab into my workflow. So yes, the data would be split and it would be split in this fraction 0.5, that is we would be using 0.5% data to test, that is half of the data to test and half of the data to train our models. So there you go. I won't be tinkering with these factors, those are good enough for me. So let's just move further. Now there's an option here where you can zoom in or zoom out your model to fit in the screen. So the data is split now. Next job is to train your data. So train your recommender system. Do we have option to, yeah, train matchbox recommender. So we select this and pull it here. Now what we do is we pass in one of these branches here, first one, and the split data is passed on to this training module or tab. Now I'm not too good with the nomenclature, that is why this confusion. Let's call it tab. So yes, so I've pulled in this data into the tab. So this is something that would get trained here, and I need to score it as well. So once I come here, I select this first, and it shows me the details as in, okay, how many traits of the data that I have that I want to use to build this recommender system. Let's just say 10. Okay, 10 is fine. I don't see too many problems with it. Maybe let's do it 20. Number of recommendations I want. Okay, no, this can also stay to 5, no problem. Training batches, 4 is fine. So we just move further, and next what we do is we just go ahead and score the data that we have. So I say score, and I pick in this thing. So again, to this I would be passing in my training data here, and I would also be passing in my split data, that is the testing data. There you go. So the data that has been trained, that would come here, and also the testing data would be here. So I have this score where I need to give in the details as in what are the predictions that I'm looking for. Now I basically want prediction where I would be wanting related items, right? If I watch this movie, what kind of movie I need to watch, right? So this is what I would be entering here. So once I enter related items, it says what are the maximum number of related items to find from an item that you have. Let's say I want just one item. There you go. And so it would give me one related item to the movie. So if I pass in a particular movie to this recommender, it should suggest one movie that I might like watching. So that is what I'm talking about here. So one related movie, you can have more than one as well. So that is up to you. So we've done this. Now next is I build a model, or I've actually gone ahead and put in a tab for training and scoring. Next, I need to evaluate this data, right? So I say evaluate or test rather. So it says evaluate your recommender. You get in here, and this time you take in this value that is your score and you put it here in this column. We passed in one of these threads here. Next is we take in the split data and we enter it here. There you go. This is fine. I would be saving it here just to be safe. Once you save this data. Okay guys, so the connections that we pass in, these are important. In which port are you passing in what value? So this might hold. And this is more or less an experimental kind of a stuff where you might actually go ahead and put in some wrong connections and you might get in some errors. So you actually need to go ahead and troubleshoot some of those at times, not always. So we've actually gone ahead and we've almost built a model. Now we need one more table here, or one more data set, that is movie IMDb titles. Let's place it here. Okay, it has gone somewhere. Yeah, so I place it here. There you go. And whenever we have a new data set, we always visualize it to understand what it has. Okay, this should not take this long, but for some reason it is. So I have this data set where I have movie ID and movie name. So I would be using this data set for my recommender, where it has some IMDb titles, which is not the actual IMDb, that website which we have. It is a sample data set that is created. So we have this data set here. Now that we've seen the data, I'm gonna go ahead and use a command called as edit metadata, and I'm gonna place it here. And as usual, I'm gonna go ahead and put this thing in here. Now, if I come here, as you can see, there's this column here which says select certain columns which you want to use. So what are the columns that I want to pass to my metadata basically, or what is the metadata that I want to use? So I'm gonna go ahead and click on launch column selector. And in this case, with rules, I would start with no columns and I would say include. So what are the columns I need? First is I need item. So you have to hit the enter button. You won't be given a suggestion here. Okay, for some reason it is not taking in this value. Let me see what is wrong. Okay, we need to pass in first values to this so-called metadata. Before that, we won't be able to deal with items because we just took a look at this data set and it does not have item value. That is why we are not able to pass in that value. So let's pass in other values to it, the values that are more relevant to this data set. So we'd be coming here and we'd be selecting some other values. Now you can see that we have these values that are available. So let's just go ahead and select those. There you go. And I say okay. So the error is gone now. Now we have a metadata which is made available to us, and I have a model which is up and running here. Now I need to put in joins here. Now if you all know what joins do is, they basically help you select data from one table to the other. So we have two tables here, or two data sets. So I want to combine the data that these two tables have. Now I won't be getting into the details of joins and all those things, but we would be using them here for the general reference sake. So I have these two data sets here, and I want to predict or compare the table with the table that is here. So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna build a model or create a join that lets me compare the movie names from one data set with the other, or give me recommendations from one of the two data sets, right? So for that, I would be needing a join here. So let's just come here and say join. Okay, before we get into this thing, there is one more important point. My edit metadata data type, it has to be string. There you go. Now I need to pass in values to this tab as well. So for that, I would be needing a score from here. So I would be taking this and I would be placing it here. There you go. And one from the metadata to this joint. Now, what are the values that I want to pass in here? Now it should be item, I believe. So as I've said, hit the enter button. There you go. And you say okay. And columns from R or the other table, what do you want from here? I would be saying maybe movie ID. There you go. I say okay. What kind of join do I want? I want left outer join. Now again, I won't be getting into the details of these joins. Don't keep the right key columns because that is the reason I'm using this join. There you go. I would be needing one more join here and I would be pulling it here because the first join would just give me the movie ID, but I just don't want the ID. I want the movie name as well, right? So I'd come here, I'd pull in this thing and I would pass it to this data set and edit metadata. There you go. Again, if I come here, it would ask me for values. I would say, give me related items if you have any. And here, I want the movie name. We would say save. If we missed out on one thing, we need to come here first and remove this left outer join and now save. We are bound to have some errors, guys, so stay tuned. Now this thing runs, it would run it tab by tab or module by module, and then everything would be executed. So this might take a couple of minutes. Once the module or the tab is executed, it shows a green tick on it. As you can see here, we have ticks here and here. This might take a longer because we've increased the number of iterations to 20 in the slide or in the tab when we were working on it. So the whole processing might take a little longer than normal. Okay, it says related item not found. Let's see why is that happening. Launch recommender selector. Yeah, this is the one that is the related item one. Probably there is no related item variable in the dataset that we generated. Now, as I've told you in the first model, I'll show you where. First, let me select this for now and let me say, okay. Here in the score match box, I had passed in number of related items, right? It was one. So by default, it was given a name called as related items one. So that is something which we are passing in here or something that we would be displaying. So there you go. So what we've done is we've actually gone ahead and put in all the stuff that we wanted to. Let's just see whether it runs. And once it runs, I would be explaining this again to you people. So do not worry. First, let's run it. Now this time around, it should happen quicker because most of the stuff is done. We just have the error in the last tab or the last module. So the other parts should be done quicker, as you can see. And now the last one would be implemented and it is done already. So guys, our model is up and running. Let's just go ahead and check. So when I click on this icon and I say visualize, it should give me some values. See how relevant values these are. Let's just verify it. Now this being a model, it might not be that accurate, but let's hope it gives some values. It is not giving me the movie name and movie ID for the other section or the related item. Let's see why is that the case. But it says if you have seen this movie, you might like this movie, but we do not have that movie. So let us see where we have gone wrong first. So there is some error here or here. We have a movie ID here. So let's just come here and see. Okay, so we can just match ID to ID or map ID to ID. So let's remove this for now and say movie ID and then see whether we get the output. So I say save, not save as. I would say save and I would run this. So again, it should run quicker than the last time. There you go. Now let's just see what is the output that we get. So I say visualize. And there you go, guys. It's as simple as this. I mean, we put in or pulled in some values and we've edited certain values and we have the result here. Now, this is an Indian movie called as Talash, and it says that if you like this, you might like this. Oblivion, probably Jack Reacher. I haven't seen either of this. Iron Man, you might like Stand By Me. So I don't think this recommender is that accurate, but probably I'm sure that there would be some movies in it which are more relatable. So, and for people who are big movie fans, they probably would be able to relate a lot more to the movies that are here. So again, you can actually go ahead and select the number of related items that you want to select, and you might actually go ahead and tinker and tailor your algorithm a little more. For that, you have to play with the values that are there you have in this algorithm. You can just come here and switch in these details, and probably the answer might vary depending upon the inputs that you pass to this algorithm. So this was my basic aim. I wanted you to get some hands-on on Azure Machine Learning Studio and nothing more than that. But as far as this model goes, or this particular session goes, we've actually gone ahead and taken in two data sets. We've actually gone ahead and built a model, trained it, tested it, and then we've used a join to actually go ahead and see what would be the possible movie that you might want to watch if you liked one of those movies. So again, as I've already mentioned, it might not be that accurate. You are free to go ahead and play a little more with it. You can pass in your own data sets as well. In today's session, we would be discussing yet another interesting topic that touches up on cloud computing domain. Today's topic of discussion is Azure IoT. Before we move any further, let us take a look at the agenda or the offerings of today's session first. So I would start this session by talking about what is IoT, that is Internet of Things. Moving further, we would understand what is IoT on Azure, that is a cloud platform. Then we'll talk about Azure IoT components and their users. And finally, I would finish this session by discussing or giving you a slide or a smaller demo. I believe this agenda is clear to you guys. So let's not waste any time and quickly get started. So what exactly is IoT? Now, IoT has many definitions. I mean, because the domain is so wide, or I should say, there are so many things that you can do with IoT that to define it in one single way would not make a lot of sense. I mean, you can think of it as an approach that lets you collect data. It is an approach that makes your devices smarter. It is an approach that basically helps you connect devices. Now, to keep it simple, we all are social beings, or most of us are definitely. I mean, we need some social contact, right? So, what we do is we basically communicate with people. We tell them what we feel like, or what is happening in our day to day life, or we take in inputs from them in similar manner, right? So, in a way, we are actually exchanging information. We are actually exchanging data. What about devices? I mean, devices do store data, they do have information that might be useful to human beings, but how do you collect this data? How do you make use of this data? Well, yes, you have devices that let you collect data for you. There are devices that are smart and they do a lot of things that you'd want them to do. But what internet has done is it has enabled you to connect these devices with each other. And that has actually simplified the process of collecting data and also making these devices interactive and social in one way or the other. I'm sure this is not making a lot of sense for now. Let us move further and try to understand this topic a little more. Now, when you talk about the rise of internet, what you would notice is these days there is a lot of data that is generated online. I mean, the amount of cell phones being used these days, the amount of applications that run on these cell phones, the shopping you do, the food you order, the remaining stuff, the browsing and stuff like that you do, and the amount of work that you do here. I mean, it generates huge amount of data. Now, this data can be very useful. I mean, you also have analytics, data science in the market these days. And what it does is it basically lets you collect this data and use this data in a number of ways to serve the customers better, to basically make better medicines, to make better machinery and stuff like that, right? So that is what data science has done, and that is what internet has done. But what this also means is a burden on human beings to collect this data. I mean, you need some way or the other to collect this data. And when it comes to human beings, yes, we are the sharpest beings on the earth, but the problem here is the human accuracy. At times it can go down or it cannot be as accurate as the machine is. So you need to create machines that let you collect this data. So what internet has done here is, if this data is huge and the amount of data that is being generated is huge because of internet, it has also given you a solution. The solution is Internet of Things. What it does is it lets you connect different devices together. And by doing that, these devices are smart enough and they can collect this data for you, so that your only job is to go through this data or use this data. And that is why these devices are becoming more smarter day by day. Now, to give you a very simple example, if I go home and basically what I do is I remove my wallet, I remove my bike or car key, and I keep it on the desk that is close to my door, or I rather hang it on the hanger that is there. So what mostly happens is when I leave my home, there are chances that I forget my key, I forget my wallet, right? What if there were smart devices that would tell me that I have forgotten my key once I leave the door? Wouldn't that be nice? So that can be done. I mean, you have sensors these days. You can have sensors on these devices, on the keys, on the wallets that you work on, or on the wallet that you have. So basically, what these devices would do is they would basically sense the fact that you have moved out of the house, and once you cross a particular range, probably what it would do is they would throw in an alarm with some device that you have with you. So now this seems little impractical, but or seems little complicated to do. But the simple achievement out of this is you get notified no sooner you miss out certain things at home. And this application can be used on the longer run to solve different kinds of problems. Now, this is one of the applications of IoT. Internet can be used here, different sensors can be used here, different devices can be used to connect with each other. Now, this was about hardware devices. Basically, you can connect applications with each other which reside on particular hardware. So this is one very basic application. There are a lot of things that you can do with IoT. So as you can see in the image, what IoT is doing is it is basically helping you connect different applications, different businesses, different services together. And the fact that all these things are connecting with each other, there is live data with you, and that would help you solve a lot of problems. I mean, you can do better weather predictions with IoT. You can do better traffic predictions with IoT. You can better figure out as in what kind of data a person is using. You can figure out what kind of exercise routines a person follows. So all these things can be dealt with IoT. You can prepare better medicines. You can gauge how basically medicines are administered and what kind of effect are they having on that particular individual. So IoT is a great boon for humankind if used wisely. So that is what IoT is. I believe by now you've understood what IoT is. Let us move further and try to understand the other topics that we mentioned in the agenda. So guys, next on this list is IoT on Azure. I mean, why should you use IoT or Internet of Things on a platform like Microsoft Azure? First, let us try to understand Azure in a bit. Now, when you talk about Azure, I can think of this power consumption analogy. I normally use these in my sessions. So let me just throw in some light on these topics so that we can understand what Azure is. So basically, think of Azure as a platform that basically provides you with services that help you solve various computation, storage, and application development issues. How does it do that? If you take a look at this power consumption analogy, what you would notice is when electricity flows into your house, you basically consume the electricity, and at the end of the month you pay the bill for the units of electricity that you've consumed, right? You do not have to worry about how does this electricity flow in, who manages it. And once this electricity goes down, all you have to do is you have to call the power suppliers and they take care of it, right? You do not have to worry about managing the units you've consumed. All you have to do is take a look at the bill and pay the bill. So basically what is happening is someone else is taking care of all the things that are related to power consumption. All you do is you outsource this work to someone else. You use the services and pay for the services that you've used. It is very simple and very realistic in real life. When you talk about software development, there are a lot of constraints that one has to face. I mean, buying servers, hosting applications, maintaining, monitoring those applications. What if you were given solutions, ready to use solutions, where you had to worry about just the data that you have and take or deal with better business insights and stop worrying about all these issues? Wouldn't that be nice? When you talk about Microsoft Azure, it does exactly that for you. It provides you with cloud computing solutions, or it provides you with a platform that solves various issues that are related to your software development. So it is similar to the power consumption. I believe it is making some sense. In this case, your Azure is basically your electricity provider in terms of software services, right? So that is what Microsoft Azure is. It is a cloud platform that provides you with various services that concern computing and software development. And you can actually go ahead and rent these services and use them for a particular time duration when you want to use them. And you can get rid or release those services once you're done using them. So this is what Azure is. And why should you use IoT on Azure? Well, Azure is one of the leading cloud service providers. And that is why when you talk about Azure, what it does is it basically provides you with various integrations, various services that would help you implement IoT services on top of it and with ease. To give you a simple example, now this is an image I directly picked up from Microsoft Azure's website, if I'm not wrong. I would be giving credit to them. Do not worry about that. But this is a very simple example, and this is what it demonstrates. I mean, you have an IoT hub, which is an IoT service that is basically giving data to your stream analytics, which can be visualized by using different Azure tools. Now, when you talk about Azure services, there are services for everything. For your data visualization, machine learning, data warehousing, data lakes, you have application creation, PaaS service creation, instance or virtual machine creation, storage, security, and everything is taken care by Azure. So basically, if you have applications that run on Microsoft Azure, you can actually go ahead and apply Internet of Things to it to make them more smarter. And if you do not have applications on Azure, you can actually go ahead and create those using Microsoft Azure, and you can again use IoT on top of it. So yes, if you talk about IoT on Azure, it is a very good choice and a very good option that people can opt for. What all can you do with IoT on Azure? Let us take a look at some of the important IoT components on Microsoft Azure. Now, when I say components, you can think of these as services that cater the need of Internet of Things on top of Azure platform. Let us try to understand those. So guys, first and foremost, you have your Azure IoT Central. Now, when you talk about Microsoft Azure, as I've already mentioned, it is a cloud platform. So if you've learned cloud platform to some extent, you have three services. You have infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. Now, as you progress with these services, IaaS is basically a service that provides you with basic infrastructure on top of which you can choose everything that you want to do. That means you can basically have a basic layer on top of which you can choose what operating system you want to use, what binaries to use, what applications to run, what programming languages to use. So it is a basic infrastructure that you can have. When you talk about PaaS, it is basically platform as a service where a platform is given to use, where you have ready to use templatized applications. And when you talk about SaaS, it is software as a service where a complete software is given to you on rent, which you can use. Say, for example, Gmail. I mean, you do not have to sit and code Gmail, right? It is a ready to use application. You do not worry about it. I mean, its security, its management, its maintenance, everything is taken care by someone else. So cloud provides you with these kind of services. Now, when you talk about Azure IoT Central, think of it as a SaaS kind of a service. I mentioned Gmail, right? So what it does is it provides you similar services, or it provides you a service that basically lets you create a similar software as a service kind of applications for IoT platforms. So that is what Azure Central is. When you talk about Azure IoT accelerators, it is more of a PaaS kind of a service that lets you create templatized applications or templatized IoT applications, which you can use to create ready to use IoT services. Now, what is the difference between these two? The major difference is now Azure IoT is a SaaS service. That means it would require you to put in lesser efforts. I mean, it is more ready to use kind of a service, just like your Gmail. So it is easy to create, but the disadvantage of this service is it does not give you a lot of customizations. I mean, you cannot go to Gmail and decide to hard code it again, right? You can't. But when you talk about Azure IoT accelerators, it again provides you with templates to create applications, but it is platform as a service. That means it gives you a platform. So this platform, it forms a way or paves a way on which you can actually go ahead and put in your applications, decide what kind of platform, what kind of software you want to run on top of it. So it gives you more flexibility. So it would require more efforts. So it is not easier, but it gives you more flexibility. So yes, these both services basically focus on templatized applications. Third on this list, you have Azure IoT Hub. Now, Azure IoT Hub is a very important service. Basically, what it does is it lets you connect other services and applications. So it forms a central point of communication for all these applications. So when you talk about the first two services, they are kind of dependent on Microsoft Azure IoT Hub to some extent. The other way around is not true. That means Azure IoT Hub is a fairly independent service. What it does, as I've already mentioned, it lets you communicate with other applications and other services. It forms that hub where applications communicate. Then you have Azure Digital Twins and Azure Time Series Insights. Now, these services basically what they do is they let you create models. Yes, they let you create models. And when you talk about digital twins, yes, it works in that way. When you talk about Azure Time Series Insights, basically, if you've learned analytics, you know you're talking about time series. That means how data varies from time to time, like your stock markets, right? I mean, the graph is not constant. It might go up, it might come down. So basically a series of information that varies as per time is called as time series analysis. Now, when you talk about Azure time series insights, what it does is it gives you insights or lets you build applications that helps you collect real-time data and generate insights out of it. So it is an analytics kind of an application. When you talk about Azure IoT, it helps you in data visualization and for various analytic approaches as well. Azure Sphere and Azure Maps. Now, when you talk about Azure Sphere, basically what it does is it lets you create devices. Those are hardware heavy. I'm not sure whether this is a right term to use. Now, when you talk about IoT, you're also talking about hardware devices that let you connect different sources. Now, when you talk about Azure Sphere, it has a set of devices or classifications which lets you do a lot of IoT things. Like basically, it has its sets of MCUs or microcontrolling units, basically, that help you in better IoT services. And when you talk about Azure Maps, I've mentioned an application called as knowing the traffic at different locations, tracking your cars and stuff like that. So for that, you need the location of the device, and Azure Maps help you in that aspect of IoT as well. So guys, these are most of the services that Azure IoT has to offer to you. We won't be getting into the details of all these services today. As we move further and we have more sessions on this topic, that is Azure IoT, probably I would be focusing on all these services individually and in a lot more detail. For now, let us just quickly move to the demo part. What I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly switch into the Azure console, and we are going to go ahead and kind of create a simple Azure IoT hub. So guys, when you talk about Azure IoT or when you talk about Azure in general, now you have your Azure portal. It provides you with free Azure services for a limited amount of time. If you are completely new to Azure, I would suggest that you actually go ahead and create a free tier account. All you have to do is give in certain details, your credit card or debit card details, and you're good to go. You can have that free tier account in which you have certain free credits. That means you can use these credits to use these services. I mean, these are paid services. So you can use those free credits to practice these services on your own. I would suggest that if you do not have a free tier account, you actually go ahead and create one. Now, in my case, this is a paid account, so I am kind of restricted to using these applications. So let us just go ahead and create a simple Azure IoT Hub first. So guys, this is the console. I mean, you have a number of services, whether you talk about your recently created services, whether you're machine learning, analytics, blockchain, compute, containers. Now, these are different domains that Azure touches upon. Our concern today is Internet of Things. So let's just click on this icon and go to Azure IoT Hub. If you move to these different services, you can actually go ahead and learn a lot about them. This is quick start tutorial, one for IoT Hub as well. So you can know what you can do with all these things or all these services. So when you talk about Microsoft Azure, there are a lot of documentations or a lot of documents that Azure provides you for free. So you can use those documents to understand these services to a lot more detail. So I would suggest that you actually visit their website and take a look at those services as well. Meanwhile, I've moved to this service. As you can see, the subscription is Edureka subscription here. Resource group, I can create one or I can use the existing one. So let us create one. Azure IoT demo 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Guys, these are unique names. So probably you might be forced to give longer names. Let's just say okay. You can choose the location where you want to create this IoT hub. When I say location, what Azure does is it has its data centers in different parts of the world. So you can choose the data center that is close to you, or you can choose the data center that is close to your business. And accordingly, you can take a call on which region do you want your data to based in. Based on that, you can choose a region. There are certain services for which all regions are not available. So you would want to visit those particular services and decide accordingly. In this case, I'm going to stick to West US. I mean, it's a simple application, so I do not want to put in too much effort or time into it. Let's just name our application as in my first IoT hub. It's not available is what it says. Let's say 134422221. Yep, now it is available. So you can just review it first, right? You can go to previous. Actually, you can take a look at the size and the details you want to enter. Pricing tier, it is S1 for me, that is standard one. I won't be getting into the details of pricing. Let's ignore that for now. Cost per month for this device is 1652 INR, that is Indian rupees, and it supports 400 messages basically. Number of units for the hub, for now let it be 1. You can change it accordingly. and you can actually go ahead and decide what tier you want to use again. So let's just move to free tier for now so that we don't get charged a lot. And let us just move ahead and say review and create. So this is the information. This is the subscription. Mine is pay as you go. This is the name, region, and the name. I just go ahead and say create. So guys, creation at times might take a while, not long, but a minute or two. So there you go. The deployment is in progress already. It is giving you all the information that you need. And once it is done, you can avail information on other things as well. Also guys, if you are new to Edureka or to our YouTube videos, I would suggest that we do a lot of stuff. I mean, we have our live sessions mostly on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. We have our podcast sessions as well. You can actually go ahead and visit our podcast channel where one of our associates, he works on great sessions. Then you have live sessions, which I've already mentioned, and there are quite a few other channels like DZone, Medium, channels on IGTV and other places as well. So our presence on social media is huge. You can stay connected to all these media to learn about new technologies. I mean, we upload content on all these platforms every day, and especially we started with YouTube. So if you are looking for such content on YouTube, like on regular basis, you can actually go ahead and subscribe to our YouTube channel so that you can avail these videos like every day. And also make sure that you click on the bell icon so that you get notified to these videos on regular basis, because there are a lot of resources that I believe would help you in a lot of ways. I would be dropping in the links for the other channels that I mentioned in the description so that you can actually go ahead and probably sign into those channels as well, like Telegram, DZone, IGTV, Medium, etc. As far as this application goes, the process is still underway. Let us just quickly refresh it and see whether the application is created, whether it's up and ready. No, it's still underway. So there you go, guys. The resource is created. You can click on this icon. You can see the information is here. That is, you can have your operation details by clicking on this thing, and you can get the details about it. You can copy the details as well. You can go to the resource as well, which is here. So, and based on this information, you can actually go ahead and decide what kind of access do you want this device to have. Pricing and scaling, all these things can be taken care of. Other information that you need a way to provision millions of devices, go ahead and see how these things work. So guys, this is how you actually go ahead and create a basic IoT hub. In the following sessions that follow this session, probably we'll be creating a lot more content related to these topics, and I believe these topics would help you a lot more. As far as this session goes, guys, I probably believe this is the end of it. Before that, I would suggest that you actually go ahead and delete the resources that you have. You'd have to enter the name of the app that you've created. So let me just go ahead and do that. Hub 123. I've given it a fairly long name, so there you go. Guys, the reason I'm asking you to delete these services is, now this was under the free tier, but probably there are services that would cost you a lot more. And say, for example, if you launch a server and keep it running, so probably you'd be paying a lot of money, and I don't want that to happen. So I would suggest that you always follow this practice where you delete the resources that you've created. And once you do that, it is certain that you won't be charged. Now you can see that if you go to this deployment, the resource won't be found because I've deleted it already. Today we are going to discuss Azure ChatBots. Can we create chatbots using these cloud platforms? So yes, we can create chatbots by using cloud computing platforms. If you talk about AWS, you have a service called as Lex. And if you talk about Azure, it is Azure BoT Service. So this time around, I thought of using a different cloud platform, and that is why I went ahead with Azure. Let's continue with this session and take a look at the agenda for today's session. Well, as far as this session goes, following are the offerings, we would start by understanding what are chatbots. Next, we would understand what is Azure BoT Service and how can you use it to create a chatbot. There's a lot more to offer. As we move further, everything would unfold. So let's jump into the first topic of discussion then. First, we need to understand how communication has evolved with time. Now, if you talk about times when I was little, I remember my father writing letters to his relatives, or my grandparents rather. So in order to send these mails or letters, we had to attach those postcards, go to the post office, put the letters there, and then that postman would take that letter to the respective party, and that party would reply in the same manner. So this process would take days, isn't it?
It had its own fun, but if you talk about current times, the technology has evolved a lot, and with that, the way we communicate with people has changed too. Nowadays, we have something called as mobile phones, right? Where if we do have to go ahead and communicate something to people, all we do is we just go ahead and type in a particular message and it gets delivered to that person within seconds. That is how communication has evolved. And what has this part done? Well, what it has done is it has made communication, one, easy, and two, more human-like. What do I mean by more human-like? Now, I've been in the age of chatting as well, and I know that how do we chat? It's very simple. Whatever we have to say, we just type it, right? Unlike the formalities that we do in other ways of communication. Say, for example, suppose if I have to apply for a leave, what would I do? I would go ahead and type an email, right? In that case, I would be putting in the details as in who it is to be sent to, what is the subject. Then I would put in the details. Then I would ask for a leave and all those things. I mean, this also is pretty much organized, but then it is too complex, isn't it? If you talk about chatting, it's very simple. I'm not well, I won't be coming today. As simple as that. Imagine if we could just go ahead and do this in every aspect of our life. Wouldn't that be easy? Can that be done? Definitely it can be done. Nowadays, what people are doing is they are trying to attach communication or implement communication everywhere in such a manner that you can easily communicate with people or with different resources and get the desired result out of it. One of the ways to do it is ChatBots. Let's try to understand what ChatBots are and how do they contribute to this concept. Well, if I were to define ChatBot, it is nothing but a software that lets me communicate with a human. Now, suppose I am an individual and I have certain requirements. Suppose I visit a website. What happens there? A pop-up comes in, right? Saying that, how can we help you? What is the possibility that it is not a bot? In 90% of the cases, it is. So that is what a chatbot is. In more formal ways, it is nothing but a bot or a software that can have a conversation with a human being. Now there are types of this chatbot. You have the standard chatbots and the self-learning chatbots as well. Now if you talk about a standard chatbot, think of it as a device or a software that that takes in the data that is given to it. And if a query is thrown at this bot, the machine or the software would reply to that individual. It does not go ahead and make any modification on its own. This is where the second option comes into picture. You have something called as self-learning chatbots. Now these are the bots that actually take in the data, understand the data, and then adapt to that data. In my previous session, I talked about recommender systems, right? For people who are completely new to the system, let me tell you what it is. Now, basically, recommender systems are nothing but those are devices or softwares rather that give you suggestions. Now, these suggestions are given based on the inputs that you provide. Think of it as your YouTube channel, right? I mean, where you put in a particular song and you play that song. When you do play that song, if you take a look at the suggestions list, you'd be having a song that either relates to the song that you've played or the song that you might have played previously. So what has happened here is your so-called recommender system or the software, it has learned from the preferences that you have given or the browsing history that you have. It also takes into consideration the preferences of other people who chose similar data, and based on that it gives you an input, right, saying that okay, these are the songs that you might like as well. Similar is the case with a self-learning chatbot. What it does is, given the data you provide to it, it learns and it makes the discussion more interactive. To give you another example, suppose you are a policy holder, and let's assume that there is a criteria that unless you are 18 years of age, you cannot buy a policy at that particular place. Now also imagine that you have this imaginary child or a kid who has turned 18 this year. Now if your data is with this chatbot or with this organization, your chatbot would understand what your data is, and next time if you try to converse with it, it might give you a suggestion saying that okay, your son recently turned 18, would you like to buy a policy for him as well? So that is what a self-learning chatbot does. It basically goes ahead, it understands the data and it adapts to the data, and based on this adaptation, it rather gives you a suggestion saying that okay, this is what, would you like to do this as well? The aim here is to go ahead and make the interaction little more interactive than what it is already. That is why the reason why this is happening is because as an individual we like to have discussion with people. That is how we human beings are. We like to communicate, and the aim of chatbots or these softwares is to make the conversation as interactive as possible. Plus the fact that we have chatbots everywhere, what companies are trying to do these days is they're trying to make their working a lot more easier. Instead of just giving you information, they're trying to understand your requirements and accordingly give you solutions, so you do not have to go through the documentation and all those processes. So this is what chatbots are basically. Those are nothing but softwares that try to understand the data that is given to them, and based on that they would either give you an answer or a solution to the problem that you have. Let's try to understand chatbots and the concepts that surround it a little more. So what is the need of chatbots? Now, I've already discussed quite a few reasons as in why do you need chatbots, but there are some other reasons as well. Most important reason is when you compare it with a human being, a chatbot performs better. How is that? Now there's no competition to human brain, right? I mean, we all know that it's a great thing, and it is the thing that actually created your chatbot. But if you talk about precision and performance, if you have a software that has been trained, that could actually give you better replication and better throughput. How is that? Let me give you one more scenario. The next point, that is easy to replicate. What do I mean by this? Now suppose I have a human being who is sitting and answering certain queries. No matter how great or how brilliant that individual is, if I throw like 20 queries parallelly to him, he probably would be able to answer 4 to 5 queries, right? So this is where a chatbot is different. I mean, I can create one chatbot, I can program it in one way, and then I can train it for 20 different services. So when 20 different queries come in, I have 20 chatbots that can actually do the job that is needed. So when you talk about parallelization, this is where chatbots come into picture. So these are some of the needs. Apart from that, the major need is to make interactions a lot more interactive than what they are. So yeah, this is what chatbots are, and we are going to go ahead and implement chatbots by using Microsoft Azure, and in that we would be using a service called as Azure BoT Service. So let's try to understand what Microsoft Azure is, and then we can move into the demo part where I would be talking about the bot service and how to build a chatbot. So what is Azure? Well, Azure is nothing but a cloud service provider. Now if you compare it with Amazon Web Services, it again is a great cloud service provider just like Amazon Web Services, and it has a plethora of services to offer to you, whether you talk about your storage services, compute services, security services, whatever service it is, everything is taken care by Microsoft Azure. And what it does is it lets you create applications, deploy them, maintain them, monitor them, and also keep them secure. The best thing about Microsoft Azure is it is a Microsoft product. Now when you talk about Microsoft, we all know that the plethora of applications or the Microsoft stack of products that is there, we all know that it is huge. And what that means is there might be some software in your life which you're using and that has something to do with Microsoft Azure. So if you're moving to cloud, you'd want to use or have the ability to move your so-called application or have the freedom to implement your applications that are there in Microsoft onto your cloud platform, isn't it? So if you are using Microsoft Azure, it becomes easier to migrate all these applications or integrate these applications to Microsoft Azure. So it actually gives you a freedom of using your favorite tool or your frameworks on Microsoft Azure. So yeah, that is what Microsoft Azure is, and as I've already mentioned, it is a very popular cloud service provider. In this case, we would be using Microsoft Azure BoT Service in particular, and using that we are going to go ahead and create a chatbot. So that is what we have for the demo part. Let's just switch into the console of Microsoft Azure and let's take the discussion forward there. So yeah guys, let me first give you a scenario as in what are we going to do now. Now when I talk about creating a chatbot, what is going to happen here is first I need to create a chatbot, and in order for that chatbot to work, what I'll have to do is I'll have to go ahead and create some source or some data source from which my chatbot would learn, isn't it? I mean, it needs some data, right? So for that we need to create something called as knowledge base. Now your knowledge base is nothing but basically a set of information. It can be achieved from anywhere, maybe a URL that has pages or two where the information is given, or it is a document that you own. So we would be using that document or that URL, and using that URL, we would take in the data and we would create a knowledge base. Once the knowledge base is ready, we would go ahead and switch into Microsoft Azure portal, and there we would be creating a chatbot. Now what we would be doing is we would be giving that chatbot that information, and then we would test our chatbot as in whether it works perfectly or not. Once we are done with this, I'm going to take it a step further where I would be going ahead and integrating my chatbot with my Facebook Messenger app. So stay tuned and let's implement all these things one by one. First and foremost, let's start by creating our knowledge base. For that, we have to go to this URL, that is Q&A Maker. Bear with me guys, if my internet is a little slow, it might take a little longer than normal. So this is what we have here, that is www.qnamaker.ai. Now if you come here, you can create your knowledge base. If you click on this icon, it would say create a knowledge base. Okay, I have to sign in every now and then, that can be irritating. So I say sign in. No, I don't keep it signed in, that is why it asks me every now and then, but that way I feel it's safer. There you go. Might take a minute or two, probably lesser than that. First, it would check whether I have any knowledge bases that are there with me already. If not, it would ask me to create a newer one. So that is how it works. Guys, Microsoft Azure at times takes a little longer time to load. That depends on various sources. I won't get into the details of that. So if that happens, don't worry, I would be keeping you engaged, and we would be discussing something meanwhile. So there you go. We have this thing here. I say create a knowledge base. Okay, so guys, we are creating a knowledge base, right? So since we would be putting it on Microsoft Azure, we would be needing a service that is there on the platform that can attain to this knowledge base, right? So for that, we have to create a Q&A service as well. So let's go ahead and create that service here. If I click on this icon, it navigates me to Microsoft Azure account. Now I've already signed in, so it would directly take me to the portal, and it would open that tab where we can just go ahead and create this so-called Q&A Maker. If you want to visit the website first or the portal first and then open this thing, you can type your Q&A Maker and it would take you to this page where you can click on create, and then this would appear. So this is the Microsoft Azure dashboard. We will be talking about it, do not worry. So we are going to go ahead and create this Q&A Maker service. Let's call it, say, demo 1234511. Subscription, it's Azure 533 standard. What is the payment tier I want? Keep it standard again, and location is West US. Let me prefer that. Now your chatbot service is not available everywhere, so you would be wanting to be careful while you select the regions. Okay guys, resource group, now it by default takes the name of my Q&A Maker name and it replicates the name. You can actually go ahead and use an existing resource group if you have one. If not, let it create one. So what is a resource group? Basically, it is nothing but, think of it as a container where certain resources are put in by Microsoft Azure. So when you do create a service, along with it, it has to have a resource group attached to it. So each time you have a service, either create a new resource group or use the one that you already have and that suits your needs. In this case, we would be creating one. Once you do that, come here and select this thing. Demo 12345, everything is okay. West US is the region, West US is the region again. So guys, everything is pretty much in line. There's nothing that we need to discuss here. Let me just go ahead and say create. Yeah, so it would just go ahead and create this thing. Once this thing is created, we can actually go back and then select this. Okay, it's deploying now. These are some of the applications that I created in the past. I do not need them right now, so I'm just gonna go ahead and remove these. Meanwhile, my application gets created here, service rather. Okay, it's deploying. So guys, as I've already mentioned, at times it takes a longer while. So yep, this is what might happen here. Might take a minute or two, or half a minute if we are lucky enough. So once we do that, we are going to come back here, select all the resources, and then we are going to create a knowledge base. Now what happens here? When you do create that knowledge base, basically what your Microsoft Azure does is, or your Q&A Maker does is, it fetches the data from the source that we are generating or the source that we are giving. Now, as I've already mentioned, you can either go ahead and probably give in a document, or you can select certain URL. In this case, I'm going to go ahead and select a URL. So what kind of data would we like? If we have some FAQs, that would be better, right? So let's go ahead and select some FAQs. Let me just go ahead and search for Azure FAQs, and we'll select the first one that is there. Now this is an ad. Let's not select this. Let's select this thing. So guys, this probably has some Azure support FAQs. So some questions asked and some data given. So this would be one of the best data sets to use here. So let's copy this link. And as you can see that our service is created. Let me just pin it to the dashboard so it becomes easier to use. It has been pinned. Now I go back to Q&A Maker and I refresh it. Guys, you need to refresh it once, because else your so-called service won't be displayed here. Okay, loading your Q&A services. Please do that for me. Okay, so it has been refreshed. Now let me select the by default account that I have, my subscription name, and the service which I just created. URL, I paste it here, and then I say create. Knowledge base name cannot be empty. Okay, I forgot to enter in the name. Let it be the same as we've already entered. It is nothing but, what was the name? Okay, let's call it, say, let's come here first. It's demo 1234511, right? So let me just give in that name. I like to have it ambiguous, guys. At times it's simpler to remember same names or use one name throughout the application. So ambiguity is good at times. So there you go. Let's hope it gets created this time around. Okay, so might take half a minute here, and once it's done, it would fetch in all the data and it would create a knowledge base which we can use. Now guys, once the knowledge base is created, it would be created based on the data that we've entered. But that is not how I would start the communication, right? Instead, what I would do is I would start by saying maybe hello or how are you or something like that. So when I say hello, I need an appropriate reply from the chatbot, right? So we would go ahead and use this knowledge base, but we would also go ahead and add a couple of comments or a couple of starters or endpoints for this discussion. So there you go, the knowledge base has been created. I would like to train it a little more by adding a Q&A pair or two. So in case if I just go ahead and say hi, I want my chatbot to reply something like this. Hello. How may we help you? There you go. So, and let me add one more Q&A pair. This time what I'm going to do is I'm going to, okay, what just happened? Okay, there you go. Let me just say thank you, and on this let it say glad we could help you, hope to see you soon. There you go. Somehow I'm not sure whether I added that hi thing. So if that is not added here, probably we'll just use this thing to test, as in if we say thank you, this is the output that we need, right? Or if we type some of these keywords, this is the data that should be displayed. So let's just say save and train. One pair cannot be empty. So which pair is empty right now? Okay. Is there something that is empty here? I cannot see anything that is empty. Okay, what just happened? The problem is we added hi and hello, right? I just cannot see where did it go, or could not see where it go. Okay, it's saying that some key pair is empty. There is thank you here, and there is a plus here, so this is fine. This is what we have. Do we have anything else that we need to focus on? Okay, this is the part. Let me just refresh it, guys. That way probably we would be able to edit it better. Again, the waiting time, that is something that I hate a lot when you work with these things. Add a Q&A pair. Let's say hi, and let's just say hello. How can we help? Question mark, and let's see whether we can save it now. Okay, now there shouldn't be any problem here. So hi and hello has been added. So I believe we can test our so-called knowledge base based on the data that we've entered here, right? Yep, it has been added successfully. So let's test it, guys. I say hi and I hit the enter button. There you go. We have the reply. Hello, how can we help? You can ask other questions as well, like do you provide support? So if it can actually go ahead and parse this data, or rather segregate this data, it would give you an answer. There you go, it has the answer. It has used the database that is there, and it has given in the answer that suits in best for this keyword. So guys, test is complete. Now let's just go back and publish this knowledge base. For that I would need to refresh it once, and once it gets refreshed I can just go ahead and publish it. So guys, once we are done publishing this thing, okay, we have this option here, publish. Okay, so it might take half a minute. So once it gets published, now we are going to go ahead and create a chatbot, and we are going to integrate, or we are going to give this knowledge base to a chatbot. So if we again test it and put in certain queries, it would give us the reply for the questions that we've asked. So there you go. Now this is something that we would be needing. It is nothing but sample HTTP request. That means once I try to connect with my chatbot, there are certain credentials that I might be required to enter, like the host ID or the authorization endpoint and all those things. So let this thing be open, and let's just switch to the dashboard part. Now here I can create my chatbot. For that I need to click on create a resource. There you go. I say AI plus machine learning, and I get this option where I say web app bot. There you go. So let's create something called as demo 123456111. Again, subscription is Azure 533. It has created a resource group, central. No, I want West US. I scroll down. What is the bot template? Well, it is built in basic C#. I would click on this thing and select Q&A, that is question and answer form, and I say select. There you go. I scroll down. East US again. I want West US, maybe West US 2, and I say create. So guys, this thing takes a while. It takes a minute for my chatbot to get created. Now once the chatbot gets created, next job is to take this chatbot and connect it to the knowledge base and move the whole thing to my Facebook Messenger. Now this is where I would be asking the questions. That is, I would be creating an application on my Facebook Messenger, and on that I would be putting in this chatbot. So if I do throw in these queries, my Facebook Messenger would reply. That means the chatbot would reply using my Facebook Messenger. For that we need to integrate our chatbot with the Facebook Messenger. So how do we do that? For that we need a Facebook account. While this thing works out, let's do that. Now this is a sample account that I've created. This is an anime which I used to watch once, so I've taken this template This basically deals with different vendors who can bend different elements. Now you don't need to get into the details of what those elements are. I've just used this theme, and based on that I would be creating a page to which I want my chatbot to react to. And I would also be going ahead and creating an application as well. Why are we creating all these things? Once the bot is ready, you would understand all the stuff, as in why we are here and what are we doing here. Meanwhile, just create a page first. Let's say create, and let's call it, say, okay, let it be business brand. Call it, say, metal vending. Don't get into the details of what this title is. It's a random title. And category, we are here for education, so let's stick to that. I say continue. Okay, it says I have been blocked for some reason. The thing is, I happened to create this thing twice today. That is why probably they blocked me, as in for creating this page. Let's see if we can choose some other category and see whether they allow us to create a page here. Arts and entertainment, maybe now. Okay, they need other details as well, so let's skip. Let's try something else. Let's say it's a beauty salon. Again, they need in the details. If I put in education, that is when they don't ask anything else. Okay, education website, let's say continue, and let's hope that they let us create one. Okay, no, I have been blocked, so I doubt that I would be able to use this thing. Let me just quickly switch into some other account and see whether I can go ahead and try to do it with some other account. Let's try to create a page now. Let's hope that it lets us create a page here. I say create, and I say create a page. Let's call it, say, if it allows me, well and good. If not, then we'll have to switch to something else. Probably it is letting me create one, so that's a good sign. We can go ahead and use this thing. Skip, and I say skip. There you go, guys. We have a page here. Now once we have this page, next what we have to do is we have to go ahead and take a look at certain other details that are needed. Like if I click on this about page, I would be having an ID here which I would be using. Now this is my page ID that I would be needing. Okay, so we have a sample page and we are going to use this to test our application. Apart from that, I would be going to this Facebook developers, where I would be going ahead and creating an application as well. Now I am basically signed in as Vishal here, so that is good. Let me just go ahead and create one more app. Let's call it, say, demo for today. There you go. And I say create. Am I a robot? No, I'm not. Submit. So guys, an application would be created here. Okay, so we would be using this application and we would be attaching a messenger to it, and we would be attaching the chatbot to this messenger. Let me just quickly go ahead and check one more thing, because I do not want any more problems in this session. So let's just quickly say Facebook Messenger. If I open the messenger, let me just see what is the messenger that I have by default here. So as you can see, I have this thing which I do not want. I would rather go out and log out from here. So guys, yeah, want to continue as Vishal Padgan? Yep. There you go. Now we should be good to go. So yep, we are here, and guys, by the time I believe our application is up and ready, pin it to the dashboard. Now guys, we have an application on Facebook, we have a page on Facebook, and we have our demo bot up and running, which we can use. So let's just open this thing and see what it has to offer to us. Now guys, these are the resources that we have at our disposal, and apart from that, we have quite a few other things that we can do. We can test our web chat here, we can take a look at the analytics that is there, and what are the different channels that we can use to use this chatbot. So we are going to take a look at all these one by one. But first and foremost, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and connect the knowledge base to my chatbot. How do we do that? We come here and we click on application settings. Once I open that, I would be entering the details that we have here, the connections or the endpoints. There you go. So I have to scroll down, and these are the 3 fields that I need to enter here. So I copy this first. That is, now this is my ID which I would be entering here. The first place where I enter this thing is this. Okay, I also need the host name, which in this case is this. Okay, and apart from that, we have this data. This is my authorization key. Okay, so let's just verify it. We have the knowledge base ID, which is correct, host name is correct, and the authorization key is also there. So let's just save it. Yes, so it has successfully updated this thing. So I can just come here and I can say test it in chatbot. So if I just say hi, it should give me a reply. It's still sending the data. So okay, how can we help? So yes, it has been integrated or connected to my chatbot. Now next job is to connect this chatbot to my messenger app, right? So how do we do that? To do that, I would have to come here to channels, and I have some channels that are made available which I can connect to. First, I would just come down and select Facebook Messenger, the one which I want to connect to. And as you can see, this is the reason we created the app and all those things, because we need to fill in these details as well. For that, I would come here to my page and I would copy this page ID. Guys, there's too much to and fro of information here, so keep an eye on that, as in what I'm copying where. This is the page ID. As I move further, I have this application here. So in that, if I go to settings, I have the basic settings option. I need to copy this ID as well. Now this is my application ID, which I would be copying here. Control V. And guys, lastly, we need the secret key, which is here. I need to copy this as well. Control C. And I paste it here. Okay, so guys, we also need something called as page access token, but that is something that would be given to us once we move further. I'll tell you how to generate that as well, do not worry. Yeah, so guys, now we are at our application. One small change that we need to make here as well is we move to the advanced setting, and in that we say yes to this thing. At the bottom we have allow API access. I say yes. And I say save changes. There you go. Next, we move to the dashboard and now we configure our messenger to with the chatbot. And how do we do that? We scroll down here on the dashboard and we select this option, setup. Okay, so there are certain things that I need to take care of. I need a page access token as well. If I come to app review, guys, there are certain things that I would be needing to review, and before that I would be needing to enter in few details. We would be taking a look at those as well one by one. Do not worry about it. Okay. So when you come here, first thing you do is again go back to settings. Sorry, dashboard. Yeah, here. So what is the page that I want to refer? It is sample metal bending, if I'm not wrong. Yep. It would ask me for access. I would say yes. And I would say okay. Give access. It would generate a token which I need to copy. Once it's copied, you would come back to the dashboard of your Microsoft Azure and you'd paste it here like this. And this thing is more than ready to go now. I come back here again. Okay guys, so I need an API through which I can actually communicate the messages, that is through and to and fro. So how do I do that? I have something called as webhooks. I won't get into the details of it, but it helps me in better communication rather. So I would be needing to enter in these details here. These are available here on my dashboard. If I scroll down, I need this thing one, copy. I paste it here. Copy. Again I paste it here, and these are the subscription fields that I need to respond. So I say verify and save. There you go. Select a page here, again sample metal bending, subscribe. So my webhooks are done now. My next job is NLP, sample metal bending. I say yes and add all these to submission. There are certain details that you need to enter. One is as in what kind of communication would you like to have here. First select the page. If I say hi, give me a reply saying hello. Okay, and I just scroll down here and I say save. There you go. Next is this for better rendering. Guys, do not worry about this thing. This is just a basic input. Okay. Why do I need to access apps local? Better communication. I say save. And lastly I have this thing. Okay, for better time management maybe. Okay, I say save. There you go guys. So this has been saved and almost everything is done, and I believe we are good to go. So this information has been entered in properly. Before I do that, I need to set this thing live. It would give me an error here, I'm sure. Okay, you must provide a valid policy or a URL policy in order to make your application live. How do we do that? It has to be there somewhere in the setting part. So there you go. Private URL policy, we enter it here. Let's use sample.tv maybe, and I say save the changes. Now can I set it live? Definitely I can set it live now. So I said set it live. It would say select a domain first. Which domain do you want to target? Let's say education, and I say confirm. There you go. So this is done. Let me just go back to app review. My app has been set live. Start a submission for approval. Yes, please select all these fields. And I say add 7 items. There you go. So this has been done, guys, and our app is good to go now. So I would just go ahead and save this thing. Okay, so if we just go back to the channels, we would see that our Facebook Messenger has been added. So if I do put forth a query, that would be replied into my Facebook Messenger, or my account would reply, that is my chatbot would reply using my account. So for that, okay, this refreshing takes a while at times. So we should see the Messenger app here. There you go. If I click on it, I get this at my disposal. And if I type hi this time round, I should get a reply. How can we help? Do you provide support? So there you guys, we've successfully gone ahead and we've actually integrated our so-called application with our application on Facebook. That means our chatbot is replying using our Facebook application. So that is a plus, and that is what I wanted you all guys to see. So what we've done is we've gone ahead and created a chatbot. We've created an application on Facebook, and we've combined these two so that if I can throw in queries onto my Facebook, or if somebody comes in and throws in a query, my chatbot would reply on that page as well. So we've successfully done that, and this was the aim of this session.
Today, we'll be comparing these three powerful cloud platforms and see how they stack up against each other. So let's get started. Before we dig in, here's the quick intro. Amazon Web Services was established in year 2006. With 12 years of experience, it's the most popular player in the market. It offers a wide range of services across storage, compute, analytics, database, and many other fields. And like 6 to 7 years after AWS, Azure was launched by Microsoft. Though it's way younger compared to AWS, it has quickly built a reputation for itself in the market. And just like AWS, it offers a complete set of cloud services. And in the same year as Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud Platform was launched as well. The main reason of introducing GCP was to power their own services like YouTube and Google Search. But later on, they built enterprise cloud services as well. So you can say that Google Cloud Platform is still an evolving cloud computing platform. Now that we have an idea of foundation of these cloud providers, let's see where they stand in terms of market share. So here's the snippet of media interpretation, and you need to keep in mind that this information is with respect to first quarter of 2018. So Amazon Web Services delivered a 49% increase in sales, that is up to $5.44 billion. Then Microsoft Azure showed an increase of 17%, that's up to $7.9 billion. And Alphabet, Google's parent company, said that the division, which had GCP along with other services like Google Hardware and Google App Store, saw a revenue growth of 36%. That's up to $4.5 billion. And with all these stats, I can confidently say that Amazon Web Services is still in the lead and holds lion's share of market. So if I have to tell that in form of numbers, then Amazon holds 33%, that's almost about 1/3 of the total market. Then we have Microsoft, which holds about 13%, and finally Google, which holds about 6%. So to conclude, Amazon Web Services market share is bigger than its next two largest competitors combined together. Now that we know who leads the market, let's compare these cloud providers based on the services they offer. So first, let's consider compute services. The compute services offered by all these three cloud providers are equally powerful and yet unique in their own way. Amazon's primary compute service is EC2, which is Elastic Cloud Compute. As for the Microsoft, its primary compute service is known as virtual machine. Unlike Amazon's EC2, this virtual machine provides enhanced security, hybrid cloud capabilities, and integrated support for Microsoft software. Similar to Amazon's EC2 and Microsoft Azure's virtual machine, Google Cloud Platform offers Compute Engine. This Compute Engine offers automatic price discounts and it runs on an infrastructure that uses half the energy of typical data center. Well, that's about the primary compute services. Now let's take a look at additional compute services. I'm sure you know that all these cloud providers provide a combination of IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS services. But to say platform as a service is strong suit of Microsoft. So Microsoft Azure offers Azure Cloud Services using which you can easily deploy, scale, and run an application on cloud. Amazon's Elastic Beanstalk and Google's Google App Engine are similar to this Azure Cloud Services. Moving on, let's say you want to deploy a virtual private server without bothering about the underlying infrastructure, then Amazon Lightsail is the best option. Similar to Amazon Lightsail, Microsoft Azure offers Virtual Machine Engine, and Google Cloud Platform is yet to launch one such similar service. So all these cloud providers also support Container Platform and they offer their own unique serverless computing services as well. To conclude, in terms of compute, all the three cloud providers offer equally powerful compute services. And yet, I can say that Google Cloud Platform is still lagging behind in some areas. Now, moving on to storage services, AWS offers a long list of storage services. To name some, it offers Simple Storage Service, Elastic Block Storage, and Elastic File Storage. Talking about database options, it offers Amazon Aurora, a high-performance relational database, Amazon RDS, and DynamoDB, managed NoSQL database. AWS also offers a cloud-based data warehouse, which we know as Amazon Redshift. Though it doesn't offer a backup service per se, it offers Amazon Glacier for long-term archival storage at very low rates. Then talking about Microsoft Azure, it offers way more storage services than compared to AWS. And just for the basic storage, it offers 4 options, and for database, it offers 6 to 5 options. And like AWS, it also offers cloud-based data warehouse, which we call Azure Data Warehouse. And unlike AWS, Microsoft offers an actual backup service called Azure Backup. In addition to this Azure Backup, it also offers site recovery and archival storage. A final contender, Google Cloud Platform, when compared to AWS and Microsoft Azure, offers less number of storage services. But the storage services like Cloud Spanner and Cloud Bigtable are quite popular. And it doesn't offer backup or any archival storage service. So in terms of storage, Amazon Web Services and Microsoft Azure stand neck to neck, whereas Google Cloud Platform has still a long way to catch up with Amazon and Azure. All these vendors are actively launching services aimed at cutting-edge technologies like serverless computing, machine learning, analytics, and IoT. If you're talking about Amazon Web Services, it offers Athena and QuickSight using which you can get data insights. It also offers a machine learning service called SageMaker and Lex using which you can build voice and text chatbots. And as for the IoT devices, it offers GreenGas IoT messaging app. And as for Microsoft, it has invested heavily in artificial intelligence and it offers a machine learning service called ML Studio and a bot service called Azure BoT Service. In addition to this, it also offers cognitive services like Bing Search API, Text Analytics API, Computer Vision API, and many other services. And then Google. Google Cloud Platform is known for its analytical background. I'm sure you might have heard of a service called BigQuery that enables interactive analysis of massively large data sets. In addition to all this, it also offers IoT and serverless computing services, but still they are in beta version though. One of the major benefits of most cloud providers is their competitive pricing strategies. And all these 3 cloud providers follow pay-as-you-go model. It means you need to pay on the basis of usage. Wherein Amazon charges you on hourly basis, Microsoft Azure and Google Cloud Platform charge you on minute basis. And all these 3 cloud providers offer you on-demand pricing. That is the standard price you pay when you access their services. And then in addition to that, Amazon also offers you spot instances, reserved instances, and dedicated hosts where you are liable to get certain discounts based on some conditions. Then as for Azure, it offers special price for developers and something called Azure Hybrid Benefit. Suppose your organization runs some sort of Microsoft software on its own data center, then using this Azure Hybrid Benefit, you can get 40% discount depending on the type of Microsoft software you're using. And as for Google, it offers customer-friendly pricing compared to Azure and Amazon Web Services. It offers different type of discounts. To name some, you have sustained use discount. These type of discounts usually kick in automatically when you keep using same instance for most part of the month. Then you have preemptible instances, which is similar to Amazon Spot instances. And one more thing is that all these three cloud providers offer you long-term discounts. So if I have to conclude, Google Cloud Platform is almost always the lowest cost provider. Then you have Azure, the second least expensive, and its prices are usually close to Amazon's. And if you're looking for long-term discounts, as in Amazon Web Services is the best option. The big takeaway here is that you won't know which vendor is least expensive until you know what you need with these cloud providers. So now that we've looked at the features and pricing, let's see which one of these cloud providers are easy to get started with. So any guesses? Well, if you're guessing AWS, it's right. AWS provides this nice and easy page to start using their services. You can see that they break it down by platform you want to work on. So whether you're making an iOS app or writing in PHP, they provide you some sample code so that you can easily get started with. And as for Microsoft Azure and Google Cloud Platform, the segregation of services here is not that great when compared to AWS. That's mostly because they are less experienced, so you need some getting used to before you feel comfortable to start using their services. So there you go, guys. We've compared all these cloud providers based on their market share, features, pricing, and implementation. To conclude, Amazon Web Services still remains to be the most popular cloud provider, mostly because of the 7 years head start it has over its competitors. And AWS services are far more evolved and functionally rich when compared to other services. It has its weak points as well. It doesn't support hybrid cloud strategy. And its counterpart, Microsoft Azure, though it was launched several years after AWS, it's doing fairly well in the market. It has its firm foundation and is actively competing against Amazon Web Services. You shouldn't be surprised if it overtakes Amazon Web Services in near future. And then our final contender, Google Cloud Platform, when compared to AWS and Microsoft Azure, is still not that popular, but it's known for its pricing strategies and machine learning analytical tools it offers. But other than that, it has a long way to meet up Amazon Web Services and Azure. So guys, every cloud computing platform has its ups and downs, but the best cloud computing platform or the one that's suitable for you usually depends on what you expect from these cloud providers or what kind of services you need from these cloud providers.
Today I'm going to give you top 10 reasons as to why one should go ahead and learn Microsoft Azure. So let's not waste any time and quickly get started. The first reason on my list is security. Now, when you talk about cloud service providers, people normally have their doubts whether these platforms are secure enough or not. But Microsoft Azure puts all these debates to rest. It uses something called as security development lifecycle. This ensures security even from the operations perspective and also from the customer's perspective. Plus, they have more than 50 compliance programs which ensure that all these stringent policies are implemented and they're thoroughly taken care of. So if you're worried about security, do not. Microsoft Azure will definitely take care of all your security concerns. Integration. Since people want to move their data to cloud, we would be talking about a lot of applications. And when you talk about a lot of applications, you need to be able to integrate these applications with your service provider. That is why you need to have good integration and APIs. What Microsoft Azure does is it first of all provides you with .NET integration. Now we all know that .NET is a very popular language. And if you are able to incorporate or use Microsoft .NET with Microsoft Azure, it would be a big plus. And Microsoft Azure exactly does that. Apart from that, if you do want to go ahead and use other applications or maybe other technologies, you are free to do that as well because it has something called as API management, which ensures integration or collaboration of various applications with Microsoft Azure. So again, integration is something that can be done very easily by using Microsoft Azure. Analytics and machine learning. Now, when you talk about analytics or machine learning, you know that you would be dealing with huge amount of data. Now, in that case, you need databases that can deal with both SQL kind of queries and no SQL kind of queries. That means both structured and unstructured data. Microsoft Azure makes arrangements for these type of queries and databases as well. It also supports blockchain as a service and various other algorithms like your machine learning algorithms, your artificial intelligence algorithms, and a lot of things that you can do in machine learning and data science basically.
Now, we all know that these technologies and terms are very popular in recent times, and they are here to stay. And Microsoft Azure will ensure that it takes care of all these technologies and approaches as well. DevOps. This is another approach which is very popular. What it does is it brings in developers and operators together. When you talk about software development, now it has various phases, and these two teams play a very important role in it. And they normally have a conflict because they share similar interests, but they deal in different environments. What DevOps does is it brings these two teams together, and that ensures breezy development, and it also ensures fine tuning of various applications. Microsoft Azure also incorporates this approach. So if you are interested in DevOps, Microsoft Azure will let you do that as well. Sixth on this list is hybrid capabilities, or in simple words, customization. You need to have a platform that is highly consistent because you're talking about different applications coming together. Microsoft Azure provides with that kind of a platform. Plus, it also ensures high level of connectivity. It uses something called as CDNs, that is content delivery networks, and VPNs. Now, these things ensure static movement of data and applications, and that is a very healthy point to have when you're talking about hybridization or customization of your applications. Fifth on this list, we have PaaS offerings. PaaS stands for Platform as a Service. What Microsoft Azure does is it provides you with a platform where you can easily set up your applications. That means you can build them, you can manage them, you can monitor them, and also take care of all the security issues as well. And also, all these things happen at a very low cost. That means your cost to set up is very less. Fourth on this list, we have learning curve. If you wish to incorporate a particular technology or a service provider, it should be easy to learn. And that is the case with Microsoft Azure. It is fairly easy to pick up and understand. Plus, we have a lot of documentations and study groups that let you go ahead and learn Microsoft Azure. The next point on this list is scalability. This is often the problem with cloud services. The reason why cloud came into existence was it wanted to overtake or overcome this problem of scalability because it was difficult to pre-decide how many servers or space you're going to use. So people moved to cloud. And Microsoft Azure definitely takes care of this issue because it enables granular scaling and it lets you scale up and down as per your need. This makes the system very flexible and easy to make changes. That is, if you want to have a completely serverless application, you can do that as well. Cost efficiency. Now, this is a very important point because when you talk about money, people normally tend to look at businesses where they can save a lot of money and yet end up making a lot more money than what they've invested. Microsoft Azure ensures that you use a model called as pay as you go. That means you would be paying only for those services that you use and only for the time duration you are using them. Plus, you can also go ahead and keep track of all the costs and the money that you would be investing or you have already invested. That means you have ready to use metrics which tell you as in if you use these services for this longer period of time, you would be charged this much. So you can keep a perfect track of how much money you would be investing or you are using right now. So if cost efficiency is something that is there in your mind, Microsoft Azure will definitely make sure that you pay very less money. The final few. Now, when I was jotting these points down, I realized that I had more than 10 points. So I just went ahead and jotted few points for my last point. Serverless on demand. I believe I just discussed this point. That means while you create your applications, you would not want to get into affairs where you have to deal with your servers or at least maintain or monitor them. What Microsoft Azure does is it maintains your servers and softwares for you. So you can focus on your business problems and create your applications independently. So it is truly serverless on demand. Container services. Now this is nothing but an approach again. This lets you have containerization or rather virtualization at the operating system level, which ensures that you can go ahead and build your applications with much more ease. Now there is a containerization technique called as Kubernetes, and what Microsoft Azure does is it lets you use Kubernetes. That means you can simplify your process of building applications again. Identity provider. This is an important point as well. Now, when you're talking about a lot of applications, you will have to go ahead and sign in for every application. Identity provider, what it does is it lets you have a single sign-in. So you do not have to worry about going ahead and signing in again and again. And this brings us to the last point, that is application monitoring. Since you are dealing with so many applications again, you want to be in a situation where you have all the metrics or all the data that is moving around, and you would want to keep a track of all this data.
What application monitoring does is it provides you with a feature called as insight management, which gives you metrics at a single click, and you can have all the information that you want to have. So these are some of the points I feel which are very important, and I felt that these were the top points that I wanted to discuss with you people. If you people do have any different suggestions, or you feel that there are certain other points which are more important than these, you can definitely share those points in the comment section below.
We will talk about few Azure interview questions. So first of all, we need to understand what exactly Azure is, and what's the reason behind us understanding and talking about these interview questions. So Azure is a pretty hot topic these days. It's a part of Microsoft Cloud. A lot of people who are listening to this particular webcast would have been might have heard of AWS is there. Then we talk about Google Cloud is there. There's one from Microsoft which we are talking about. So there's a huge potential as far as cloud is concerned, and the market is huge. The market is hot these days. And I will share a few of my experiences as far as the interview is concerned and the questions relevant to Azure. So if you talk about this particular interview session, the question and answer session, I would say rather, not interview. So this covers two major courses in Azure. One is 533 and one is 534. So 533 is for admins and 534 is for architects. So when you talk about admins, the people who are responsible for managing and doing the run and maintain every day on Azure. So the questions in this particular slide would focus on that, and at the same time, few things related to the architecting part, right? So there is another course also from Microsoft itself, which is 532. We will not focus much on 532 because that talks about, I would say, programming. So how do you use Azure, I would say, services in order to put your services, I would say, your applications on Azure. So that basically focuses on that. So we would not talk much in terms of that. So this will again focus on 533 and 34. So let's just start with the interview questions. So now when you talk about cloud computing, a lot of different people have different definitions of cloud computing. So now, cloud computing is something which is not very new technology, I would say. The terminology is new, but the technology is not. The first product I would say which was talking about cloud was my Hotmail, which was designed and developed by Sabir Bhatia. So I'm sure a lot of people listening to this webinar would be aware of that particular name. So what he did was he designed a mail server. So in that particular mail server, I used to go ahead and access my mails, right? So that mail server was in the cloud, and then I was connecting to that mail server remotely to access my mails. So that makes it a cloud product, right? So now when you talk about cloud computing these days, the definition has changed. But as far as the working is concerned, it remains pretty much the same. So now when you talk about this, we talk about that we use and pay, right? So pay per use is the kind of model what we talk about. So we basically use and then pay only for that amount of, I would not say data, but I would say services which we use. So there's an explanation down there in the slide. It talks about, it is the use of servers on the internet to store, manage, and process data. The difference is instead of using your own servers, you're using somebody else's server to do the task and pay them for the amount of time for which you use them, right? So this is what the idea is. So pay per use is the model which we focus on when we talk about cloud computing these days, right? So this is what cloud is. This is what a basic definition of cloud is. If you search the internet, you will have more than, I guess, 100 plus definitions on cloud. Now, as far as definitions on cloud are concerned, it's up to you which one you would like to adapt and which one you would like to go with. But then it works with a single model, which is pay per use. So when you use, you pay. If you don't use, you don't pay. And end of day, you're using somebody else's resources. No, you're not using your own resources, and you're only paying for their resources, what you use. Okay. Now, talking about different types of services, which we talk about as far as my cloud is concerned. So there are three major things what we talk about, which is IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. And there are other things like somebody has talked about DAAS, database as a service. Then you talk about SaaS. So that is for my mails. But then majorly we categorize these into three types. One is IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. So IaaS talks about infrastructure as a service, and you get the hardware in that from the cloud provider as a service. So say for example, you want to go ahead and deploy a machine, deploy a server. So basically, when you talk about that particular scenario, you are basically putting a server in IaaS, which is my infrastructure as a service. So you get complete control on a virtual machine, which is there in the cloud, hosted by Microsoft, Google, or AWS. And then you can just go ahead and put in your resources onto that particular machine. So this is how it works, right? Simple enough. Then you talk about PaaS, Platform as a Service. So in this, you don't get access to your machine, or in other words, you can say you don't get access to the underlying layer, but you get complete access to the resources or the services, right? So it's more like my platform on which you publish your applications or you put your application. There are a few examples. So I talk about my web apps, my mobile apps, which are in Azure. Then you talk about the last type of service offered in cloud. So this is my SaaS. So when you talk about SaaS, you get software as a service in Azure. So you don't need to worry about infrastructure. You don't need to worry about platform. So you basically are getting the end product, which may be running on the infrastructure, which may be running on the platform. So for example, when you launch a VM on Azure, if you talk about OS, you're not buying the OS. And if you talk about PaaS, you're not buying the service. So you're just basically paying for the software, which is running on either IaaS or either PaaS. So this is what we get as far as my types of cloud is concerned. Now let's just jump on to another question. Now, what are the different cloud deployment models? So explanation talks about three models which we have. One is my public cloud, one is my private cloud, and one is my hybrid cloud. So let's just take this with examples. So I am a general user, I am a home user. I want to go ahead and put a website. So I decide that my website will be hosted on my cloud, right? So I want to go ahead and deploy a VM on the cloud, and I want to put my website over there. So I go to Microsoft website, Azure website, I sign up there, and then maybe you can say provision a machine. Once I provision a machine, I put IaaS on top of it. Once I put IaaS on top of it, I will just go ahead and move my resources. When I say move my resources, move my application on the cloud. So what I'm trying to say is a general basic end user who is sitting at home can log into the cloud, get a machine, and then use a machine, right? So this is what my public cloud is. So it's available for the public, right? Then you talk about the private cloud. Now, as far as private cloud is concerned, it's owned by the enterprise, okay? And only enterprise people will have access to it. So organizations like Accenture, or maybe Wipro, or maybe Capgemini, Cognizant, so all these people own a private cloud, right? So the idea is that the resources are owned by them, and hence their people are the ones who will go ahead and access that. But then at times, what happens is they give access to their private cloud for their customers also. Now you might have a question that why do I build a private cloud? Because end of the day, I'm spending a lot of money on infrastructure, I'm spending a lot of money on air conditioning, electricity, and I'm spending a lot of money on licensing also. So why can't I just go ahead and work on public cloud? Why do I need to go ahead and implement a private cloud? Now, basically, when you talk about a private cloud is built for automation. So that is one of the most important things. And the second important part when we talk about is that when you talk about private cloud, it gives me more control over the resources. Whereas when you talk about public cloud, I do not have control over the resources because everything is owned by the vendor, right? Now talking about hybrid cloud. So I'll give you an example for this also. I go to Amazon, and Amazon is my public cloud provider. And I tell them that I need a private cloud. So would it be possible for you to host a private cloud for me? So Amazon says yes. And they dedicate a list of resources for me, only for my organization. So now when you talk about Amazon, Amazon is hosting a public cloud, but then they also are capable enough of hosting a private cloud for my organization. So that makes it a hybrid cloud. So this is what hybrid cloud means. So these are three different ways of how I categorize these cloud models. Now, few other questions. Now, the question says, I have some private servers on my premises. Also, I have distributed some of my workloads on the public cloud. What is the architecture called? When you talk about this kind of scenario, so we talk about my virtual private network. So these are my options, basically, virtual private network. Then we talk about private cloud. Then we talk about my virtual private cloud, and then you have hybrid cloud, okay? Again, so just read the question carefully, and then probably I'll just jump on to the next slide and we will talk about the answer and the explanation. So again, I would say I have some private servers on my premises. Also, I have distributed some of my workloads on the public cloud. What is this architecture called? Okay. So now it says hybrid cloud. So when you talk about this type of architecture would be on a hybrid cloud. Why? Because we use both public cloud and the on-premise server, which is on the private cloud. Now let's just jump on to the next question. So we have a few general Azure questions. Now, these are Azure specific. The questions which we did talk about previously were just general cloud questions, right? So if you are giving an interview for maybe Azure, maybe AWS, or maybe Google, so those 4 questions are something which I would say, go with any of the scenarios, any of the interview, which you would do, okay? Now, these are specific general Azure questions. So when I say specific general Azure questions, so we talk about only Azure in here, okay? So the first question talks about what is Microsoft Azure and why is it used, okay? So as I initially said, that Azure is my public cloud from Microsoft. So let's just see how it works. So we have a definition on the next slide, okay? So as discussed above, the companies which provide cloud services are called cloud providers. And of course, I did explain you this in the previous slide. I mean, the first slide which we talked about. So I explained you about Google. So that is a cloud provider. I explained you about AWS. That is a cloud provider. And then I talked about Azure, which is a cloud provider. So now Azure is from Microsoft. And the idea behind this is it's more like my public cloud. So you can go to Azure, you can log on to Azure, create a machine, and then start working on that. So this is one of the cloud providers. So Microsoft is one of the cloud providers, one of the major cloud providers these days, right? So this is what my Azure is. Now talking about which services in Azure is used to manage resources in Azure. So we have few options. I have my application insight. I have my ARM, which is my Azure Resource Manager. Then you have my Azure portal. Then you have my log analytics, okay? So as far as this is concerned, so we talk about my ARM. So this is a service which is basically on the newer portal, right? So now when you talk about these services which is on the newer portal, so it is used to manage the infrastructure which involves a number of Azure services. It's basically my fabric. So I'm not sure how many people are aware of what is an Azure fabric, but then the idea behind this is that when you talk about my Azure Fabric now runs on something called ARM. Previously, in version 1 of Azure, it was using the service management model. So now this is the new thing, right? So when you talk about managing the resources in Azure, so we basically talk about my resource manager model and then how services run on it, how they work, and how they interact with each other. There are a lot of things which you need to work on and which you need to learn as far as my ARM is. But for the time being, you just need to remember that we talk about my Azure Resource Manager. So this is something which runs everything and takes care of a lot of different things as far as my Azure is concerned. So when ARM came, a lot of different things started coming in. So tag was one of them. Resource groups was another one. So if you are familiar with resource group, great. If you're familiar with tags, great. If you're not, just go to Google and search for it and you'll find your answers. Okay. Then we have a few questions. Which of the following web applications can be deployed with Azure? Okay. So we can, of course, put ASP.NET applications in Azure. Now you might have a question, where exactly I can use these applications or where exactly I can deploy the applications. So to answer that, you can deploy it either in IaaS or you can deploy it either in PaaS, right? So you can, of course, deploy ASP.NET, you can deploy PHP, you can deploy WCF. So the answer is all of the above. But then it's very important for you to understand that if there is an application which is on Java, so that may have few problems when you deploy it on Azure, right? Because, of course, Azure is majorly designed for Microsoft services, okay? Now, when you talk about these Microsoft services, Java is not a Microsoft product. So it's more like, it's not that friendly when you compare it with other services which we are running in the cloud, okay? Specific to Microsoft Cloud, of course, I would say. Okay, jumping on to the next one. Then a few other questions. So these are my fill in the blanks. A dash role is a virtual machine instance running Microsoft IaaS web services that can accept and respond to HTTP or HTTP request. Okay, so we have 4 options in here. One is my web, one is my server, one is my worker, and one is my client. Okay, Now, when you talk about this, the answer to that is web role is something which is basically hosted on a virtual machine and is running on Microsoft IaaS web server, and that is capable of accepting HTTP and HTTPS request. So basically on the web role, what you do is you can upload your website and your website runs on top of it. And then of course, you know that my website works on HTTP and HTTPS. So hence my web role is the one which is capable enough of running that particular maybe application or software or web services. Okay. The other question what we talk about is what is the use of roles in Microsoft Azure? So when you talk about what is the use of roles, we talk about three roles. One is my web role, one is my worker role, and one is my VM role. Okay. So now when you talk about my web role basically is for hosting and deploying my websites. Okay. The worker role is the one which basically helps the web role to execute the background processes. The example I can give you is my web jobs. I'm not sure how many people are aware of web jobs, but if you want, you can again search on the internet. So my web role is residing on worker role. Worker role is the one which supports my web role, and the worker role is the one which actually resides on my VM role. Okay, so this is the one which talks to the underlying layer. It's more like a framework. It acts as a framework. So that means on the operating system, I have my worker role. On top of it, I have my web role. So my web role is the one which will host my services. I would not say services, but the applications rather. Okay. So jumping on to the next one. Now the question says, is it possible to create virtual machines using ARM in a virtual network that was created using classic deployment? And of course, I don't think so. It's possible. So let's just see. This is not supported, as I said, because ARM is something different. And previously, the classic portal was using a different model of deployment. So it used my classic model of deployment, which was basically for service management. And if you're aware of the two portals, you'll see there's a huge difference in how classic portal was and how the new portal is. So there's a huge difference in terms of that also. So it's not possible. Jumping on to the next question, what are virtual machine scale sets? So scaling up, scaling down. So if you're not aware, if I have more number of requests coming in, my virtual machines have the capacity and capability to scale up and scale down based upon schedule and performance. Okay. So in other words, what I can say is if my CPU is spiking to 100%, or not 100%, I would cap it to 90. So if my CPU is spiking to 90 and my requests are still coming in for accessing that portal, the web portal, maybe you can say, which is running on this particular machine. So my scale set is intelligent enough to scale one more instance and then load balance the traffic between the two instances, which are now deployed running the same set of application. Okay. So this is what my scale set does. It automatically auto scales, I would say, rather, the workloads, right, based upon the performance and the schedule. Now, how this schedule thing works. So say, for example, if starting from morning 9 to evening 9, you have more number of visitors on the website. So you can scale more number of instances for your website. And after 9 p.m. at night, you can minimize the number of instances, right? So this is how my scale set works. Okay, jumping on to next question. Are data disks supported within scale set? So now, first of all, when you talk about this, yes, of course, my data disks are supported in scale set. Okay. So when you talk about this, a scale set can be defined as attached data disk configuration that applies to all VMs in the set. So there are a few types of data disk examples which I've given over there. So one is, of course, my Azure files, which is my SMB shared disk. And then you have my OS drives, then you have my temp drives, then you have my Azure data services like the blobs are there and tables are there and cubes are there. And then you have my external data services such as remote databases. So all of these are supported. All of the disks are supported, which you see over there. Talking about availability set. So do scale sets work with Azure availability set? Now, first of all, you need to understand what is an availability set. Availability set is basically grouping of servers so that I can load balance the information among those servers. So that is done for high availability. And there is something called fault domain and update domain as far as high availability is concerned. So fault domain says that if I have two VMs in same availability set, both the VMs will share the common power source and common network. Okay. As far as update domain is concerned, so update domain talks about that if I have, say for example, 10 VMs and I would keep the value of update domain to 2, So I will have sets of 2 to each, right? So I'll have a group of 2 to each, right? And at a given point in time, if Microsoft needs to perform a planned maintenance, only one update domain will go down at a given point. So this is what my update domain means. So now, does it support my availability set? The scale set supports my availability set. Yes, the scale set supports my availability set. And you can just go ahead and fetch some information about the availability set if you're not very much well versed with availability sets as far as my Azure is concerned. Okay, and there is a small description also over there. So I'll just read that for you. Yes, a scale set is an implicit availability set with 5 fault domains and 5 update domains. Okay, scale sets of more than 100 VMs span multiple placement groups, which are equivalent to multiple availability sets. Okay, so this is what it means. And then I would just skip the other part because I've given you enough explanation for this. And I would definitely recommend that you read availability set. Okay, now the question is, what is a break fix issue? Break fix issue is a technical problem, which is like your environment is running and then all of a sudden a problem comes, right? That is a break, and then fixing that particular problem is my fix, right? So technical problems are called break fix issues. It is the industry term which refers to work involved in supporting a technology when it fails in the normal course of function, which requires intervention by a support organization to restore the service. Okay, so this is what break fix is. Now, it's not specific to Azure actually. It's just a common term what we use as far as my services are concerned. So even if I talk about on-premise networks, so we still talk about break fix issues, right? So I'm not sure how many people have got a chance to call Microsoft and open a support case in case you have issues with any of the things in your environment. So those issues are basically my break fix issues. Jumping on to next question, why is Azure Active Directory used? Okay. Now, when you talk about Azure Active Directory is used for identity and access management, first of all. And it's a PaaS-based service. Azure Active Directory is a PaaS-based service. Now, it is used to grant access to employees to specific products and services in your network. So there are a lot of examples, Salesforce.com, Twitter, right? I can give you a few more examples, Office 365, Intune, which are 2 different products from Microsoft. So they work with Azure Active Directory, right? Now, Azure AD has some inbuilt support for applications in the gallery, which can be added directly. Okay, so there is a gallery and then you can just go ahead and add support for Azure Active Directory to any application which is available in the gallery. Okay, talking about a few other questions regarding Azure AD. What happens when you exhaust the maximum failed attempts for authenticating yourself via Azure AD? Okay, so we have a more sophisticated strategy to account lockout, which is based on IP of the request and the password entered. Okay, so now when you talk about on-prem, we talk about account lockouts. So if you enter incorrect passwords more than 3 times, so your account is logged out and it will be unlocked after maybe 15 minutes or half an hour or 1 hour based upon how your administrator has configured it. Now the same thing happens in Azure AD, but then it happens based upon the IP address. Okay, so it will go ahead and track the IP address of the request and the password entered, and the duration of the lockout also increases based upon the likelihood that is in the attack. Okay, so this is how it works when we talk about maximum failed attempts for authenticating yourself. Okay, jumping on to the next question. Where can I find a list of applications that are pre-integrated with Azure AD and their capabilities? So when you talk about this, my Azure AD has around 2,600 pre-integrated applications, and all pre-integrated applications support single sign-on. Single sign-on lets your organization credentials to access your apps. Some of the applications also support automated provisioning and deprovisioning. So there's a gallery, you can just go to the gallery and then you can get a list of applications which are available for using my Azure AD. But of course, that is not the complete list of applications which are available, which you can use as far as this is concerned. There are a huge number of applications which are supported by Azure AD. Okay. Of course, single sign-on is one of the components of Azure AD. So probably in case you're not aware of single sign-on, you can just go ahead and do some research on that. Now, talking about the next question, how can I use applications with Azure AD that I'm using on-prem? Of course, you can do that. Now, my Azure AD gives you an easy and secure way to connect to the web app that you choose. You can access these applications in a way you can access your SaaS-based applications in Azure AD. So you don't need to have a VPN installed, okay? You can just go ahead and install a component and then you are ready to go. You can use the applications which are there on-prem. A few examples I can give you is you can use your SharePoint. You can use your web apps for which the servers are installed on your premises and you would like to use Azure AD for authentication. So you can do that for sure. Now the question, important question, very important question. What is the Azure Fabric, Service Fabric? So when you talk about that, my Azure Service Fabric is a distributed system platform that makes it easy to package, deploy, and manage scalable and reliable microservices. Okay. So this is the guy which actually controls your network, your storage, and your compute. Okay, which are basically the most critical components of my cloud. So if my fabric will not be running in the backend, so nobody will be assigning IP addresses, nobody will be assigning resources, and nobody will be assigning the storage. Okay, so this is the guy which actually runs everything, I would say, in the cloud infrastructure, right? Okay, let's go further. Service Fabric also addresses the significant challenges in developing and managing cloud applications. Developers and administrators can avoid complex infrastructure problems and focus on implementing mission-critical, demanding workloads that are scalable, reliable, and manageable. Now, my Service Fabric represents the next-generation middleware platform for building and managing these enterprise-class Tier 1 cloud-based applications. Okay. Now, what is VNet? VNet is basically nothing but my virtual network. So VNet is a representation of your own network in the cloud. It logically isolates your instances launched in the cloud from rest of the resources which you have in the cloud. So this is my whole network based on which my configuration of machines depend. I mean, the subnets, the address space depends on, right? Talking about few other things, what are the differences between subscription administrator and directory administrator? So when you talk about the subscription administrator is the one which is responsible for the complete subscription. Now by default, only one subscription administrator role is assigned in Azure. A subscription administrator can either be a Microsoft account or either can be your work account. And that guy has control over the complete Azure portal and the services which run on that. Okay. If you want, you can just go ahead and sign up more accounts, which are basically subscription administrator, and these people are my co-admins. Now, as far as the Azure AD is concerned, so the account which we set up over there for identity and access management, so we talk about my Azure AD administrator, the directory administrator. So let's just read this. Azure AD has a different set of admin roles to manage the directory and identity related features. These admins will have access to various features in Azure portal or the Azure Classic portal, and the admin roles determine what they can do, like create or edit users, assign administrative roles to others, and so on. So this is what my Azure AD administrator does. Are there any scale limits for customers using managed disk? Managed disk eliminates the limit associated with storage accounts. Now, first of all, you need to understand what is a managed disk, right? When you create a machine now, these days, you will have an option over there that you want to use managed disk or unmanaged disk, right? So when you select managed disk, Microsoft manages, I would not say Microsoft, but then the Azure Fabric manages all your disk, right? So a disk which is assigned to VM will be managed by Azure. Okay, so this is what my managed disk is. Now, using my managed disk, I basically eliminate the limit associated with my storage account. However, the number of managed disk per subscription is limited to 2000 by default. Okay, so you can have 2000 managed disk in Azure subscription. Now, talking about what is the difference between service bus queues and storage queues. Now, the Azure storage queue is simple and the developer experience is quite good. It uses the local Azure storage emulator and debugging is made quite easy. The tool for Azure storage queue allows you to easily peek at the top 32 messages, and if the messages are in XML or JSON, you'll be able to visualize their content directly with the Visual Studio. Furthermore, these queues can be purged of their content, which is especially useful during the development process, the QA efforts basically. And as far as my service bus is concerned, so the Azure service bus queues are evolved and surrounded by many useful mechanisms that make it enterprise worthy. They are built into service bus and are able to forward messages to other queues and topics. And they have built-in header message queue and messages that are timed to live that has control, hence messages don't automatically disappear after 7 days. So if you talk about this, probably you'll have to go ahead and read about what is a service bus queue and my storage queues. So I talk about my storage queues, which are a part of my storage itself. If you're not aware of storage, storage has 4 types of storage. One is my blob, one is my files, one is my queues, and one is my tables, right? So you need to have more information of what my storage queues is. Okay, now talking about what is Azure Redis Cache. So Redis is an open source in-memory data structure store used as a database, and then you talk about cache and a message broker. So when you talk about my Azure Redis Cache, that is based on the popular open source Redis Cache. It gives you access to secure dedicated Redis cache managed by Microsoft and accessible from any application within Azure. It supports data structures such as strings, hashes, lists, sets, sorted sets with a big range of queries, bitmaps, hyperlogs, and indexes with radius queries. Okay. Another question we talk about is, why does not Microsoft Redis Cache have an MSDN class library reference like some of the other Azure services? Now, of course, when you talk about this, this is an open source, one very important thing. Now, my Microsoft Redis Cache is based on the popular open source Redis Cache and can be accessible by a wide range of Redis clients. And that is the reason we cannot just go ahead and put it into MSDN. Okay. So simple enough, just remember that. Because each client is different, there is not one centralized class reference on MSDN. So we cannot just restrict it, maybe you can say, right? So this is the reason we do not have any MSDN class library for my Redis cache. What is my Redis databases? So Redis database are just a logical separation of data within some Redis instances. The cache memory is shared between all the databases, and actual memory consumption depends on the key values stored in the database. For example, a C6 cache has 53 GB of memory, and you can choose to put all 53 GB into one database, or you can split it into a multiple set of databases. Then you have another question, why was my client disconnected from the cache? Okay. Now when you talk about this, the following are some common reasons for cache disconnect. Now my client side causes the client application was redeployed. The client application performed a scaling operation. In the case of cloud services or web apps, this may be due to auto scaling. The networking layer of the client side changed. Then you have transient errors occurred in the client or in the network node because of the client and the server. The bandwidth threshold limits were reached. CPU bound operations took more long to complete, and then you have my server side issues also, few of the server side issues also. On the stand cache offering, the Azure Redis Cache service initiates a failover from the primary node to the secondary node. Now Azure was patching the instances where the cache was deployed, and this can be the Redis server updates or general VM maintenance. Then you have what is Azure Search. So simple enough, Azure Search is a cloud search as a service solution that delegates server and infrastructure management to Microsoft, leaving you with a ready-to-use service that can populate with your data and then use to add search to your web or the mobile application. So it works with REST API or .NET SDKs, of course. Few other questions. My web app still uses an old Docker container image, and I have updated the image on Docker Hub, which is basically the new portal what we talk about. So we are basically talking about container services. Do you support continuous integration deployment of custom containers? Now, first of all, for private registries, you can refresh the container by stopping and starting the web app, or you can change or add a dummy application setting to a force and refresh of your container. So this is what you can do. Now, talking about few other things, what are the expected values for startup file section? And I configure the runtime stack. Now for JS nodes, you specify PM2 configuration file or your script file. For .NET Core, specify your compiled DLL name. For Ruby, you can specify the Ruby script that you want to initialize with your app. Okay. How your Azure Marketplace subscription is priced. So we have these models. One is monthly fee, so pay as you go kind of thing. Usage based. Then you have free software. So Microsoft gives you a free subscription. So free subscription is valid for a period of 1 month, and you get approximately $200 in that. So you can use that. Then you have the free. So this is for the customers who are not charged marketplace fee for use of the offerings, the Microsoft offerings. And you have BYOL, bring your own license. Okay. So these are the subscription models, basically how these are priced, you can say. So jumping on to the next one. What is the difference between price, software price, total price in the cost structure for virtual machine offerings in virtual machine? So let's just see. Price refers to the cost of Azure virtual machine to run the software. Software price refers to the publisher software running on the virtual machine. Total price refers to the combined cost of these two. Simple enough. I don't think so. You need to get more details of this because it's very simple. Price of VM, software price, total price. Total price is equal to price of VM plus software price. Now, the other question talks about what are stateful and stateless microservices for Service Fabric. So Service Fabric enables you to build applications that consist of microservices. So stateless microservices such as protocol gateway and web proxy do not maintain mutual state outside a request and its response from the service. Now my Azure Cloud Service Worker role is an example of a stateless service, and my stateful microservices such as user accounts, databases, devices, shopping carts, and queues maintain a mutual authoritative state beyond the request and its response. So this is how it works. Now, what is an application partition? Okay. Now, when you talk about the application partition are a part of Active Directory system, and having said so, they are directory partitions which are replicated to domain controllers. So usually domain controllers that are included in process of directory partition hold a replica of the directory partition. Now, maybe you can read some more information. My domain controller has 4 types of partition. One is configuration, one is schema, one is my domain partition, and then you have my application partition. So all the information related to the application goes in the application partition. So it actually again has nothing to do with the cloud, but then it's always good to know, because if you're designing and developing an application on the cloud, you can just go ahead and put that information in the application partition on the Active Directory server. But then it's very important for you to understand that we should have an Active Directory server up and running fine in the cloud. Okay. So these were few of the questions what we talked about as far as my interview questions are.
So first and foremost, I would start by talking about different job trends that are there in the current market. If you talk about cloud engineering, we would also discuss certain parameters that affect a cloud engineer's salary. Then we would get into the details of job descriptions that are there in the market that different companies require in order to hire a cloud engineer. Moving further, I would also talk about what skills you should possess and how should you actually go ahead and shape your resume in order to apply for certain companies. Having said that, guys, let's just move further and take a look at some of the job trends. Now, guys, what I've done is I've actually gone ahead and jotted down certain figures for job vacancies in US and in India, which tell the number as in, okay, these are the vacancies. Now, these numbers are specific to Indeed, which is a popular job portal. There are quite a few other portals. So this number might not be consistent. It might vary. But as far as Indeed is concerned, these are the numbers and these are the vacancies. So guys, now these are certain factors here. I would like to lay stress on quite a few other pointers as well. To do that, what I've done is recently I've written an article on this particular topic, which talks about job trends and salaries in particular. So I would like to refer that blog and walk you through that blog so that we can discuss some of these pointers in little more detail. So let me just quickly switch to the blog part. So yeah, guys, this is the article that I've written recently. If you take a look at it, there are certain factors here. Now, ZipRecruiter, they gave in a number of or the average salary of a cloud engineer, and they state that it is in the range of somewhere around 104K to 145K dollars. Now, that is a huge amount if you talk about US dollars. And even if you talk about the salary in India, now the fact that I'm recording this session from India, I believe I should give the number in Indian rupees as well. And the currency states that, or the figures state that the amount is somewhere in the range of 15 to 20 lakhs for a mid-level ranged experienced person. Even for a fresher, the amount is fairly high, but it actually depends on the skill set that you have. Having said that, it also states, that is ZipRecruiter, that it goes as high as somewhere around 250K US dollars, which is a very big number, right? And if you can actually go ahead and pick up the right amount of skills, you would be getting a high amount of salary is all I can say. Having said that, let's just move further and take a look at some of the other trends that are there in the market. Now, this is another interesting image which is given by Tech Target. Now, they have put in certain stats in front of you. Now, if you take a look at it, they say that the average salary in USA is somewhere around 115,000. Now, guys, this number might vary depending upon the number of data you take in, because different people refer to different websites and they pick up data from different sources. So based on that data set, this number might vary a little. As I've already told you, it is somewhere in the range of 105 to 145k US dollars. Again, if you put in or take in data from other sources, that might vary a little, but that is more or less what the salary that you can expect. Another important pointer here is that you can expect a lot of growth rate in cloud computing in recent or in near future. If you take a look at it, it says that it's a 121% growth rate for job postings between 2013 to 17. So these are the number of job postings that are there in the current market, or these are the numbers that have actually taken a rise in recent times. And guys, this number is going to rise. Why? Take a look at the number of global spend these companies are doing these days when you talk about cloud computing in particular. 2017, it was somewhere around 153.5 billion. Then it moved to 186.4 billion. And by 2021, it is expected to go somewhere around 302, which is almost the double that you had in 2017, guys. So the fact, or this fact in particular, states that companies are ready to invest in this particular domain. And that means they would be requiring people who have skills in this particular domain, and hence the need for this kind of a role. So if you talk about job trends, salary, cloud computing is something that is booming and it is going to boom in near future as well. So you can expect good pay scale, you can expect good kind of life if you talk about a career in this particular domain. There's one more fact here, guys. These are some of the skills that employers normally demand a lot. As you can see, Python is something that is trending. If you talk about programming languages, everybody knows how important Python is because it's making news everywhere. People even claim that it has dethroned Java. I do not know whether it's true or not. I don't get into those kind of debates. The reason people are claiming that is because it has actually changed the way programming happens these days, and that is why the popularity. And one more factor that I would like to state here is if you take a look at its predecessor, not predecessor, but the one that follows before Python in this chart, it is AWS. It says 50% or 58% of people normally demand the skill in the market. So yes, you can gauge by it as in how popular AWS has become. It is a popular cloud platform. So the fact that AWS goes well with all the programming languages or all the tools that follow in this chart, you can make sure that, or you can assume how popular AWS or cloud platform has become. So again, this stat states that if you try to make a career in this domain, it is going to be a good option for you, or it's going to be a bliss for you is all I can say. Let's move further, guys, and take a look at some of the other factors as well. Now let's jump into the salary part, which follows our pattern in the agenda which I discussed. So when you talk about different parameters that affect salary, one of them is what are the companies that are trying to hire cloud engineers and what is the salary they're offering. Now guys, if you take a look at some of the numbers here, Resolute Technologies, VMware, Amazon, Accenture, Microsoft. Now these are popular companies, guys. And on an average, they're paying you somewhere around 170, 160,000 US dollars, which is a huge amount. And again, if you ask me about the companies that are going to hire for cloud engineering, almost all the major companies that deal with computing or data processing, they are going to switch to cloud in near future. Companies like GE, General Electricals, they've actually gone ahead and moved to cloud already, which is a big company, and quite a few other companies. Now, if you talk about Amazon, if you talk about Google, Microsoft, they themselves are marketing cloud computing. They have their own service providers that actually act as vendors in providing these cloud computing services. So yes, major companies are going to move to cloud and they're going to hire you as a cloud engineer. Having said that, let's take a look at some of the other factors that concern a salary of a cloud engineer. Now guys, if you take a look at salaries based on the job roles, now these are the three major job roles, that is a solutions architect, a DevOps engineer, and a SysOps engineer. And these are the average salaries. I do not agree with these numbers that much. Numbers can be deceiving at times. Probably solutions architect is one of the most demanded cloud jobs. I mean, it is the most popular cloud certification, no matter what vendor you talk about. Solutions architect is something that people demand a lot. So these are some of the job roles. Now, apart from these job roles, there are various other job roles as well, but more or less they follow this particular category or these three categories. As we move further, we would be talking about these job roles. Do not worry about that. But these are some of the numbers I want you to take a note of. Again, guys, based on the location, your salary might vary. And these are some of the positive numbers that are there. Again, I've used Indeed as a source here, if I'm not wrong, because most of the data that I've picked from it is a combination of Indeed, Payscale, and a couple of other websites that are popular when you talk about job trends. So yes, when you talk about Indeed, these are the numbers that they've given, as in based on the states or the location in USA, these are the salaries which people can claim on an average. You have numbers for India as well. Now, these are three of the major states that recruit. I know Delhi is one more state, but their numbers are similar to Maharashtra mostly. So, yep, you can take that into consideration as well. And I'm sorry, Delhi is not a state city, which popularly hires a lot of engineers as well. Delhi, Gurgaon, in that domain or in that region in particular, the salaries are similar to what you get for Maharashtra, guys. So, yep, these are the three states that the website shows numbers for, guys. And Karnataka, which is the IT hub of India, you can see the salary goes as high as this. This is the average salary. Maharashtra in particular, this is what, which is very closely followed or follows very closely to Karnataka. Tamil Nadu too has a lot of requirements for cloud engineers. And as I've already mentioned, if you go to the Delhi part of the country, yes, there too people are looking for these skills as well. It's not that the other parts of the country are not looking for people with these skills. It's just that these are the major hubs and they come into the reckoning when you talk about the stats or the data. There are other regions and states where people are normally hiring cloud engineers there as well. I constantly go through or do market research a lot when you talk about cloud engineering in particular. And yes, I've seen requirements in other states as well. Again, guys, these are the number of job vacancies which you saw in the presentation. So guys, yes, these are certain numbers that are there. And again, the numbers are based on Indeed, guys. If you take a look at the other websites as well, you might find more numbers. So again, this is just a parameter, guys. And to be honest, there are a lot more vacancies than what these numbers state. The problem here is people are not skilled enough to actually go ahead and get these jobs. So yes, if you are rightly skilled, definitely these jobs would be yours. Salaries based on experience. Again, you can see mid-level has the most number of salaries, guys. Why is that? Because cloud engineering mostly is a branch where you would be expected to have certain skills that you've learned while you've worked. So an experience of 3 to 4 years is the best place or the best time for you to move to cloud. Even 2 years is what I would say. It's not that freshers should not move into this role. They can, but again, the number of placements that happen for freshers is lesser. Why? Because the chances of them getting picked as a cloud engineer mostly happens through campuses. I would be talking about this factor as well. Do not worry. Once we talk about the resume part, I would help you even if you are an entry level person, a mid level or mid skill person, or a senior person. I'd be talking about these pointers. I'm just stating certain numbers here. So entry level people normally find it a little difficult. The most expected part is mid level. Why? Because salary is something that companies can bargain on, and these people are rightly skilled. Senior level two, people hire these people. But what happens is, since you are very experienced, you normally would be expecting managerial kind of positions, right? So you cannot have too many manager positions. So it is understandable the number is not that high. But considering that as well, 180 on an average is a good number. So guys, these were some of the parameters I wanted to talk about salaries and certain job trends. I hope I've discussed enough. So guys, let's just move further and switch to the presentation part where I would be discussing certain other pointers that concern cloud engineer. So guys, let's just move further and talk about cloud engineer skills and also the job description. Now guys, I've actually clubbed two topics from the agenda here and I would be actually going to and forth while discussing these pointers because I feel they are very interlinked or very connected to each other. So let's talk about these pointers. First and foremost, let's talk about certain skill requirements. If you want to become a cloud engineer, what are the stuffs that you should know? Now, guys, for people who have experience, you probably might know some of these pointers already, but I am wanting to take everyone on this similar page. And while doing that, I would be talking it from the very basic part as well. So let's get started with the basics first, as in what are the skills or knowledge set that you have in order to becoming a cloud engineer? So you need to have an understanding of why do you need cloud computing and what are the different domains that impact cloud computing, because based on that you'd be able to decide as in okay, what do you want to do with cloud computing? It is a very vast domain and it has various services that are there or that are made available to you, using which you can do so many things. You can focus on marketing, proper software development, architectural part. For that you need to understand why do you need cloud computing, what are the different domains that it affects, and once you do that, probably you would be in a better state to decide how do you want to use cloud computing for your own benefit. Moving further, you would also be required to have knowledge about different cloud service models, as in these are something that tell you how can you use your applications or how can you build your applications using cloud computing. That is why understanding of this topic is important. You need to have an understanding of different deployment models, which again is similar to or related to cloud service models as well. It is the way cloud services are provided to you by your cloud vendor. That is why understanding of different deployment models is also important. You should understand why do you need to move to cloud computing and why is it different from an on-premise architecture or an infrastructure rather. Finally, you need to have an understanding of different cloud service providers or vendors in the market, because having an understanding and thorough knowledge of at least one cloud service provider is very important. And guys, when I say a cloud service provider, it is very important to understand that there are various in the market, but preferably people normally start with AWS and they gradually move to Azure, which are two of the most popular cloud service providers. So what are the computing fundamentals that you need to have? Now, as a cloud engineer, guys, I won't lie to you. I won't say that you don't need any prior programming experience or anything like that. As a cloud engineer, guys, you need to have understanding of computing fundamentals, and it is very important in becoming a good cloud engineer. What should you know? Networking is very important, guys. Now, it is not that much into programming, but understanding of computing, it starts with networking. You need to understand how routing works, what are different network protocols, what are different networking layers, etc. And how do you use networking for an organization? Because it is very important. You would be talking about a lot of applications, a lot of data, a lot of scalability, application building and stuff like that. So for that, networking becomes very important. Computer security, guys. Now, when you talk about cloud, the first question people ask is it secure? Most of the people do not know what cloud computing does or how it ensures security. Let me give you a fact. They use shared security model. What it is, I won't be getting into the details, but you and your cloud vendor, you actually go ahead and decide certain security principles and those are implemented. So if you are working on a cloud platform and if you are into the security part, you need to ensure quite a few things, as in how to make your application secure. What are the protocols that you should follow and stuff like that. And for that, you need knowledge about access policies, encryption, etc. Understanding of systems is very important, guys, where you need to know what are the different design principles, what kind of methodology are you using, and where do you get the knowledge for these things. Your computer architecture, you need to have an understanding of databases. You need to learn SQL, which is very important because you are going to deal with a lot of data. And guys, since you're talking about cloud platform, you would be dealing with different kinds of instances or virtual environments, and for that, understanding of Linux fundamentals is very important. So these are some of the basics, guys, which you should understand. And I would suggest that if you are completely new to cloud computing, focus on these pointers as well. So these were some of the basic skills that you needed to have. Now let's just go ahead and take a look at certain job roles. And based on those job roles, what are the skills that you should pick up? Guys, now again, these are the responsibilities that even major companies would be expecting from you. So when I said I would be talking about job description, now these are certain roles and the pointers that I'm going to talk about, the responsibilities, those are the skill sets that major companies expect from you when you actually do go ahead and try to apply for cloud engineering jobs. So first and foremost, we have an cloud architect, cloud developer, and an admin. SysOps admin is nothing but system operations administrator. So guys, let's try to talk about these roles in detail. Guys, I won't be getting into the definition part. I would be sticking to what I've experienced till time when you talk about cloud engineering. So my definitions are going to be very general and basic so that everybody can understand. So if you talk about a cloud architect, these are the people who are responsible for drawing the blueprint. I mean, they actually design your application, as in this is how it looks. So their part is designing, planning stuff like, okay, when I actually go ahead and build an application, this is how much I might be expected to probably scale, or these are the current softwares, or these are the current programming languages that I would be needing. They also take into consideration when it comes to migrating your application, which already exists on premise. So they need to understand what are the parameters that affect the current application on premises. And based on that, decide as in, okay, these are the changes that we need to make when we move this application to cloud. So this is what a cloud engineer does. They actually help you design a flow for your application to actually go ahead and work on cloud. Let's just move further and take a look at some of the common responsibilities that a cloud engineer or a cloud architect is actually responsible for. They're actually responsible for designing and deploying dynamically scalable, available, fault tolerant, and reliable applications, something I talked about while going through the definition part. They actually design and deploy applications. Now, these are some of the pointers that concern an application, like how available it is, how easily can scale, how fault tolerant it is. Let's not get into the details of that. I'm sure nobody wants to get into the details of that. You should be able to select an appropriate cloud service to design and deploy for your applications. I mean, you would be dealing with different cloud vendors. So you should know, okay, if I have real-time data, what kind of an application do I use? If it's static, what kind of application do I use? So having an understanding of these things is also very important for an architect. Again, I talked about migration. What are the factors they need to consider while migrating an application to cloud? Again, you are expected to design and deploy enterprise-wide scalable operations. Now, again, it sounds similar to the point which I discussed, right? But again, you also need to have an understanding of operations that are performed while your application is working. Now, this is something that is important when you talk about the deployment process and dealing with the customers part, because based on that, your operations team has to put in certain inputs and it is designed properly at the beginning. Your workload gets reduced here. So this is where cloud architect again comes into picture. Implement cost control strategies to ensure maximum cost optimization. Money is something that is very important. And if you plan your applications properly, as in, okay, in case of using a particular kind of a service, if I use the other one, would it be cost effective? This is the decision again your cloud architect should be able to take. Okay, moving further, we have the cloud developer. Now, we have already designed our application with the help of an architect. Next is building an application. Who does that? Your developer. So they need to have strong understanding of programming. Apart from that, let's move further and take a look at some of the pointers, as in what are the other things they need to be concerned with. Expertise in at least one high-level programming language. I'm sure it's more than one, but yeah, you should know the basic programming fundamentals so that you can understand how the coding works. Skills for developing, deploying, and debugging cloud applications. API, CLI, SDKs, it is very important, guys, because you would be integrating a lot of applications. And for that, understanding of how application protocol interfaces work is very important. Now, command line interfaces are something that you would be working on with a lot as well. So having an understanding of those also helps. Application lifecycle management, which is very important. Ability to use continuous integration and pipelines for deployment. Now, this is something both developers and the admins do. So you need to have an understanding of how these pipelines are created, how they work, and how do you deploy your data continuously. You should have the knowledge or the understanding of key features of service providers, guys, because again, if you're building an application on cloud, guys, you should know how these service providers work, because you would be using a particular service to go ahead and actually build a particular part of your application. So an understanding of different cloud service providers is very important. You should be able to code and also make sure that you are thorough with the security essentials. Skills in writing and correcting and debugging code. Again, testing and building is something that goes parallelly. Serverless applications. Cloud computing supports serverless computing, and that is where you should know what serverless applications are and how should you use containers. Containers are something that are trending in the market, and you need to have an understanding of those as well. If you take a look at the resumes or the job descriptions in the market, people expect you to have understanding of different service providers, understanding of different APIs, at least one programming language, and they have this thing mentioned there, as in a knowledge in Kubernetes or Docker would be an add-on. So that means they consider these skills as well. Then we have the admin, guys. Now our application has been designed and it has been developed. Now it needs to be maintained by someone or monitored by someone. Who better than an administrator? So their job is to actually go ahead and make sure that the application runs perfectly in the production environment. What do? They need to have an experience as a system admin, and they should be able to understand how virtualization works, something which is very important for scaling your application in case of peak times. Monitor and audit your applications. Again, have understanding of networking, which is very core for an admin role, and to translate architectural requirements, because they are the ones who take care of it in the production atmosphere or the environment. They should be able to actually go ahead and control the data flow, because again, if something goes wrong somewhere, that is during the process of CI/CD, they should be able to detect that and get in touch with the developers team as well. Appropriate service based. They should also have the knowledge of security. If something goes down, how should they actually go ahead and take care of it? Again, optimization is something that is not the concern to a greater extent as far as your architects are concerned. Administrators have lesser responsibility in it. Okay, networking is something that has repeated, I believe, but yeah, we've discussed that already. And migration is something they are also concerned with, because I've already talked about the fact that they deal with the production environment. So guys, these are some of the responsibilities that different cloud engineers take care of. And these are some of the responsibilities that companies would be expecting you to be skilled in. So these are some of the pointers I wanted to talk about. That is about the job description and the roles and responsibilities of